into it. Thank you.
And it's easy to doubt that, hearing it from a rookie team. But Bea, given the context that they've made that same style of showing up to Premier, and then Challengers, and then Ascension, and then EMEA, and it just kept working.
Yes.
It's tough to doubt that they can do it against global competition as well.
I also think, and just going back to the composition and the having a lot of Cypher, which we expect to see, maybe they've been, you know, cooking something and we're going to see something different. I doubt it, because they're sticking to their guns. All of these ideas just seem external to them. The idea that you are a world champion, that you have a lot of experience, they don't care. Like, they know exactly what they want to do inside of the server. It doesn't matter what changes around them.
Yeah, well, another team that has maintained their style even as the meta shifted is NRG, our one squad who's rejected Double Duelist in this tournament. The world champions came out into this event with a clean win against Liquid to qualify, but a loss earlier on to Paper X. Josh, if you're rating them compared to the team that won champions in Paris, how close is their level?
It's difficult to say, actually. I think in terms of their micro, it's fantastic. In terms of the way that they're approaching the game, they also look in immense form. My only doubt with NRG is that they're going to so often, again and again and again in this tournament, have to face up against other teams that feel like they are the ones in control of the tempo and are putting aggression onto NRG. I think when you're playing anti-meta styles like this, it's very difficult to go on a full tournament run. And I think BBL are going to be another one of those teams that's like a hurdle in their path, playing the double duelist style very, very effectively.
I also do think that one of the best things of NRG are the EMEA pieces that they have, you know, obviously.
She found a way, folks.
Yes,
I
always will. But I think that the preparation that they have in some of these matches is completely out of this world. But that sometimes...
You're talking about that coaching
I'm talking
duo
about
from EMEA,
Bonker and
right?
Strong, of course I am. And what I wanted to say is that when I was watching Paper X versus them, I think that because of the short time that they had to prep and everything, and I feel like they wanted to adjust too much and they forgot about
like trying to play that Vice counter comp.
Yes, and just focus too much on like what can we do to shut them down instead of what can we do to win this, you know? It's like playing not to lose, and I think probably that's what put them in that position. And then it came the match against Liquid, and it just happened. That was also against the EMEA, but it's okay.
Yeah,
it's
I think this game against BBL, they do have to be aware of some of the threats that BBL are throwing out there, as in, you got to be ready for them to be dry swinging you. The thing is, though, if you miss the shot, it doesn't matter. You can be focused entirely on, you know exactly where LaRock is peeking you from. If you miss, if your aim isn't as good, you are going to be forced to take those dry fights, and BBL have opportunities.
Luckily, NRG is a team with high confidence, and one of those players is the MVP of Champions Paris. Brock, he's outside with Jen.
Jen here with Brock of Energy. Hello, Brock. Now, you're going up against an Ascension team today, and I think you know very well how scary a fearless and a hungry team can be. So what do you think you need to look out for, and is there anything you guys can take advantage of?
Yeah, I think they're going to come in like taking a lot of fights, so I think if we're ready for that and we like know that's going to happen, I think we'll be just fine. So yeah.
Are you ready for the fight?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I love Jen. We have to protect her. She is a treasure, truly. But Brock really knows more than I think a lot of other players at this level how much you have to respect these kind of hungry players coming from Tier 2. Him and this NRG core really only arrived on the Tier 1 level halfway through last year.
Yeah, I mean, they are those hungry players. They're just 1 year back. Yes, it's a bit of a different story, isn't it? Because BBL have come all the way through Premier, but it's a similar scenario, and we've seen rookies be exceptionally, exceptionally good. I like, though, his response, because it indicates that they are aware that they're going to get swung, and they need to be ready for it.
Someone who will always be ready for those fights is Kiko. I know you're a big fan of this guy, Bea.
Guys, you don't want me to talk about EMEA, but you just all you do is talk about the EMEA
I want you
pieces.
to talk about Kiko, because he's looked so sick this tournament thus far. Even rolling back the years, getting to watch that Jet.
Yeah, I think that we all know at this point that Kiko is an incredibly valuable player that can play on the duelist, that can be on the controller. And I think that it's also very important that Energy realizes the value that that brings. In metas that are constantly changing, even coming into these global events, having a player that is such a Swiss Army knife that you can put in and slot him in anything, and he's going to have a performance like this, you know, only made in EMEA.
We got to watch the Breeze playing double duelist with Kiko on the Jet. Do you want to see NRG lean into that more, Josh, or full commit to their style?
I think on Breeze, yeah, absolutely. Continue playing that kind of thing.
On other maps, though?
On other maps, no, I don't think so. I don't think there's any reason to try to force the meta when playing off-meta, playing anti-meta is actually working for NRG. If you were asking this question 2 months ago or something, then I'd be saying, yeah, run Kiko double duelist all over the place. But right now in the middle of a tournament, it's not time to change up your entire style when it's working.
Yeah, he's looked good on the controller role as well. Truly a flexible player. And after his incredible performance against Liquid, we spoke with Kiko about how he's finding life away from home in this HyperX player moment.
Ever since I joined NRG in November, it's been difficult, I would say. Just a lot of new things. I moved to LA, playing in a different region with people I don't know. Yeah, I mean, everything's changed for me. But, you know, it's a new experience, new everything, you know? Like, I'm enjoying it, meeting new people, talking to new people, being in a different region, playing different players, different meta. Everything's just refreshing.
NRG are in this time, you're unaware, and now on a live stream, knocks it down to Kiko, burying Liquid. It is poetic!
The thing I missed from EMEA is that, you know, I already knew a lot of people there. I knew like most of the players from most of the teams. I don't play much ranked, so it's hard to get to know everyone. But, you know, I like to try new things, I would say. I have a new challenge.
Let's move on to the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you to tell us who you think would win between BBL and NRG. The results are in, and 58% of the field goes NRG.
I think that's actually super reasonable.
Yeah.
I think the smart money at the moment would even be on NRG because they've shown that they're in incredible form. Look like the second best team coming out of Swiss. And you don't, like, even though the top seeds did perform pretty well yesterday, you actually don't know for sure that BBL are going to play to their level today.
Yeah, exactly. And that reigning world champion still keeping up their form, making it to events. We see this up and down performances all the time in Valorant, and I think the energy has been incredibly consistent.
But at the same time, I don't think this would be an enormous upset either.
Okay.
Like, I don't think if BBL won, it would be like, oh my god, how did this possibly happen? I think it is more towards a coin flip in my head.
We're looking ahead to the map, Vito. Bea, is there any direction you want to see BBL take here?
I mean, I'm down to see some surprises from their side. To me, are they going to, first of all, are they going to choose to be Team A or Team B? Because both of the teams do not like the bind. Are you trying to, you know, play in some mind games? Have you prepared something specifically just for this? Have you realized something, like, do you want to go to that Breeze, like I'm saying here? Or do you think that NRG is going to be too prepared for that? I am honestly open for anything but Haven. I'm so sick of Haven. Can we stop playing Haven? Can we stop? Like, please.
Just the best map that Valorant ever made,
please.
but sure.
Yeah.
Please, no more Haven.
Let's see if Bea's prayers are answered. The coach is standing by for the map, Vito.
Okay, so this is the map selection for BBL against NRG. Because BBL is the better seeded team, start choosing to be Team A or Team B.
We picked Team A.
Team A?
Yes.
So NRG is Team B, BBL is Team A. BBL starts banning a map.
Ban Bind.
Bind, ban for NRG.
Ban Haven.
Haven. Okay, map pick for BBL.
We picked Pearl.
Pearl, side on Pearl for NRG.
Attack.
Attack, a map pick for NRG.
Abyss.
Abyss, side on Abyss for BBL.
Attack on Abyss.
Attack, okay. Last set of bans, starting with BBL, you have Breeze, Corrode, or Split.
Ban Corrode.
Ban Corrode. Last ban for NRG, you have Breeze and Split.
Ban Breeze.
Ban Breeze, so Split is the decider, side on Split for BBL.
Defense on Split.
Defense on Split, that's it. Good luck, have fun.
There's so much unusual stuff happening in that map, Vito, in my opinion. And the final map, if we get there, of Split, is actually towards the bottom, in my opinion, of both teams' pools. So that could be a scrap fest. But I want to focus on the first one, Pearl, because an EMEA team picking Pearl into an Americas team, historically that doesn't go well. But BBL, somehow, across this roster's entire lifespan, are 23 for 1 on this map. 23-1, which is, I mean,
It's
obviously,
crazy.
a lot of that is against tier 2 teams.
Yeah, we don't play a lot of Pearl in EMEA, but
that's
picking it
insane.
against an America's team, and then also NRG going for Abyss. I think that there's a lot of the mind games going in. Also, thank you so much, Bunker, for saying Bonhaven. Thank you so much for not letting me down. And I also want to know what's in that crossword for Strong. But yeah, I think that first of all bangers end on split, and I really, really like, out of all the maps that we have currently in the pool, this is one of like my favorite maps to be seen.
The first two are going to be electric because they are towards the top of both
Yes.
teams' pools. I mean, BBL are clearly very, very confident on Pearl. I love the way that NRG play that map as well. And Abyss, dude, both of these teams are amazing on Abyss.
And not only that, do you guys remember the last time that NRG lost Abyss? Because it was one of those moments that you had to be there, and it was in Champs Paris. That was the
Against
third
Fnatic.
map that started with that 11-1 half. That seriously, one of the biggest, you had to be there. I hope that we get another one here because this crowd would love it.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that Pearl to start. I think BBL's attack side calling there is where they do some crazy stuff. The amount of embedding a duelist on both sides, such a fun team to watch. And they were excellent in EMEA, but I'm interested how many of us actually predicted BBL to win today against the world champs. As we take a look at this one, it's quite evenly split. You've both gone for BBL. I've heard from you, Josh, but Bea, what pushed you over the line for this?
Of course, BBL. Like, for me, the things that I have seen in EMEA from this team, the way that they have gone up against the best that we have in the region and made them look like absolute fools. Do you know what it's like to see someone diffing Durka on Jet? There are things that you think not many people are going to be able to do. BBL did them all in 2 weeks.
This is such a test of form, I think, for both of these teams. There are going to be dry fights. There are going to be gambles made on both sides. And this meta leans towards taking fights. I think you couldn't find two better teams to demonstrate it.
It's a team of rookies. They've been grinding together since Premier, waiting for this moment. And now, the biggest crowd we've gotten in Santiago yet awaits them. NRG, the world champions, their opponent. You could not think of a better way to start day 7 of playoffs. Let's bring out the teams. BBL have grinded years to attain, walking out in front of a global crowd. This team, they've played together for so long. They've beaten the best teams at every level. Now the final hurdle approaches. NRG, a Swiss stage tested world championship winning squad against them. But if they could do it here, if they could prove themselves at this highest level, there'd be no one that could doubt BBL.
Yeah, we have already seen them getting the first seed in EMEA, but this is a different beast. This crowd is completely different, and it sounds like they have a favorite here.
I mean, I think these BBL players are going to be loving the fact that they're in front of a crowd like this. They seem like the kind of people to rise to the occasion. I think if you are going to have any doubts about BBL's performances, I think in that finals that they played against General Mates, Creven looked a little shaky and Rose's calling dropped a little. So take a look maybe at those areas, but I think in terms of the fragging, they should still be good to go up against NRG.
Yeah, Rose said the first 2 maps of that BO5, he felt like he wasn't himself, had to rely on his team to pick him up instead. They did it, won in 5 maps and made it here to Santiago. But still difficult against a team like NRG. Let's focus in on Pearl. What are we expecting for BBL starting on this defensive side?
I mean, for them, as I was saying, and I was using Breeze as an example, is something that we're going to keep seeing. A lot of work in the map, a lot of the duelist push-ins, and a lot of those kind of micro plays that I honestly think NRG are going to be prepared for. I'm looking and I'm thinking about the Tejo on the other side. I'm looking at any kind of tool that NRG could have to not only gather that information, but separate those two and prevent the trade from happening.
Yeah, I think that's the key, isn't it? They use a double drone composition.
Yeah.
They're going to find it much more difficult, Lovers Rock, I think, in particular, to get posted up on good lines with the Yoru. NRG's protocols are fantastic in that spot. I think part of it is, can they disrespect drone utility? Are they feeling confident to go for that extra little peek, staying in position for 1 or 2 seconds longer, playing with the very edges of what's capable?
Taking those risks is what brought them here. I want to focus on the matchup of leadership here. Obviously, it's an experienced team against one of all rookies, but it really stands out with Ethan. He's been calling at a top level for years. The only player to have won 2 champs trophies against Rose on his very first stage of this size.
We heard in the interview that Rose sounds like he doesn't care. Like for him, every single opponent is the same. But I think that Ethan, especially the moments where the game gets more tense and it's more difficult, as for example, Champs, that last map, he always steps up. I really trust him to be a worthy opponent.
They will definitely have prepped for BBL. They know the style of BBL, but at the same time, it's actually because NRG have gone through the Swiss, BBL have had way more opportunity than NRG to change up what they're doing, to come up with new theory. I'm not necessarily saying compositional changes, but new tactics, new ways of approaching important rounds like pistol, bonus, rounds with big ultimates. They're gonna throw out stuff that NRG haven't seen before.
I want to see big conditioning. Like, to me, also one of the important things, now that we say that BBL started on the defense, we spoke about Lovers Rock, we need to speak about the operator. Working that economy to making that happen as soon as possible has to be one of the winning conditions for them.
And with the amount that Lovers Rock picks up the Outlaw, NRG can't get away with their shenanigans with the light armor very often. I think that's going to be something that they've got to adjust, because otherwise they're going to be sitting ducks there with the only 125 HP.
They've gone unpunished playing with that half armor for so long. Certainly the team that would want to bring it out. The Rock and Lovers Rock, though, that duo really takes over, and I think they are the biggest highlight of the differences in styles. This is a BBL that personifies the double duelist, and to no surprise, you see LaRock and Lovers Rock locking in the Yoru Neon to start.
I just want to reiterate that historically, America's teams have been way better on Pearl. It is not a map that EMEA loves to play, but BBL, somehow this roster, 23-1 all-time on Pearl. A lot of that against Tier 2 teams in EMEA, because this is and was a Tier 2 roster that went through Premier, went through Ascension, but that is still an exceptionally impressive record, and they're looking to try to bring that to the Tier 1 level.
And that also decided to stick together. All of these players had offers from the best teams in the world to join their squad, because they all knew the firepower and the hunger that they would bring to their teams. On the other side, we're speaking about the stopping power. I also want to talk about Mata, like his performance, the way that he can ace, the way that he can find that inflection round for the game happens a lot of the times. And of course, when we're speaking about the double duelist, he needs to step up his game.
Figuring out where Mada's going to be pathing on these attack side executes is one of the big win conditions for BBL's anchors in Loiter and Kreven. If they can get inside of smokes that Mada's pathing towards, they can try to chop off the head of the snake early for NRG.
NRG is the team that instituted 3 rookies last year, turned it around to a championship win in Paris. Now BBL in front of their biggest crowd yet, a massive opportunity. We head into Pearl with Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Mimi. Mada, Brock, and Scuba in 2025 at Champions were the rookies at their first global, and they went all the way to become world champions. They know exactly how BBL feels coming out of Premier, Ascension, an unbeaten run through EMEA kickoff. Now it's time for them to face the music, just as their opponents did.
This NRG team, midway through a journey to become the first Champions winner to successfully defend their title at the next global event, but they are surrounded by pitfalls, one of them being this young Turkish outfit, BBL, all players coming up from Ascension, who, despite when you look at their comp, feel pretty within the confines of the meta running that Yoru Neon, are way outside of it in terms of the ideas they present. I'm telling you, if you got rid of the HUD elements right now, if you didn't know what the teams were, what the players were, you'd be able to know this is BBL versus NRG straight away.
All right, Santiago, into the pistol we go. NRG with their distinctive double initiator look. The Yoru on this map, as was mentioned earlier, crucial for denying those op lines, but first things first is the pistol. Already testing the A side as a stealth drone comes through. Rose with a recon ready to go. Cyber Cage, Marta skirting around the outside of it and steps in. It's Rose to fall first. What a crack onto the rock, stuck in the corner. Now NRG steamrolling over BBL, showing some of that signature momentum midway through the round. And Loita's a long way from the action.
As fast as BBL got to that site, they all went down, just attempting to anchor all in the back, but it just wasn't enough. NRG do a great job getting into the site, hitting the gas, but then just slowing things down. And Mata, despite diving into such a scary situation, is able to come up with a multi-kill.
Confident, playing forward. Mata so crucial in the run so far for NRG, and Brock's the one that caps off the pistol.
Already, what we've seen from Mata there, I think is a testament to where he's been at as a player in this tournament as the one solo duelist, right? Everyone is leaned into this double duelist meta, so when you watch him on these entries, he has to play with a lot of class in terms of the pacing that he's working with, and there's another moment of that. He's not finding himself overextended, he's playing around the util that surrounds him to cut off some of those angles, isolate fights, waits for the rest of the team to catch up. He's just been so fantastic in those situations.
Bound to step up when called upon. Back-to-back aces last time we saw him on Pearl here in Santiago. And so NRG take their time. Note that they've given that plaza control up enough that Rose would step in and be picked away.
The Rock with that. Shorty pushes it up over towards Link, not going to be relevant in the moment. As NRG just patiently work their way safely through Art to split into this A side. Should be able to clean up this round. Maybe Mata with the Ghost there, hoping to take some further duels, just get closer to the convergent paths. Nice kill from Krevin, but traded very quick by Ethan.
Pace here for NRG now as they realize they hit the weak side. The gamble doesn't pay off for BBL, and they never really get value out of LaRock. Obviously, he sat with a Shorty. Not well apportioned for having to work into A main.
Listen, it's only round 2, but Mata is looking sharp so far. Hasn't really needed to fire all that many bullets to get the 3 kills that he has on the board, Mitch.
So he hit to step up now, Loita, of course. Just trying to imply a tap of the spike, but in reality, BBL will hoping to get some exits. And only Kiko falls. And RG with a pretty healthy bonus, all things considered.
Now as we head into the real buy rounds, definitely want to call upon a point that Josh was making on the desk, as for the fact that Lover's Rock is the #1 outlaw op abuser globally right now. That's his bread and butter as a player. But contending with NRG's more anti-meta style as they run the double initiator, are able to get more of that info gain and crucially push him off lines, it could be more difficult for him. Yes. This is a round where he can't afford the operator, just going to go for the Phantom.
But again, it's been talked about how NRG have to respect this in terms of their armor purchases. They can't afford to come in half armor to get picked off for free, or with those one-shots from the Outlaw.
Maybe a straight-up duel between Lover's Rock and Mata if he tries to peek out of this, but now the space is going to be acquiesced as NRG have postured themselves up in mid.
It's another slow start here in terms of that plaza positioning for NRG, but as a group, we see them work their way into Art in that prior round, and this looks to be much the same.
Now look at this. BBL, though, they're pretty fast on this rotate. They've got 4 players on this side as Lover's Rock opens things up with that spam through A main.
He's going to go re-clear it now. Trevin here obviously sat inside that smoke. Here is Rose, doesn't want to overextend. Mata actually got into Art from the A side, and now he's ready to pave the way onto the site. Deathless so far, but Lover's Rock puts that to an end real quick. Tries to flash himself on the corner, but instead it's a gate crash on out. Now NRG thinking about a pivot. Mid is essentially clear. BBL have no purchase there. And so we're going to bounce across to the B side.
Pivoting over towards this B side, Loita has had no reason to leave back halls, and Lover's Rock off the teleport is going to be here in time to support despite the low HP.
And out of the picture already, LaRock having to get value. Lover's Rock tries from upper, it's going to be down to Kiko now. Spike is not to hand, it's been left on the wrong side of connector, and that smoke, and with time being as low as it is, Kiko may opt just to see if he can keep a cap on this economy from BBL. You expect a high-low swing potentially, or just the hold from BBL. So Kiko falls. BBL in their first round of Santiago.
Well done there from Loida, who was just relaxed back halls for basically the entirety of that round, ready for the pivot back late. That spam kill was massively influential on the round. A player coming through A main off that split. All of a sudden, you don't have the recon or the drone coming through there. And NRG, after losing Brock, just found themselves congested in Art.
We saw the dive across the A site by Marta to try and help them, but there was no one to pinch onto in the end.
Time for a fast A fight here from NRG. Can definitely do that around the Tejo, but Lovers Rock doesn't want to give things
dangerous. Dangerous! Lovers Rock couldn't even gate crash out. PBL, just as they try and break their way into the game properly, give up the Goru early. Mindful, of course, of some of these Cypher trips on the site. Marta's going to be able to dive in here, though. It's a secret. Rhodes on the other side of this Cyber cage is going to have to get involved sooner rather than later here, but all this util obscures his vision. He's stuck in Art for the time being, and Kiko accosts him instantly. Oh man, that was over in a blink.
NRG are shredding them to bits on this A side, and it's not for BBL's lack of getting there in time to fight. They are postured up. Lovers Rock, he loses that duel, isn't able to teleport away, and again, it's NRG. You watch them on these executes, you take that first part of the site, Mata dashes over towards Church, but then it's the slowdown. Everyone comes in together, and the team fight is just far superior for them there. Kiko, nice little multi-kill early on Pearl, where he really stepped up for NRG earlier in this tournament on this map when they went up against Paper X, took this map away from them in that BO3. He was crucial in clutch, late round situations, late game situations.
You know, a coin-based win condition here, and I think for BBL, the discussion is about how much emphasis they want to put on the front A side, the A main fight early, and also their Art presence, because it seems like with the Cypher on that side, they've been leaving it a lot more loosely held and struggling to get back in.
Yeah, it feels like over on that A side, if you're going to fight, fight. Don't just leave this loose end of Lovers Rock isolated, trying to figure out what's happening, especially against this NRG comp that's going to have really overwhelming util to take that space. I think you really need to all-out commit or just try to get a bit of that util out from NRG and then back away, play more for site control.
It's easy to get caught out by this double initiator util. They've got to be wary of that, BBL.
We haven't seen from BBL on these A hits anyone able to post up close on the choke, like tuck next to the smoke on that right side from the defender's perspective, something like that, right? They have completely lost that front part of the site every time, maybe losing a player earlier in the round too. And then just fighting from backside, they don't have the space to make that work comfortably.
Moments away here for round number 5. Still, of course, in this timeout phase. Maybe just a slight tech issue that needs to be ironed out here audio-wise. Love the throwback to Som there. You know, it's funny, Mata and Scuba kind of say that they, together, felt like they had to step into Som's shoes. I think one of the things that was noted often about NRG is that, in general, this team is pretty stable and sometimes even verging on low energy. Som was the engine room in that regard. It was positive for NRG that they weren't a team that sort of rose and fell on that raw momentum. They had ways to bring themselves back into the game, but you know, Mata and Scuba still feel like they've had to come in and inject a little bit of that energy.
Yeah, in Scuba's own words, Som was the emotional leader of this team, and though everything in the server has clearly been working with Kiko, he's been fantastic, I think especially at this tournament. We just spoke to him being a bit of a different personality, a more quiet guy. That Brock was also a quiet guy, and now he's had to change his own personality from being how he felt as one of the quiet voices on the team to now having to rally for them when necessary. I mean, listen, they've had no shortage of energy with this crowd, though. They've been a favorite this whole time. Mata's been playing to them the entire time.
It's funny, you can see him subtly leaning back in his chair and just, you know, a slight grin.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, in the press conference, Bonker said, yeah, it's nice to play in an arena where they cheer for us. We're not getting booed by 20,000 people. So
they're able to find success in front of 20,000 boos, and imagine what they can do here. The support for Americas is palpable. And so far, smooth enough sailing for NRG. His next round here going to be a half bye for BBL. Stinger and Bulldog in the mix, but outside of that, nothing to write home about.
By the way, just of note, 5 rounds into a BBL game, and we haven't seen Lovers Rock with a scoped weapon.
No Outlaw, no
That's crazy.
Might be a sort of a sense that it's not the best use of credits against this comp with NRG's double initiator.
We will be seeing it in the future, though. Kreven still has 4K in the bank, so imagine that's going to be coming up the next round as BBL pivot over towards this B side. NRG definitely make their presence known, but to ultimately just have Ethan controlling the space on A to pivot back.
We're 1 orb away from Armageddon, which could be pretty crucial, especially to pummel halls or work that back A site. It's a handy little piece of util to have up your sleeve for these side hits.
BBL off the only presence shown from NRG have decided for the gamble stack B, but it looks like they might make a nice rotate back to that A side just in time. NRG having made no noise on B then for 15 seconds after they did. So here are 4 BBL players backside as Mata tries to enter in.
Okay, Guidus going to clear out that close corner. Still, the spray is good. Larocque is out of the picture and Ethan's going to surge ahead on the site. Kreven knocked asunder. Mata trying to get around the corner, but taking it a little bit low. The ping out there makes it a little bit scary. Scuba revealed, but able to get the better of Rose. It's a Lovers Rock with a stinger. Has to take matters into his own hands. It's going to be easily faced from A main, and Mata steps in to get his.
NRG are just going to keep going back to this A site. It has been free for them. Success on every single attempt. Nice little spam kill from Ethan. And again, it's this moment where BBL are exposing themselves, are fighting backside, and they just get collapsed upon by both sides of default.
And where's the stall, right? Obviously, there's a trip being put out on the side every now and then by Kreven, but nothing that's really significantly slowed NRG down when they decide to accelerate.
And now BBL, it looks like they want to go for this aggro A fight. They have Larocque there with the AWP on the other side of the map. Yeah, goes past all these stars. Wants to fight Mata. Rose killed through the smoke, though, and now they can just relax. They don't have to fight any more aggro than that. Look at the B control they have on account of Lovers Rock there. Things are looking good for BBL to get a second on the board.
They are lightly holding mid, right? No killjoy in this BBL composition, so you don't have the typical turret or alarm bot. It means NRG can sort of start to take up this part of the map and thrust forward.
That drone from Ethan really makes it seem like NRG could be scaling through R, trying to get over towards that A side again. There's some exploration towards B. But with still a minute on the clock, NRG don't feel any time pressure to try and accelerate. They can work the map.
Are we going to go for this? Brook gets a ping?
No way.
Rose!
No way!
Okay.
Oh my god.
That wall is not quite as permeable as Brook was perhaps hoping, but Rose actually might want to follow this up. Can he catch him unaware? Brook, fortunate. Just around the corner, takes damage, and there's the spray through! You better get up early if you want to step into the Proctagon, Rose. Lovers Rock sees, though, all of NRG grouped up here, and here's that Armageddon towards back halls. This gets uncomfortable for Loito, but he can step up towards that kiosk.
30 seconds left.
And here's the attempt at a stall, but on the side come NRG. Kinko failed early, but it's going to be a trade out. The Ori's out of the picture, and so the op is dropped. It's Kreven from upper. Site crawling with NRG players, and Scuba finishes the job.
I cannot believe they just make it look so effortless. What a fast, pacey, just pivot back over towards that B side. Instant usage of the ults were perfect. On the last round where they went for the B pivot, Loita was in that same position. Halls here just gets Armageddon. This is ridiculous. I mean, Rose, the gumption to swing through sewer, crouched is crazy work from him before there, man.
But he almost got the better of Brock as well. Brock
he was reloading.
Brock was reloading.
But that's a beautiful, beautiful pivot from NRG. I mean, you think against BBL, they'd be the team, controlling the pace as for how aggro they play. But right now, NRG really feel in control of the game's tempo.
Couple of light armors brought up here, but Lovers Rock down to 10. That Outlaw already found its mark.
NRG are going to take their time. They still have Ethan just containing on that opposite side of the map, so they can go for a late pivot back. We'll see if BBL expose themselves to these sight lines at all, to the crosshairs that are placed from NRG, just on that slow approach.
Last round it was Armageddon to deny Halls. Cosmic Divide is in play. Nice little correction there from Scuba. Loito didn't know what hit him. Now again, the acceleration behind this stealth drone. Ethan wants to check Halls just to confirm. Kreven is going to go low, and Brock holds M1 for the boys. This will be a spike plant now. Lovers Rock down to 10 with the Marshall, and Rose have to salvage something from this round.
That high load just got completely erased from the server. Kiko with another kill would be able to get the ultimate into this next round, so see if he goes hunting a bit. The money is definitely good enough.
Cheeky.
Yep, and there it is.
Little impromptu high-low. I respect it. Kiko is tapped up. Lovers Rock is cooked, folks. And this is starting to get out of hand for BBL. Flawless round. That economy for NRG is getting extremely robust, Wyatt.
On top of that, the ult economy now. You had Mata getting that last kill close to the paths. Kiko gets the lockdown on account of that one kill.
Well played, boys.
Alley-oop.
BBL are going to be forced into the timeout now. Things have really gotten out of hand early.
The second timeout.
Look, a team that's obviously new to the stage, but the way they speak about being here, it's maxed out confidence. These guys take every single opportunity or farm possible.
BBL know that that is their weapon, that is their advantage, and they have to abuse it maliciously from start to finish. I respect it. They understand what their role is in the wider story of Masters Santiago. But again, we've seen this happen multiple times where top seeds come in. Of course, with our Coinbase win condition, it's worth discussing where you go here for BBL. They do not want to be that top seed team that comes in shell-shocked early and doesn't find a way to recover. Yes, they've got a bit of rope still in this series. Something has to happen here. And opt for Lovers Rock. So again, we're going to be seeing what should be a quintessential BBL defense side round, but how do they navigate the drone of both Sova and the Tejo here? And then NRG's propensity, Wyatt, to play carefully and then accelerate in an instant, hit that site, and make it impossible to hold on to.
NRG have been utterly dominant in the map control game this entire half up until this point. Aside from the one round where BBL fought A main early with Larock, they had the op all the way up B, and then they still ended up losing. They just forgoed control of so much of that mid space. That was the round with the crazy Brock Ode and all that stuff, right? But it looks like they want to go back to the A fight here.
Look at this Astro Util. It's everywhere. Straight away, Mata goes in for a bit of info over the top. In fact, Kiko lingers on Nova Pulse. Could have been an issue, but there's Rose taken out. But Arta's Fury, Larock feels a little bit stranded right now. Out at sea, and eventually capsized.
That 1-for-1 is just not going to be enough. Now, do NRG try to continue this pace? Yeah, that Cosmic Divide is going to cut the site in two so they can get into the front safely. Kreven has that, you know, little cubby to be able to try and spam a planter from Crazy from Lovers Rock.
Cut out of the bag, they're all about the shorty play. Kreven caught out as well. Looks like that was likely spammed. Yep, into that dugout corner.
Wow, I mean, definitely not expecting the peak from top default coming through the wall. That's crazy.
Spike is loose, in fairness. Not planted yet. Still a bit for NRG to work with, though, and of course, Brock is at large with that Odin. It's lockdown time from a safe position. Kiko's able to set this up.
Lovers Rock opportunity in this 2 versus 3 to just stamp his name on the server. Start to show people globally why he's been such a star in EMEA.
He's back into the side very quickly, though. That Nebula will be recalled. Lovers Rock wants an angle on Brook, and oh, that's a crucial shot to be missing. Thought about the shorty play, but again, constantly canvassed by Discontrol. Util is this A site in the post block.
Look at this 3-prong crossfire setup that NRG have now. Players on BBL weak. Wow, what a shot. Are you joking? Still, though, how can they win this? The crossfire just looks so good. Maybe with that divide, cutting it off.
Here's Kiko on the site, ready to fight for it. Loida is able to find his third, and it's up to Scuba now. There is a star on the site, but Scuba has to fight for it, and I think he knows. Here's the grab well. Lovers Rock gets it to half. Scuba's not done yet. Oh, through the wall, it's going to be dangerous here. Loida gets the defuse, and Scuba is on the outside looking in.
A crazy attempt from Scuba. Unlikely hero for BBL is Loida on that round. Lovers Rock couldn't connect the shots, but Loida, with that tap onto Brock in main, was stunning. How on earth do they win that out? Cosmic Divide placed at the perfect time after as well.
That was a matter of seconds.
BBL are certainly not out of the woods, though. It's a tactical round loss from NRG, perhaps, where they
reset
hit
the
an
loss
ult out,
bonus?
kill everyone, and the loss bonus is reset. Yeah, BBL are in serious danger still.
Yeah, and no ability for that scope weapon here for BBL. Lovers Rock's been without it for many of these critical rounds. They've had to give up lots of this B long. You see the crossover here by Loida. Spotted out though by the stealth drone, and Scuba instantly slaps him.
Oh no, the rest of the team are trying to get here in time to anchor though.
Okay, Mata's going to fight for Halls here. Guided Salvo gives him a bit of space, but he's going to have to brawl things out. It's two players hoping to double face him, but here comes the cavalry. Kreven's already found two. Brock's having to play off the side here, but a lot of very low health targets, and Scuba
He's in. That's Rose already dealt with, and Lovers Rock is really playing off this. Down to 11. Hoping to try and break this crossfire some way, but Scuba is ready. And just like that, NRG are back to winning ways.
BBL just look completely out of sorts on their map pick here. That jump up from Loida, he crosses to be able to get into a crossfire with one of the rotators to the site, but then jumps up, tries to get aggro, goes down, maybe felt like there was going to be pressure. Yeah, just an awkward situation. And then again, you see from NRG, they get into the site, they take the space, and then Mata waits, and then a second player comes to him. They double up, then they fight backhauls, then they overwhelm those anchors together.
This is what you mentioned about having to play the single duelist in this anti-meta comp. He cannot afford to overextend like that.
And he just never does. There's so much weight on his shoulders, and yet he's been carrying it this entire event. I mean, at the moment, Mata is absolutely in the MVP bracelet hunt. NRG on this round, though, going up against pistols only. All of them through art for free.
Kreven might be stranded here on the A main side of things. Seems to be accepting of the fact. Lovers Rock trying to be spotted out instantly as Rose now is speculating with his Hunter's Fury and sees not a whole lot of anything. A lot of NRG have called a cancel on this playthrough art.
Massive commitment. Just off the drone, tries to get a kill, but ultimately cannot even find a tag.
They're going to pump fake back to A main now.
And as they do that, BBL are just being drawn away from the site, hoping for a bit of a B gamble setup. NRG's just slow tempo throughout this round is going to allow them a very free plant on A, and almost certainly a round win.
Yeah, look how deep here NRG are able to get.
30 seconds left.
Into dugout goes Mata. All your cringe post-plant util being set up.
Mollies, you got the missiles, the stars. Brock has shock darts and Odin spam. Okay, but Kreven has a Sheriff and a kill, so that's one way to start it.
Mata pretty far forward there. Still, we have, yes, this whole circus of utility to make use of now. It's time for LaRock to attempt to ride the lightning. Special delivery would have been an issue, though. And that post-plant util now just being used. No one really tapping it for the time being. But again, BBL know there's no real chance for them to get this defuse. They want to fight. They want to get something out of this round, extract some value. But here comes Brock, straight through the corner of the wall. Scuba and Kiko clean up the mess.
They made you believe for a second, but only a second, Mitch. They get that first opening kill, but NRG just have way too much util, way better guns. The Odin spam from main, they're just going to get shredded. And on top of all that, a round where they use the Neon ult and the Hunter's Fury.
Yep. Huge investment. Scuba's died once, 12 assists, 13 kills. He's in their head.
Just have simply not found their footing on the global stage right now. Lovers Rock is back to the AWP. And finally he's able to put something on the board with it. That's Mata down.
Lloyd of those in trouble, and that's the Astra down already. The stall potential for BBL's drastically now reduced. But NRG want to play it slow anyway. Scuba left as the insert inside this Nebula. Will he try and sell something here? He gets ahead of it, spotted out! That is ridiculous! There might be an option here for NRG to pivot back. Or at least sell this further to BBL. They're buying every inch of it.
Oh my
God! For Scuba, the guy is absolutely unstoppable. And he may well have done enough. 3 players up for NRG, all over to the A side of the map. This Cypher util is present. Still are looking for deeply entrenched post-plant positions as the attackers.
The flick for the first kill is just disgusting, but BBL, they're here in time. Lovers Rock with a great shot to even the odds.
Conventional drift here for Lovers Rock. Kreven wants to play through his cyber cages now. He knows there's been a cross. He can hear it! Any other drop on them? Now the 1 versus 1. No plant yet. Ethan quickly trying to get over towards the B side. Lovers Rock hedging his bets with a gate crash in that same direction. 25 seconds left in the round.
And he takes the gate crash right in time. Going to be posted on the angle! Oh my God! He goes down to the missile!
Okay. BBL, of course, still come away with the round.
Oh my God!
But that's how dangerous Lovers Rock can be. He comes into the round with 7 kills, exits with 11 in total. If you can't force him off these op lines, he will shred you.
They needed that from him bad. And Lovers Rock is quite possibly the best AWP Outlaw scoped weapons player right now. He's definitely the one who feels like he's breaking those weapons at the moment. It just hasn't been able to in this game until that point. Maybe this could be the rally cry for BBL.
No AWP though, he loses the AWP because of that guided salvo at the end of that round, Wyatt. So he's back down to a Vandal. Here's Marta coming in. Laroque somehow falls to the
he's slowed, he's mollied.
I don't know if he can get out of this one. Lovers Rock is down. And now, of course, this Armageddon makes it tricky to get into halls, but Rose has been able to find some purchase, and Kravitz steps in. Now you've really got to make use of this position. Get an upgrade to the Guardian. A lot of info there for Rose, but he still needs to swing into 2. A tough ask at the best of times, and NRG post themselves 9 rounds in this first half.
Outside of a couple individual glimmers of hope from BBL, utter domination from NRG in full control of the map. That entire half, you had that star round from Lovers Rock with a 4K. Loida had that other great round. But outside of that, NRG are just playing on a different level as a team.
The America's support for NRG is cacophonous, and a 6-round lead serves them well heading in the next half. We'll be back, of course, with more Pearl after this.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Vali, todos tuyos.
Me emociona muchísimo ver esto. Estoy intentando no llorar ahora, pero son increíbles. Qué genial ver a tanta gente apasionada por este juego y los quiero mucho. Gracias por estar acá, pero estamos acá para divertirnos. Así que, Cantor, si te tiras un paso. Cantor, tírate un paso. Cantor, tírate un paso. Cantor, tírate un paso. Bien, bien. Pero ahora algo más importante. ¡Atención, chileno de corazón! ¡CHI! ¡Ale! ¡Chi, chi, chi! ¡Viva Chile!
Qué increíble, en serio. Qué increíble. Quiero un ruido enorme, pero enorme espacio riesgo. Quiero que esto retumbe en todos los corazones. Ya se lo saben ustedes. Santiago, es momento. Grita con el alma.
I'm just going to say it, you have to be here. Seeing it like that from your screen, I just don't think it does it justice. The rumble in this place is something else. Such that even the cold, dead hearts of these NRG players are being warmed by it. Smiles on their faces, and so they should be, with a 6-round lead heading into the second half. But this is BBL. This is EMEA's #1 seed finally taken to the stage, and nobody is remotely as confident, aggressive, and decisive as they are. We can see that showcased if they can get off to a start on this attack side.
I want to see if they can storm back into this half and capture the tempo of the game that NRG were in full control of when they were playing attack. Always taking A main, pushing through the links, Art. They were everywhere on the map.
They'll find you in every
answers. Yeah. But what we've seen from BBL on their attack sides, they like to play a lot of 3-1-1s. They like to push aggressively to take space in lanes solo, always leave options for Rose to call fast pivots back across the map.
Look at this heavy B-Link presence right now.
Oh, this timing.
Krevin's on the wiser. He might overswing into this if he's not careful. Tap down, saturated, still gets ahead for his trouble.
Yeah, that's not bad. 1-for-1 in the hinder, and that's going to allow the rest of BBL to just know they can take this A site for free, Kiko.
And there's plenty of stall here. That Astra U2 comes in, as well as a guided salvo. Kiko's having time bought for him for the rest of NRG to arrive.
BBL want to keep fighting for more. I mean, that recon kind of indicated it, but no, they back to the site.
A timing here for NRG, perhaps out of flower. Yes, Loiter's going to be caught. Ethan across to the side now. What? Nasty work with the frenzy. That wasn't even close.
Despite BBL getting that site so easily, the lack of trade onto Kiko, who was just back secret, gets that 2-tap. It was a little awkward with Laroque caught in the open, didn't have the gun out. and it's just not followed up on. And from there, it's in that transitional period where BBL are trying to get their post plant set up, activated. That Mata just storms in, gets that free kill backside, and they crumble from there. I feel like this map is just good as done. Now, okay, Outlaw in the hands of Lover's Rock.
Look at the armor. Look at the armor.
A BBL classic. They love to throw the Outlaw to Lover's Rock after a pistol round loss.
And actually aren't doing the half armor second round anymore, though they know better. Full armor bought up by NRG. No one-shots for Lover's Rock.
They know their opponents. Bonkar has watched the VODs. Mata just forced back a little bit by the util, or on the other hand, just doesn't really want to commit too much. There's no reason to. Also, expecting he might get shot by an Outlaw, even though he has a full armor. You don't want to take 140.
You don't want to take a headshot either.
That one goes just a little bit wide. Tough reaction shot to hit, and that does confirm NRG's suspicions.
Yeah, they've heard the Outlaw sing out. They know full well. This town ain't big enough for the two of these teams, and BBL knows it.
BBL do not have a lot to get into this site. They're going to be able to smoke off a couple of the chokes.
There's
That's
not much more
really it.
There's not much more stall util left, though. Scuba's out of touch away from that relay bolt! And Scuba's sat in the corner waiting for him. That is a cheaply lost player here for BBL, and now Scuba can reposition. Here's his ult to the Cyber Cage. He knows it's coming from him, so he falls back around the corner. One after another, he accosts them. And now Brock's going to be able to step up, of course, with the Ares to hand. And Lover's Rock spotted out in the corner. Gate crashed away. Spike plant interrupted. And this Outlaw is looking sad, full on and alone.
BBL are just not able to scale together backside to fight Scuba there effectively. Look at the distance that was between Larock and that second player who was trying to follow up.
Yeah, look at how he works this Cyber Cage. He uses it against BBL.
Yeah, there's just no one there to assist. So Scuba has all the time in the world to be able to find that follow-up kill. From there, the rest of the team are there in time. That's just so contrasted to the pace that we saw NRG playing at when they went for their executes and how Mata never got overextended.
Here's a bonus for NRG featuring the recovered Outlaw from the prior round. And they'll slow down and deny any chance of an A main fight from BBL, who are still looking for their 4th round on this map.
Krevin with just that Sheriff on account of throwing the Outlaw to Lover's Rock on that prior round. BBL looking to gather up for a pretty straightforward B execute here. Just leaving Krevin that loose end in mid.
Gonna fall back here.
An opportunity presented itself there for Mata. Shot missed and refracted away. The patience of Kiko again being rewarded. This ugly for Mata. It's about to be overwhelmed. Gets a shot in the rock though, drops him low.
What a hinder that is. 3 players, or maybe 2 in a clone. I don't know, man. They can't get in regardless.
And look at Scuba's waiting inside the site. He's ready to throw down, and there is nothing BBL could do to stop them. Rose with 2. It's an honorable contribution, but it's not remotely enough. And that is a bonus round conversion for NRG, who find themselves all of a sudden on map point.
Just torn apart on that execute. The saturate from Mata was so insane. Krevin gets caught by Kiko in the link, so then all the attention is just focused forward at that point. And with that slow, the rest of NRG rotate in. They're just torn to pieces. Again, Scuba is at a very casual 18-3-13.
It's the 13 that does it for me. It's the
If you could have a triple-double in Valorant, it feels like that's it.
His 31 kill involvements. What? It's been 16 rounds. Mata here, slightly varied position as compared to the previous round, but it appears he still wants to fight. Spike is at the top of B long for the time being. I think Rose is content, though, to head elsewhere, but look at this map control taken. Look at NRG moving up on this line of scrimmage. In B-Link, in Art, in A-Main. They're all entrenched.
I was waiting to see if BBL would maybe try to pivot over towards A main if there's a situation where Scuba could have been overwhelmed, but not going to be the case. Well, it's a well-timed drone from Ethan. He's going to get the hell out of dodge and back up.
Alarm bot buys a little bit of time, but Ethan's unfortunate moment with util in hand means he's got to give that space up and now give BBL a crack at the side. Scooby here, not concerned about making noise, apparently. He just gets cut down by the Stinger.
No, he's just caught between 2 players. He has to get proactive in some kind of way. BBL with a rare advantage situation to try and capture a round.
BBL know they're on a clock now. That trap wire was destroyed. They're aware of the flank. Loiter lit up very, very low. Rock should be able to finish him off here with this Shocky. And so he does. That's the Astra out of the picture, and here comes Kiko! The Rock not ready for him. Kreven gives as good as he gets inside Art, but BBL are bleeding players. He's waiting for a push. He's at Hunter's Fury now in response to the tap. Ethan knows he needs to get started with this sooner rather than later. Third bolt comes out, but Kreven deals with him, and Kiko won't have the time for a defuse. Finally, some signs of life from BBL.
Not over just yet. That Hunter's Fury really paying dividends with the clock delay in that 2 versus 2. Earlier in the round, it was their ability to find Scuba in main. He gets droned out, and then the pinch onto him. He has really no chances of getting anything accomplished. That was a very important moment. And from there, listen, it got scrappy, but BBL with that man advantage they got, and late ultimates, they're able to get this one across the finish line. Narrowly, Mitch, but they do it.
NRG's going to pay the piper in this round. Just some Sheriffs and Brock's Bucky brought to bear. Still pushed up pretty heavily in towards that A main area, but didn't get themselves a fight. It's Mata, unarmored, and only with the Sheriff here to hold B solo.
Out in the open, just going to refract back to Link. Full 5-on-5 retake. But BBL absolutely should be winning this out. Positioned all across the site. Ethan has 1 missile.
LaRock could use a pick-me-up right now. It has been a brutal campaign for him on Pearl. Lovers Rock tucks in the corner now. Actually, Gate crashes on out. Brock wants a bit of info. So he's the recon. Kiko's on the Kreven, and already Brock onto the site, but a little too far away to get full value out of the Bucky. The Rock, though, chunked down to half. A little bit of swing. Scuba responding. Damage through the corner, and there's the dash from Mata, but he is stopped in his tracks. It's all on Scuba now, and that Sheriff sings out. He's got 2 opponents to get past. Cheeky little tap on Loita. But BBL get their 2nd in a row this half.
They're making you sweat every round win they're getting. It's just not coming clean. But they get it over the finish line again. Narrowly again.
We are still so far, though, from a result that would be convincing for BBL fans.
Yeah, we just have not seen a round win that was just a distinct BBL dominant win.
Nothing that's been emblematic of their style either.
Yeah, it just hasn't happened yet.
So the individuals.
Maybe round 18. Maybe we'll see it. Maybe the formation of a comeback attempt will continue. Standard recall star goes down, drone to send Mata back, and this dimensional drift is going to get ripped by Lover's Rock.
Okay, heavy old investment though. BBL have no choice but to absolutely go for it. Lover's Rock here maybe trying to play up some of this Astra util, and yes, stunned up. Mata was an easy target. And Scuba didn't know what hit him.
What a lovely combo. Lover's Rock thought he might have been in some danger there. Kiko actually going to place this lockdown in the 3-on-4. That's going to rout BBL. They have to get far away from the site. You have Kreven late coming down the Link.
Lovers Rock here, of course, will be able to pull out. That is the lockdown done and dusted. Brock already wants a position up inside that fast lane. It's at least out Ethan to get a trade. Kiko on the tap. Of course, he knows he's got to contend with his Astra util. Watch out for Link. Kiko's ready for it. Extra sensory perception from the Brit, but now we'll have to throw in a 1v2. Loita cashes the check. Gets BBL 1 step closer.
Now that, I think, was the best round we've seen from BBL so far. Those ultimates, the divide, the drift used in tandem, and the information that Lover's Rock gets on the player's position, you could see that ping, so the stun comes down from Loita. Nice little 2K.
Lover's Rock caught in that same stun. Still able to find success, crack those heads together.
And then from there, that lockdown gets used by Kiko. It sends BBL off the site, but I like that they went for like an active, noisy refight when they have Kreven late in Link. I mean, it was so heads up though from Kiko that, you know, Sixth Sense, he turns around and is able to win the 1v1. That's crazy. But it was still a good decision regardless. I think they played that out nicely.
And you can say that NRG may be coasting off their early successes from that first half and a pistol win in the second, now have to reckon with the potential. Now BBL could fight their way back into this game. Last round was very ult-heavy from BBL. Dimensional Drift gets Lover's Rock in, and of course Cosmic Divide cuts NRG off the site. Now without those tools, BBL had to get a little bit more creative, a little bit more inspired about it. And NRG are building up some key abilities of their own with Armageddon and Cosmic Divide at the ready, with Scuba, Kiko, Ethan firing on all cylinders. Only one round is what they need to get out of Pearl with a dub.
I think if you're a BBL fan, you could start to feel a little bit hopeful. I mean, even if they just string together a few more rounds, but they can't make the comeback happen because, look, let's face it, it's going to be extremely tough to do that. But maybe this is a situation where they're getting more comfortable on the stage, and that can carry over for later in this series.
That is a lot of half armor for NRG Wyatt.
Yeah, up against the Lovers Rock Outlaw, that is some danger.
Can they shut down those Outlaw angles? Prevent themselves from having to challenge them, so disadvantaged as they are. Real strong A-main presence, and they're lingering here, Wyatt, as well. Look at the investment for NRG.
In the meantime, BBL have 2 players working through Art, but Mana just shuts down Rose on that try swing.
Oh, I don't know how you're going to get out of this, Larocque. One more tap, and it'll be Dog's dinner. And Scuba deals with him. Mana, okay. Struts up onto the site and has already dealt with Krev, and that's a Cypher out of the mix. And Lovers Rock can't find connection with that Outlaw. It's done, folks. Lovida's too far away from the action. Spike dropped loose, and NRG free to roam the map to hunt him down.
BBL just have not displayed the coordination necessary to take Pearl, one of the best maps of NRG, away from them. They are in champion contending form again. They have not eased up, man.
I'm sorry, but BBL were 23-1 on this map coming into this match. A lot of confidence that this team could continue to deliver as they did domestically, but I wouldn't say this is putting your best foot forward out of the gates, Wyatt. It has been tough. Luida spotted now with only 25 seconds left to try and make a plant. It is all done but the crying for our first map in this series. NRG, galvanized, forged by their run through Swiss, maintain that confidence with a sickening blow to your #1 seed from EMEA to start the series. Pearl is not a close map.
That is utter domination, and I think some masterclass calling from Ethan. I mean, champion across multiple titles, so comfortable on the stage. I think he absolutely worked BBL. NRG were in control of the entire map, the entire game, Mitch.
We're going to step away for now, but up next, Mimi, the analyst, is going to break down this barn burner of a map 1 and look forward to the rest of the series.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he can knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
Que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos para darte lo que tú pidas. Ya están dándole a la exclusiva con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos para darte lo que tú pidas. Ya están dándole a la exclusiva con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, popo, ponla pa' subirla, pop, ponla pa' subirla, popo, ponla pa' subirla, pop, ponla pa' subirla, popo, ponla pa' subirla, pop, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla. Súbela toda que me va a alterar la nota. Nada más di que no tú sonas, que esa patilla explota. Me gustan los culones y tú la tienes grandota. Ahora hay que ver si como lo mueve choca. Ando con eso y pago cash, siempre con 100.000 encima. Trae a tu coro, dale mami si te anima. Que voy a estar haciendo tiempo con los tigres en la esquina. Tú me tiras y te recojo como los gantes caminan. Fina, yo el mejor postor en la escena. Yo sé que tú nada más le entregas el que te patrocina. cocina. Pero tranquila, 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 que tú tanto yo te pongo hasta propina. Pero tranquila, 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 que tú tanto yo te pongo hasta propina. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
I get it, you don't wanna see me. I get it, you don't wanna see me. Nowadays, I don't really wanna be me. It's safe to say I've been bleeding. I see your face when I'm sleeping. I've typed 100 texts before deleting, but I get it, you don't wanna see me. No, I totally get it, you don't wanna see me, but I really, 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 really need you. Fuck, I really, 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 really need you. But it's okay, it's just another day. Walking through the town and I'm hearing your name. It's like, but it's okay, it's just another day. By the way, I just drove by your place. Lights in my face, I don't wanna taste. I just wanna go back to that place. Lights they hit my face, and I see your face. I need to escape, it's way too late.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya. Va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya. Va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen here with Coach Bonker of Energy. Now, Coach, you guys have played against all different double duelists from all the other regions so far. Of course, you're showing a lot of your stuff, but at the same time, it seems like it's helping you guys refine your game plan. Do you feel like that's the case? And do you also feel like you guys are fully adaptable to any type of double duelist?
Yeah, I mean, it has definitely helped playing into a lot of different double duelist comps, and we're just adding into our protocols and adding into all of our lists of what to do and what not to do against specific comps. So it just helps us and it makes our game plan even deeper.
So much depth. Thank you.
A deep game plan for NRG nets them a win on map 1. A completely dominant start to this series against BBL. Welcome back. Let's hop right into talking about this one, because the name of the game, Bea, in that first half was how prepared NRG looked with this double drone comp.
I spoke about the preparation and also that I was looking a lot at Ethan and the amount of times that we saw Lover's Rock impossible to get out of certain situations, just being suppressed, and them actually understanding very well how to deal with it.
There were so many moments early on here where this A main fight ended up going backwards. I mean, they made a nice adaptation. Here, Rose required to use a recon, gets caught. LaRock pushing forwards to try to salvage something out of it. But this was happening on the B side of the map too. Loiter went for a really weird jump-up peek here, which, you know, I think that's going to catch teams off guard sometimes.
That has
but not
worked
when
in
they're
EMEA,
that
I have to tell you, that has worked in EMEA.
I'm sure it does. This round, though, bothers me so much. LaRock gets caught by the Hinder. You hear a Tejo drone coming towards you. You have to escape at this point, and yet they get caught by a massive util dump. And I think rounds like this showcase that it's not just, oh, there's nothing you can do against this composition. They're actually fundamentally misplaying how you're supposed to go up against a double drone comp like this.
Do you think that this is a miss in how they prepped for this match, or do you think it's them crumbling under the pressure? What do you attribute these failures to?
I think it's a little bit of both. Like, LaRock was not finding any success, and I think that maybe if they would have get a couple of rounds going and maybe get a lot of momentum, would have seen something different. But to me, there has to be something fundamentally wrong if you decide to go for this part where you are so comfortable, energy doesn't change anything, and you cannot adapt to the literal first base of what that comp does.
I think also, though, you've got to bear in mind that they will never have scrimmed against a team that plays this kind of stuff, right? So with NRG being the only team that plays anti-meta right now, if you haven't been scrimming against them, you have not been getting good practice against double drone anywhere else.
Looking ahead, though, we're going into another map after this. It'll be double drone against a BBL double duelist. But what do you want to see change for them to get value out of these two duelists without them getting caught the way they were on map 1?
I need them to bait a little bit. I need that. I think that that last round on B-Long, I think it was a very good example. You need to bait a little bit and get out. You need to let them waste and use some punctuality.
We'll see if those learnings are ready for map 2. But another success point for NRG in map 1. And throughout this whole tournament, Josh, has been how good their team fighting is. I know you wanted to highlight it.
Yeah, prep and team fighting. So let's have a look at the Verizon high-speed moment in the match here. So I'm going to take you through round 6 in this Telestrator. First thing is based on prep, right? They know that Rose is going to be holding this situation, so look at the ante that Brock cooks up. He's going to go for this attempt with the drone, see if he can grab a tag onto somebody, and then you get this kind of weird fight happening over here where Rose is attempting to get punished. But this is pre-prep on a round where if they win this, it knocks the economy down at BBL, so it's the perfect time to bring out a set play that's going to apply pressure. Once Rose goes down, now the high-speed moment happens. Lover's Rock is determined to use his ultimate to figure out where things are ending. And I want to freeze around here. Look at the amount of pressure on Loiter in this situation. Massive tail haul coming back through halls. And Loiter pops his anchor smoke, and he's got a question now. Does he swing out the front of it to try to play off his Yoru, or does he avoid the tail wall and then run back into halls? And I think this is where they missed some of these moments. Because to me, the very obvious decision, when you look at it in the benefit of hindsight and from our perspective, is that with these players posted up like this, I'm just going to zoom in on the minimap for you as well. With these players posted up, the Yoru is taking contact, Loiter has to swing out of his smoke here, and the Neon has to commit to the fight as well. This should be a high-tempo flood off Lover's Rock's contact. And instead, you get Loiter going back through halls, Lover's Rock completely abandoned in the middle of the site, and a small attempt here from LaRock, but he's basically inside a smoke. He does not hard commit to it. So the tempo is actually being all controlled by NRG. They have the better team fighting. They're the ones that are willing to go for it in these scrappy moments. And I just don't think that BBL really had what it took there. We're going back on a loop here.
But yeah, but I think that this is also, when we're speaking about the experience and what separates these two teams, this is one of these scenarios.
Yeah.
Because it's not only that they have not screamed against each other, but the pressure that they were putting onto them, all of that utility was designed for the easiest plan to not be an easy plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is experience. It's not just experience playing against the team specifically.
Yeah.
It's experience on the stage. It's in those tiny, high-pressure, high-tempo moments. Are you going to make the right micro decision? And I think BBL collapsed on that front.
Yeah, looking at the match as a whole as well, it was so dominant, not just with those early round picks, with catching players off guard, with the late runs, but yes,
dude,
the
crazy.
clutches, Scuba, just ridiculous what this man was putting up. There was a time, Bea, where I think he was 15-1.
It was insane. Like, we kept watching him, and of course that gave him a lot of confidence, and we saw him pressing the W. But as we were showing in all of those replays, he was not only 15-1, he also had like 13 assists. All of this early round commitments, all of the stars, all of the polls, all of the conditioning of how they were going to go up against BBL went through Scuba.
But you just can't be losing games, giving away 13 first kills if you're BBL. It was masterfully constructed from NRG. They look amazing right now. But I can't be seeing a path to victory for BBL if LaRock is at the bottom of the scoreboard. If they're getting caught out like that, if the first kills are so heavily in favor of NRG, they need to turn this ship around fast if BBL want a chance in this game. Because I think this map should have been a lot closer than it was, and NRG ran away with it. They look on a different level.
Is this the #1 seed curse hitting? Is this the rookie team showing up and choking in front of a crowd?
I honestly think that one of the keys also for NRG, and I think they also understood it when we're speaking about electric young players and the way they present themselves on stage, you have to stop them right on the tracks.
Okay.
And is the being aggressive, I don't think they... All of what we're saying about BBL not being scared about who they're going up against, NRG treated them as if they should, as if they are not on the same level, as if they are going to win from the moment that they get out. All of this plays, they let them no moment to breathe.
Yeah. They did, and now they have a tough task ahead of them. Turn it around in time for Map 2. We'll have to see what their coach has to say as he prepares.
Jen here with Coach Key of BBL. Now, BBL seemed a bit underwater in the beginning, started to come online towards the end of Map 1. Do you feel like it was a matter of warming up to the stage for the players?
Yeah, this stage is good. Crowd is amazing. We try to find ourselves. We're a little bit confused, but we will figure out at the second map for sure.
What about the solutions to the double drones from NRG?
Double?
Double drones.
Yeah, we know that they are playing double initiator. That was so hard to defend it. They will do the same on the second map. We prepared, and we will find a solution.
Thank you so much, and best of luck.
Josh, what do you think that solution might be as we're ready for this?
I don't know. If they weren't ready for it in Pearl, I doubt they're going to be ready for it on Abyss. I think that's the big problem. I think it is on an individual player level. I don't think there's anything about the macro that I would want to be attuned too much, but they've got to be... There's one thing knowing they're going to drone you. There's another thing having built out the protocols for how do I exactly reposition in this spot? What's the best way of playing around this? How do I not get caught by this util? And my eyes just go to LaRock because he got absolutely bodied. If you had never watched BBL before, you'd be like, what is this guy doing on the team?
Yeah.
He's one of the best players in the EMEA. If he looks to try to take even gunfights, he should be in an amazing position, and yet the KD was disgustingly bad.
I want you to look back on your experience watching this team in EMEA. Do you remember a game where they took a loss like this and had to bounce back, or has it just been domination the whole time? Is this a new experience for BBL?
Yeah, I think that this level of like, we have the better composition, we have all the tools to put you in this position is something that they're not used to. And I do agree, but I want to see if they actually are going to be baiting out things, are going to put any kind of pressure onto NRG. Now they're starting, with them starting on the attack, I want to see a little bit of spice.
I think the defense side was just a massive problem for them. They couldn't find the right opportunities to fight. But on the attack side, they actually were starting to put together something. And if they can get their feet underneath them and feel more confident by putting together some nice execs, some decent calls from Rose, punishes on Mada on the pushes, maybe then they'll have the confidence and the frame of mind, the clarity to start dealing with the defense side. But they need a lot of rounds here.
Still, despite it being an attack-sided map, NRG, one of the best defensive-sided teams here. This is a strength for them still.
And honestly, I don't think, even though we saw some rounds getting there for BBL towards the end, I do not think that there was a point where NRG did not feel in control of the tools that they had and how they were affecting BBL. I think that for the beginning of the game, just take a little bit more easy. But honestly, with how aggressive BBL like to be from the defense, I'd like to see NRG do the same.
Yeah, my eyes just again go to LaRock. I think that guy's got so much weight on his shoulders. He's one of the players that I had the most confidence in performing at this kind of level because he's got that attitude, he's got that swag. He's been performing in big games before, but dropping only 3 kills on map 1. Attack side here, he's got to turn it around.
This team dominated throughout EMEA on their run-up before that. Unusual territory for these rookies. Can they recover from the free fall in time to avoid the lower bracket? Or the world champs continue? We find out as we enter Abyss with Wyatt and Uber.
It doesn't get easier from here for BBL. First, their 23-1 Pearl is absolutely smashed to pieces. They now 23-2, obviously, as NRG take them to task there. We go to Abyss now on our second map of the series. NRG undefeated this year on that map. I will see why there's a lot of promising signs from what we saw from BBL on this very map. I do love how they can work kind of all of the parts of the map so effectively, but they are going up against a team who seems to have the read on them.
On paper, coming into this map, you would think it's a banger, given what we've seen from BBL in their kickoff run. But you can't help but feel like your mind is changing after seeing map 1. And one of the reasons for that is that a key piece of the team, LaRock, was not online. He needs to activate on attack here. He's a critical piece of BBL's strategy for this Abyss map. He will so often be sent into sites as this solo duelist to sell that they're hitting that site. They will leave him alone, fully entrenched, like deep on B, deep on A, and pivot elsewhere. He's really got to come to life, or I feel like the entirety of BBL's idea of how to succeed on Abyss could crumble.
BBL, of course, will start on the attack side here. And we'll be seeing often the use of Lover's Rock here to work some of those solo angles. From some activity up on the other side of the map, but now it's time for an activation behind this drone onto B for BBL.
You're going to see Scuba anchoring this site a lot. Pretty much always has the Viper wall placed here.
So much stall util. This has really got BBL milling about in the open for now, and Ethan can continue to slow this down. There was no acceleration after the first kill, though. BBL were anticipating some more of this util. They've drawn all of it out of Ethan now.
Are they going to draw Mada into a peek? Will he be baited?
The timing.
His timing is crazy.
He doesn't see anything, though.
No one sees anything. What?
30 seconds left.
This could be ridiculous. Lover's Rock was watching for it, though. BBL did have a contingency in play, and Mada had no idea what he was running into.
There's some acute awareness there. Ethan is trying to get some space towards the site. Low HP, less than half, pressing up with his Frenzy. Smoke going to now be thrown down by Kiko. Teleports into it to try and get even further onto this site.
A bit of paranoia instantly, though. Has to play this slow. Sees the edge of Loiter around the smoke, apparently, but isn't able to best him. So Brock here with very limited options. And 5 players breathing down his neck. None of those sheriff shots connect. And BBL finally look like they're getting off to the start that they need. Can finally start a small what LaRock is cooking too. 2 kills to his name out of the pistol. Let's see if he gets involved.
They needed that bad. Beautiful tap onto Scuba. But definitely have to keep your eyes on Scuba, not just because on map 1 he drops 22 kills and 6 deaths, but because he's anchoring this B site, playing the Viper, and there is so much emphasis placed on fighting around the site itself with LaRock diving in. I think that Scuba's going to have to be a critical piece of this NRG defense to find success here.
All right, again, the 3-1-1, which is the standard for BBL. Kraven not really trying to work up the middle part of the map, but NRG certainly would like to play a death ball this round.
BBL, just 3 players run right into the site for free this time. No hesitation. Kraven understanding that there are several players who wish to see his demise back in towards the spawn.
Seems pretty unfazed about it, but eventually he's going to be overrun. The Saturate made it hard for him to fight for himself. Still, the weaponry definitely favors BBL, and NRG...
Well, look at Lover's Rock. He's in the defender's spawn on the rotate over.
NRG want to play through Link by the looks of things. They are going to run into Lover's Rock, though, who'll be set up for this. The Marshal. I smell a couple of one-shots coming. No armor to speak of. Brock cops one of the bread basket. Lover's Rock knows there's going to be more where that came from. NRG just hoped to try and encircle him, bait him in, catch him out, and so they have. Rose flattened as well. Okay, Kiko off the map for whatever reason.
Off the map as well. I mean, they're getting kills, but also they want to deny the orb, so they're jumping off. A little crazy.
Maybe didn't fall. The round was far too deep. NRG just hoping to play for some kills there. Try not to give too many orbs up. So that'll be BBL with their second. Look, I'll say this. At least they didn't just jump off the map at the start of the round. We got to see some ideas. They worked mid together. We saw the
Valorant
Saturate play.
For sure.
I'm cool with it. And Lothar should be too.
Lover's Rock is going to pick up the rifle. Always just hovering my eyes towards him on the scoreboard when we get into a round, just to see if he's picking up the Outlaw at any time. Everybody from BBL posted up over towards B. See if they just try and get in for a fast exec.
Looks quick. That's a very early drone.
Scuba going to be under a lot of pressure. Does he try to just get out of the site completely? Is Ethan going to fully commit, try and double up anchor?
They're getting ahead of the guided salvo, but Scuba was ready. LaRock is going to be felled instantly, and Ethan was already there at the rescue. Scuba tests the clone. Krevin's able to trade it out, and the ping onto Ethan is instrumental in having the Teo picked off.
The rest of NRG just too far away to be able to flood in time to support those guys.
Mata second earlier, and he might have had a chance despite the trapwire in his way. Now he's going to have to be patient. Rose is on an off angle as far as he's concerned. He may not be ready for this. Look at the creep coming around! And there was no flick in time from Mata. That's an upgrade for Rose. Kiko and Brook have to figure this out now. Up onto that B site. Smoke being occupied, though. Still by Loita. He'll be waiting for his opportunity. Rose also, his position known and noted. Can he do much from there? No. Loita into the smoke here. Head first into the fog, and Brock is waiting with open arms. And he's got enough time to stick the defuse as well. NRG are on the board.
Barely enough time. Feels like BBL really let that one slip out of their grasp, Mitch. In that 3-on-2, it was a really great kill from Rose to deny Mata's flank. They just have to focus their attention forward, but they get depleted one by one. The peek out from Krevin first, and then Kiko able to isolate a second swing, wins the duels.
What are they doing? Why
Yeah.
are you peeking?
Definitely feels like one of those rounds where your expectations get subverted pretty quickly. Great anchoring, I think, after the fact there by Kiko.
Those guys are just trying to do too much. All right, buy those still for BBL. Outlaw in the hands of Lover's Rock. Mata getting pinged up, but has no fear.
Okay, LaRock, yep, he's able to connect that Saturate. LaRock unaffected, though, by the one from Mata, and so he's fundamentally advantaged
And
in that
maybe
head-to-head.
he should have played that a little bit more cautiously, and will be regretting so as he has maybe a minute and a half to think about it. Loita backing off over on this B side. Knows that there's some pressure coming his way. Look at the rest of the mini-map. Like, Krevin is all the way back A. They're trying to work through main. The spike is still in spawn. It's kind of some madness, but the timings are being found.
Brock knows he has to make a play. Look for a timing here because they've lost control of the map entirely.
Okay, man.
Lover's Rock is straight up the top of mid. Deny any cross back for NRG, and it seems that they're aware of this as well.
You're going to see a lot of this from BBL, and I was worried that if they were not playing at their max confidence, players like Krevin wouldn't have been attempting to find a timing like he did in this round to get all the way on that deep flank. They will just often run this 3-1-1, or this one it was a 1-2-2, and just leave a player, not leave him, I mean, he will just take as much space as possible if he's left alone. They will not show fear in that way, and then they'll control so much of the map, and Rose will be able to call really nice fast pivots off the back of the space being taken by the players. I was worried, though, that if they got knocked by that first map, if the confidence was low, they wouldn't be playing their style in that way, but it seems like they're not going to ease up. It's a great round from Krevin.
I think one map is an acceptable time frame to regain that composure and that prowess that you had domestically. Still plenty of series to be played here. But it all starts at this engagement where Mana's in a bit of a risky spot. He's actually hit by a saturate. He tries to saturate the rock, but it gets blocked by the pillar.
We are going to be heading into a timeout call from NRG. Bonkar doesn't want to let things get completely out of hand. As a BBL team with zero momentum coming into this game, suddenly have the lead at 3-1. They're looking so much better currently on Abyss.
So I think there's some discussion here in our Coinbase win condition for what kind of onus is on NRG. Yes, they're on defense on Abyss. We get it. But where are the edges they can eke out? Find some equity in this matchup and get themselves a respectable round total, because the map is being stripped away from them. They're losing a lot of control.
A problem that they're going to have over on B is that despite having both the Taeho and the Viper there, it will still be difficult to actually completely slow down a Yoru, Waylay, a Teleport Omen style exec. We saw them get overwhelmed by that even when they got the first couple kills. So that might be an issue. They may want to address how they're going to play that B side, maybe try and just take it more for a retake or position more for a flood just outside of the perimeter of the site. And then in addition to that, they're going to have to be extremely concerned about the willingness of solo BBL players to just take all the space down lanes, whether that be A main or walking all the way down mid.
Because of course there's going to be energy coming into this round without any opportunity to buy. Maybe just another death ball down mid and hope to catch some enterprising individuals from BBL out.
On this one, it's just all classics for the walk down. How proactive will BBL really be in a round like this? I guess we'll see. You know, in terms of players trying to take any of the space solo like we were talking about, but they are very passive in the spawn, reading a play like this.
Yeah. BBL, no reason to expect anything else from NRG. We saw it again on one of the earlier rounds from them. Now, though, pings a bit towards security, so they've actually read this in advance that NRG is starting to try and get into flood positions on this A side of the map.
Still so silent for BBL working into this site. How many players could get caught by this paranoia? This is going to be a crazy engagement back site.
Yeah, not a swing, though, off of Ethan. Lovers Rock able to find two before eventually he's going to be dragged down. Rose over the top. Easy as you like. BBL exit the round with 4 players up.
Could have been a strange little situation that BBL may have found themselves in, with NRG just getting the timing for everyone to walk back site, but they had the much better weaponry, and Lovers Rock is on that angle just in time for the cleanup. Now let's see what Bonkar has in store for us out of the timeout.
So everything you really want to see from BBL on that kind of round, they don't overextend, they anticipate NRG's, tendency to group up together.
Okay, look at this actually. Mata is picking up the operator. Just have to call that out. He's going to be looking down mid, but it's some pace from BBL on this A side. Classic combo, dimensional drift into Hunter's Fury.
Off the rip here, does get a tag as well. Brock going to be caught out here with a saturate, and now straight through A main come BBL. Wind in their sails. And they've also got a new rule theft just to paint a pretty picture for them about how NRG is set up for a retake attempt.
Oh, what a lovely sync of the util there. Brock just had no options, no hope. Pinged out by the dimensional drift, tagged by the Hunter's Fury, gets hit by the saturate. He is so cooked. Can't do anything in that position. And then Kiko just gets deleted as well. I think by Lord, we'll see that on the replay. Just a good straight up execute onto A to mix in, especially I feel on the round where you know that it's going to be the NRG timeout cook-up round, right? Whatever they had in stores, just made totally irrelevant when you get a big, fast alt exec like that off.
And it feels like this map of Abyss is such a good showcase of, BBL's playstyle. Very quick to overwhelm that A side and make it virtually impossible for any retake. The util came together beautifully. Crucially, though, Marta has maintained possession of the op.
Yeah, BBL had more than enough money to try and push forward. Now I want to see, with Lover's Rock going down, will there be the purchase of an op? Are we getting an op v op battle? So he definitely likes to buy it on attack as well.
Might not be the case here. Just rifles and a pretty heavy A presence.
Going to stick to the rifle.
And again, you've got to be careful playing these chokes. BBL are going to love to look for a fight here in A main with that Saturate and other utility.
Looks like they want to just run it back, maybe this time with the convergent paths. Another fast exec, keep things simple.
Shocked out off the rip here for Brock, no connection. Drone to herald the approach of BBL through A main, and here comes that convergent path straight away. Poison Orb activated, but Larocque's going to go in and over the top. He is in that site, and there was nobody else from NRG to stand. Saturate around the corner, catches on to Marta, and he could not get out. Kiko also can only look on. How does he get involved here? Flash on in. Lover's Rock at least is able to find the trade, and NRG are down 2-3, make it 2. Scuba means an ill-timed demise.
Rock trying to escape through mid. Oh my god! Hit him with a spin move. That's crazy work, but I think BBL have realized that the way that NRG have their setup on this map, where they've got both the Tejo and Scuba playing the Viper on the B side, means the A side is light for delay. They're not going to get bogged down in the choke by any means. They can just execute right on in.
At best, NRG can throw a shock dart or two and then just give the side up. But that push into security there behind the Saturate from Larocque was huge.
Right, they basically just have to play that site for retake. And BBL's decision to go for a more proactive approach after getting this site gets them that man advantage.
Double swing into security, take the trade. Marta got taken down. Op was knocked out of his hands as well.
Yeah, they do what they need to do though, which is disrupt the attempt to set up for the retake after the fact. You can't allow NRG to play what they're playing for, what their intention is in that situation. Well, we are back to the 3-1-1 though for BBL. They're not just going to try to keep ramming their heads into the A side, and definitely not when Scuba throws the pit over on that side of the map.
Right, as good a round as any for it now. Means Larocque is going to have to content himself with it in this B side. There's no follow-up for that Saturate though. No second player in that. So much of the map is lost to them in terms of the mid. So BBL have rotation options now to get into tower.
Scuba's got to be sweating. He knows that he could get pinched playing in that pit. He gets out of it and Brock goes down heaven.
Brock all of a sudden. Player. Now that Viper's pit doesn't mean anything. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
in fact, it's gone.
Scuba's surrounded.
Trapped in the site. Doesn't want to fall back behind that smoke, but has no other choice. So by hook or by crook, BBL have taken his A site control. And now again, NRG have to answer the question.
Maybe if Ethan can get one kill, that Armageddon will be active. This flank duel is so important.
That's not enough. Marta quiet so far in this map.
And now all the BBL attention can just be focused forward. Not a lot of tools for NRG to get back in.
Half-hearted as it may have been, that paranoia sets up for a kill opportunity. But the other angle was eventually retaken by Larocque, and Ethan's got nothing to see from here. Fire in the veins, finally, for BBL. And this is a very solid attack side. You might say bare minimum after the way that first map went, but it's got to be enough.
It's safe to say that they have stabilized on the global stage. They found their footing after NRG's domination on their pick Pearl. This has been such a solid attack half. Those fast execs on the last two rounds on that lightly held A site were really nice. And then on this round, that early B pressure with the dash in from Larocque, and then the return into the A split after Krevin works all the way up mid. They just encircle Scuba and crunch onto him. That was an excellent attacking round. I mean, genuinely beautiful calling.
And NRG's defense side comp has all the stopping power of a fart in a field. It just dissipates. There's not a whole lot for them to stall out BBL, to actually disrupt them on these hits, to really stand in their way. And then when it comes to retaking Wyatt, without adequate information, without the util left to gain that information of the sites, it seems like they struggle to get any purchase in these rounds in the post part.
In terms of the kills, also, just have to acknowledge right now that Larocque has completely turned it around. For finishing 3 for 17 is now 10-3 on the Waylay. Larocque is a player on this team that can absolutely just take over. The way that they have him play his pace in the strategy, the approach to the game that they have, will often just leave him solo, will leave him extended on his own. But when he's firing, he can just completely take over. Like we saw that in the run against Fnatic, where he just absolutely crushed them. So far, this is looking like much the same. Bonkar out of his second timeout here. As an NRG team with both initiator ultimates. Maybe those will be used later in this round, or a bit earlier as Brock just hunters Furies into the wind.
Yeah, nothing to see at all. And space being taken through mid here. BBL keeping their options open. There's heavy A main presence for NRG. They want to get ahead of these side hits, and I don't hate the timing, but the Rock was watching for it. Now, though, the Waylay's out of the picture. Rose, though, at large still, and finally Marta gets involved. Before this, his kills only came in junk time with the op. Now, though, carves out his spot in the round and gives NRG a staging ground.
Nice little timing caught there from Scuba as well. Marta on the jiggle peek. Just going to give it up. Doesn't need to overstay his welcome in this situation. All the pressure will be on this BBL duo to do something to crack open the round in the 2 versus 4. You can look at the minimap. NRG there just on their way, dashing through mid to get here in time.
It does appear that NRG have realized that retaking is not really an option for them. Decided that playing aggressively over towards A main is the better of the 2 options.
30 seconds left.
Now it's a high-low setup that Love's Rock has to swing into. Deftly handled by NRG.
Finally just stopping the momentum of BBL.
And the crowd is loving it.
Just with this nice fight into A main. It's nothing crazy. It's not a wild util combo. They just press up as a duo, take the timing off the drone, fight, win the duels out. But that's the thing, I think from NRG's perspective, when you're looking at A main, oftentimes you are going to be fighting against a light BBL presence there.
I've been hearing from Strong, he said that he feared playing BBL most of all, NRG assistant coach, because of their fundamentals and mechanics. And those moments that NRG won, those are the ones where BBL
Look at this crazy play, the double cage. So Loida is all the way into heaven.
Ah, the famed Turkish default. Yep, love this one.
Gets a catch in mid. This is madness. Okay, also the spike is in spawn, but Loida could teleport to pick it up, but no, it's just going to teleport to the B side. Like, I thought maybe there'd be some wild play with that later, and now Bot is trying to peek in, but it's called. I mean, this is just. I can see the mini-map and my brain is hurting, so yeah. God knows what it feels like to be with NRG right now.
Challenges the exact same double-faced angle that Marta did, but this is kind of what we've seen from BBL on a couple rounds, and it feels like it's orchestrated, but they push up and take all 3 lanes of the map and then settle on B pretty decisively.
Ethan caught trying to retreat as well. Only Brock on the run. And that is what makes BBL such a cool team, though. It's like you watch them and kind of at face value, it feels hyper individualistic. And don't get me wrong, Lovers Rock, Lorak, they will take their individual moments of just feeling the flow of the game and trying to make a big impact play happen, 100%. But that the individuality is like a highlight of the strategic approach to the game that Rose and Coach Key have.
But unlike X, the aggression we just saw from BBL feels a bit more structured. It does feel like it's a bit more premeditated about how they surge up the map. It's not as intuitive maybe as we see from PRX, but it reminds me of that in the same way. And they just throw this variation in on a couple of these attack side rounds. They just greedily take the map and win fights, and Larocque is such an important part of that. Being able to just solo take kills and win them.
NRG are now in danger of their economy being broken for this final round. Ethan still with the Armageddon. As BBL are just, again, spread across this map. Working mid slowly, a little bit of presence B main.
It's got to be really telling that there's no heavy A main presence from NRG on this round.
Look at Mata, he's all the way down B, so you can already see the rotate from NRG towards this A side. And you know, in difference to the last rounds where there were BBL executes on a lightly held site, there can be Tejo util to stall them out in this choke.
Kiko's going to have his crosshair positioning broken. The Armageddon's going to force BBL into the site, but this is what they wanted to be anyway. A 1-for-1. Kiko only gets his tucked in the corner. Now the guided salvos have to be respected. NRG flood in from security, but a conversion pass catches on at just the right time, and a Rock is going to benefit from it. Dive dive into the smoke. Shorty connects. And down to Scuba, go NRG. He wants to get in, get it over with perhaps. Either way, it's not pretty. BBL chalk up their 9th.
What an explosive execute from BBL. Laroc so dominant getting into that site. 14 for 4 right now. That immediate dash in, breaks the crosshair. Kiko doesn't know where to look. And then backside off the convergent paths. So well played.
14 and 4 is Laroc right now.
And that was with NRG getting there in time. That was with them having their stall util there in time. Still doesn't matter. BBL are just that hard hitting right now. NRG want to mix things up, walking down this B side. I mean, lucky neither outlaw shot connected, I'll be real.
Playing a dangerous game, but they need to close the gap to get some value out of these stingers. Or this stinger, rather. Scuba's pinged out now. This is looking ugly. Laroc and Lovers work the angle together. Ethan hoping to slow things up a little bit, but dimensional drift and, well, and light speed means they all get in past him anyway. Lovers Rock will fight this. Surely not quite good enough.
No way, we're going for that. That's a little bit bold.
Against a stinger player?
Say.
Yes.
Kiko now on the flank, low HP, and dealt with by Loida.
Ethan's out of util. Can only fight, maybe work his way into this smoke, gets an upgrade, that gives away his position.
BBL are really trying to take the time here, just bait out some of the peaks. What a beautiful recon.
Brock sets it up beautifully from upper. And now there's a chance. In the 2v2, Laroc recovers the spike. Needs to get across though, and Brock is going to see this. He knows that the Waylay hasn't crossed to coast yet. Ethan has a window to catch Laroc out.
It's just so uncomfortable for this BBL duo.
Working the angles though pretty diligently, and there's Brock helping him clean up the mess. It's Laroc taken low behind the boxes. The spam was good, but Ethan's better. And NRG get themselves at least 3.
Oh my, I mean, hard fought 3, but I really like the way that Ethan and Brock were playing that scenario. They were just never easing up. You could see the BBL players just stuck in those positions, and that's how they were able to win out that 2 versus 3. Well done, but BBL on that half, they were pretty damn good, Mitch.
Yeah, difficult first half for NRG, but now they've got a chance to show what they're made of as we head to the second half of Abyss after these messages.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Queremos escucharlos. ¿Dónde están los fans de BBL? ¿Y dónde está la fanaticada de NRG? Muy bien. Rapidito. Va a ganar BBL. ¿O tendremos el 2-0 de Energy? Muy bien. Me gusta. Nuevamente. BBL. 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 Creo que sabemos para dónde va esto, ¿no? Energy. Santiago, les están regalando por ahí algunos plushies para que aprovechen también. La estamos pasando increíble. Es el día 2 de los playoffs desde Master. Santiago, grita con el alma.
Yeah, they're treating us well out here, folks. Don't you worry. And up until Santiago, the best Turkish result globally was Foot Esports with a 5th to 6th place finish at Shanghai in 2024. So not only do BBL have a chance to make this royal road from Premier to Ascension to Kickoff to Masters, but also put themselves on the map as a region, as this Turkish squad. And so far, man, they're looking good. They're looking swaggy out there on that attack side. NRG have a chance to speak for themselves now, but it's been rough.
Look at Laroc's stats, actual inverse of map 1, and we're not even done with this second map just yet. He completely took over the game here. Now NRG just playing at a fast pace, quick little open onto this A side, and we're set up for a full 5-on-5 retake. BBL have pushed down the flanks, though, so there's going to be a lot of pressure coming in that A main side that Energy will have to deal with.
Energy getting active already back in towards A main, though. They want to hold this angle. Yeah, imagine BBL are going to be ready for it now, especially with the dart connecting. Wide swing from Lovers Rock gives him the space to bring Scuba down. But Mata will be lying in wait as well. Both Kreven and Lovers Rock are one-shots for him. Still not able to get there, man. It's just a raw gun skill from BBL. Gives him that second pistol. They are looking like they want to run away with it.
NRG were completely aware that BBL were just going to push down the opposite side of the map and flank them heavy. They had the read on the situation, but lost out the duels in main. And then at the same time, because they put all of their focus on dealing with the flank effort, Ethan was isolated on site. He was fighting a little 1v2 minigame, and he got the first kill, but then Loida trades him out.
That signature quiet confidence for NRG does not appear to be present. On this map, at least. Losing the pistol, of course, when you go to the attack side after a rough first half is never a good thing.
NRG are forcing up right now. That is a sign of some deep desperation, but you can't really blame them. BBL are not making it look like this is their map pick, nor their undefeated map.
Certainly is must-win over the top, and back out goes Mata. Loves Rock over the edge with the gate crash back towards Spawn. Might be able to pace NRG as they pull out of A entirely.
Now Mata on such low HP without the tools in the Waylays kit to actually open up space. They're going to have to try to make their way into this B site. Pretty dry on util. And Lovers Rock posted up with the Outlaw close.
Very close, perhaps too close. Ethan, like a bat out of hell, descends on him. The Rock, though, with a much more safe angle, is at least be able to take a trade.
Oh my god,
Surely.
Rose just full commit. Ethan is isolated, no one could trade in time. Kiko is trying to play it slow, but Rose is just able to escape.
It's too slow. Spike recovered. This round that NRG forced into by full armor or whatever weapons they could afford is starting to run out of steam.
And if they pivot back to A, BBL are pretty ready. Yeah, they have to deal with multiple trips. And well, actually, while BBL were just stacked up there a moment ago, they've been drawn away back towards the B side.
Okay, smoke towards tower. In we go. Trapwire dealt with by the shock dart, so Scuba gets into the site. He's going to get all the way back over towards that security. Kreven here can only speculate. He is getting hammered through the smoke.
Yeah, he's just got to relax and wait for the rest of the team to get here.
Scuba was hoping for an opportunity, a timing, and that window is now closed.
NRG have no tools to fight forward.
They could get wrecked by a timing out of security here, but quickly they assert control of tower. Now they've got a crossfire. Scuba has to play forward towards the spike, though. Sees a glimpse of Kreven and deals with him. Still into the planner, he's got to go. It's a mess, but NRG come out. Black and blue, but finally with a round. It doesn't have to be pretty to work.
And it certainly was not. I cannot believe they got away with the round win there. They had 0 util at the start of that 3v4 post plant. They just go triple up rope, and Kiko gets a headshot with the Sheriff. No one dealt with. And the smoke on the spike, it kind of cuts off any angles from the players coming in from the back to shoot them while they're in heaven. They just jump on top of them, they get Goomba stomped. I don't know what's happening, man.
Well,
I can't believe NRG win that out.
Gotta hope it's not too late for them now. BBL down to Classic and a Sheriff for the Rock. And so you'd imagine this gets a little slower. Ethan expecting a, en masse push down mid a la NRG on their saves. It's just the Rock who's looking to inch forward for now.
Missile deployed. Ethan just seeing if maybe that missile would force someone out into the open. Uh-oh. They have a sense someone could be there. Rock does have another shock dart, but not going to send it out.
Patient. NRG really just trying to tease BBL out of formation. They've left the Rock alone in mid, so he will have a chance to push up, take some space. Yeah, but NRG are mindful of this. They know they've left the pocket in mid, so they're checking over towards rope. Rock's going to go for it, though. It's all about the timing for him on this little flank push. Drone here, Lovers Rock is going to be tested. Able to duck out of there quickly with Scuba. Don't know what happened there. Don't want to know, in fact. NRG have got other things to worry about. The fish to fry are here on the B side. The bullets behind them fly. Rose will be caught surely by a right click here. It's going to be Ethan that salvages. It's still messy, Wyatt. It's still aim pretty.
Oh, look at the HP on NRG.
LaRock, though, got chunked down by the shock dart earlier. It may not matter. He's got the outlaw. Ethan's going to be a one-shot to him. There's going to be a plant. Ethan's recovered the spike. 24 health. And here comes LaRock, ready with a refract. Ethan might want to take a bit more of an aggressive position now. But eventually, LaRock has to step up and challenge. Headshot on Ethan. Are you kidding? BBL up to 11. Shattering NRG just as they'd hoped to build back in.
What did you say about the scuba falling off the map? You don't want to know what happened? You know, I thought when NRG were winning the round, maybe we could get a funny little moment on the replay, Mitch. Don't really want to see it anymore either. That is an absolute disaster round.
We're going to see it, I am quite sure. Yeah, decent start here.
Yeah, they get the Molly missile. Oh, when he just walks forward and falls off. He just pressed W. That's all that happened. He didn't even mess up the jump.
Happens to the best, as it seems. That's beautiful from LaRock, man. Fate feels like it's guiding his hand. He's 21-7.
I mean, Ethan just wants to sink away in his chair and disappear after that round loss.
BBL now, with the headsman's axe in hand, waiting for the chance to let it descend. Into mid go NRG, trying to be pacey about it. LaRock already refracting away, but Rose is pushed up pretty close. Marta, being a cure for my hypotension there, he's going to get himself back on catwalk.
Kiko dropped a pretty low HP already, by the way. His Lover's Rock has taken pretty significant control of a main, where Scuba is just always throwing up this wall. It allows them to get the orb and play into the site, but Lover's Rock is just going to play around it, get a free kill, not be traded, not even need to teleport.
Brock has a drone.
Walk away.
He's unable to force... I mean, we talked about this in Pearl. This double initiator setup, you are supposed to be able to deny those angles from Lover's Rock.
And it did on Pearl, absolutely.
He's got a drone there, but I think NRG hope that the Viper wall is enough.
I think it's one of the reasons as well that we just haven't seen Lover's Rock picking up the Outlaw and Op as much as normal, and he still has been doing it, but I'm used to seeing it in his hands every single round. But he has been doing a lot more rifling on account of NRG's approach to the game, the compositions that they're running.
30 seconds left.
Time is ticking. NRG need to commit. Rose here. Correction, not quick enough, and Scuba's able to get the better of him. There's a chance to get into tower, but he thinks twice about it. In fact, he'll go aim main with the rest of his team. Kreven dies in. Ugly. Marta's able to deal with it. Frantic moments of spray. Lover's Rock doesn't have the weapon for the situation at all. LaRock at least is able to trade, but it's him and Loiter. Spike plant will go down as LaRock walks into a crossfire.
I'm pretty sure both of those players were hindered, but he just wanted to jump across to deny the plant. Now it's just Loiter, but dealt with by Scuba.
Okay, once again, NRG, come back up for air. These are costly rounds. They have to keep forcing into them at this stage. Finally.
I gotta see what happened there with LaRock jumping across. This was a huge kill for Scuba to get, by the way, that ISO 1v1 in mid. Yeah, he did get 2. And then Modest just sat in the corner tapping with Kiko. If he misses that shot, I think the round is done. LaRock gets in the smoke. Might have gotten the kill there. Anyhow.
Finally, the bottom has fallen out of the boat of this BBL economy.
They've gone for the full gamble stack on this A side.
And it will appear NRG have seen mostly enough for now. Even Marta starting to peel away from that A side of the map. These rounds have come few and far between so far for NRG, but now they've got an opportunity to carve their way back into the match. Armageddon there for Ethan. Brock has a Hunter's Fury. Feels like the post plant here should be pretty favorable for the Americas number 3.
We've seen NRG come back from far worse, being down on Abyss in the past. That's how their Champions run started. Very first map.
Against an EMEA team, well, quite memorable.
Spike plant.
BBL, of course, with the stack not having worked out, still have some weapons to hand.
Yep, but Kreven was considering jumping off the map, but yeah, with the rifle, with the Bucky, yeah, why not? Let's go try to see if we can't shoot them.
Again, it's going to be a pretty standard anchored setup here for NRG as they wait eventually for BBL to stand and deliver Marta's position forward, far enough forward in fact that he's able to catch on and ignores the clone studiously. Unfortunately, his bullet accidentally tags it. Okay, this is a little dangerous. LaRock's able to jump across, crosshair positioning, broken. Brock has to get back. The paranoia has forced NRG out of the sight. They've got to play from the fringes now, but they're not accounting for Rose, who's given his position away now. Okay, a little more costly, I feel, than NRG would have liked, but Rose will be taken to task. And they'll get their 6th.
Listen, I know we're in the playoffs of Masters right now, but we're seeing some funny stuff in this game. I'm dying at Rose having the shorty, so he has to peek out with the shock dart for the long-range snipe. They get 4 kills, by the way. I mean, this is just, we're descending into madness a bit on this second half.
Creven went from trying to jump off the map over at A to getting 3 kills.
Okay, we're back to some normal Valorant though here, surely, as NRG have the full buy, BBL have the full buy, and NRG have a ton of ults to try and actually manifest a comeback here.
Oh, Creven so crucially, but maybe not expecting that number of NRG players on Catwalk. He's
been getting caught on this defensive side. Yeah, it's BBL all the way out of B, already trying to get over towards A main on the flank. Lover's Rock collecting the information and body blocking so the Hunter's Fury can come through.
It's dangerous here, again trying to snarl NRG up within the purview of that Hunter's Fury. Kuba the only one tagged out by it, though, when Kiko, timing works against him. BBL able to steamroll him over towards that A main side. Okay, we're going to see the convergent paths used there up towards that security. Marta fighting for it. Lover's Rock, though, is able to get back in from security itself, though, and NRG are off the site for now. They are in a post plant. They do have the util. Moida are about to find it the hard way, but he gets it to half.
Yeah, that's very significant. Scuba coming from the back. Look at the spam from LaRock, and they're just sticking the spike.
No way! Amidst the smoke! They complete the defuse just as NRG were unloading all their util. Feels like they give up that A site so cheaply, and they spent heavily in that round. Convergent path from Marta. He was really trying to fight back in through Spawn.
LaRock, another sick opener, up to 26 for 9. What a bounce back after map 1. That is obscene. How do you go from 3 and 17 getting bodied on your own map pick to 26 for 9 against the world champion?
On their arguably best map right now. I don't even know. Creven gets himself a free neural theft. We'll see the second player coming, but Scooby gets the drop on him regardless. Low as he is, it's going to be a Viper spit inside tower. It's a new one.
All right, Lover's Rock does go down, but Rose is there for the trade.
And so the pit goes as quick as it came in. Still, A-side controlled is definitely there in spades for NRG. They've got 2 players in tower.
Yeah, Loida just teleported all the way back towards the spawn, and now Rose in, yeah, a lot of danger.
Big saturate. Convergent path though used him a bit. He wants to try and end the game. There might be something here. Up from tower. He is. Hindrance catches on towards Brock. Loida going to play it safe, but LaRock definitely won't. Over the top he goes, and out of nowhere, BBL produced the rabbit from the hat. And a commanding dictate issued to NRG. We will see you in map 3.
I hardly know what to say about that second half, so I'm going to go back to the first, where BBL were just utterly dominant on that attack side. Worked the map beautifully. I love the calling from Rose, and they just thrived in the madness of that second half, especially LaRock, who finishes with 7 first kills and a 27 for 9 KD ratio.
360 ACS. Santiago, catch your breath. It's time for a quick break. When we come back, Mimi and Co are going to get us ready for our third and final map.
Dubstep for baddies.
Estamos ready, we tripping in Gucci and Fendi, con modelo y botella de Henny. Estamos duros, la vaina está heavy, todo el día, todos los días, bendecido, gracias a Dios, Ave María, todo el día, todos los días, tu envidioso videos yo gozándome la vida. Así que DJ, ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe. Y que la rumba no se acabe, dale sigue. Ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe. Y que... Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Now we flexing. Now we flexing. Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Now we flexing. Now we flexing. Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Y un saludo especial para todos mis haters. Que estoy adelante, ya we made it. Si ama la vibra, sigue alegre. Cause now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Todos los días, bendecido, gracias a Dios, Ave María. Todo el día, todos los días. Tuve mi Dios y yo gozándome la vida. Así que DJ, ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe. Y que la rumba no se acabe, dale sigue. Ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe. Y que... Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Now we flexing.
When we start sound designing an agent in Valorant, we have to consider some key questions, like who the character is and what materials are associated with them. Every sound designer has a different process, but I like to start by developing a foundational sound, something that everything else builds off of. For Vito, we face two challenges. Vito's arm and abilities are made out of the same substance as Gecko's creatures. So how do we differentiate his sounds from Gecko's sounds? We decided to distinguish these by making Vito's goop sounds more crunchy and less fluid sounding than Gecko. One of the fun ways we added that crunch was by destroying a cabbage. The second challenge was, how do we communicate danger? We did this by thinking about Vito's abilities as ambush predators. Imagine you're in a movie, exploring a cave, and there's a giant spider lurking in the darkness, lying in wait. What would the music sound like at that moment? We landed on this aggressive synth, which ended up as a foundational sound for Vito.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya y va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya y va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla.
Seen this KO
It's so good.
I don't think just how tiny do I look? Like I'm having a dance riot moment because I can only imagine how warm it must be in there because it's very warm in here. I love it. Can I have this one?
Making friends already.
Yes.
I love that. Shame he's out of the meta.
Here.
He had to show up to the tournament like this instead. Josh, though, this was a huge bounce back for
Enormous.
BBL. It was not them playing map one. At least that's how it looked.
Yeah.
But here, it was their style through and through.
People are talking about this being a micro, not a macro meta. Rose just won this map based on his macro. They were really playing their game. So aware of those Mada flanks early on, round 1, round 3, completely shut Mada down when he was going for those flank plays, hyper aware of how NRG wanted to play. And then when you get up into really important rounds to get the ult snowball going, they're working Creven's lurks through mid, inserting Lover's Rock really deep, really abusing that avenue through the middle of the map and playing the BBL style that we know and we love, where they're integrating fakes, comboing ults on the cycle rounds. It was beautiful to watch.
We were thinking about is this BBL the one that is going to lose today? Are they going to, go into that? We lose, let's see how we bounce back. And maybe it was just one map because they were so much more calm and composed.
Yeah.
especially having taken into account that NRG used both of their timeouts in the first half trying to solve it, finding different solutions, and they were able to freeze and just wait for their reactions and still come out on top.
Yeah, it wasn't just a bounce back in the macro, but for players individually as well. Map 1 was, I think, the worst game I've ever seen from Larocque personally. It was completely different. This game, though, unbelievable. He turns it around, drops 27 kills this map.
Yeah, I think it's amazing to see that he can bounce back in such a short time, because trust me, what was it, like a 3 and 17?
Yeah, 3 and 17.
Yeah, that is not easy to bounce back from, and it is not that he was there putting out the numbers. He was going in first. He knew that there was a huge weight in his shoulders, especially with them starting on the attack, with him playing the way that he would have to step up. And in every single one of those rounds, oh my God, he did.
He's such a genuinely amazing player, and I'm so glad that he's come out and immediately bounced back like this, because it's so rough to see him perform so poorly map 1. Hopefully that means that he'll be able to find somewhere in the middle for map 3. You're not always going to get performances like map 2, but hopefully you also don't get him completely flopping. Maybe he will be a bit of a variance player, though, when it gets to the stage, because he does like those kind of high-risk, high-reward duels.
Yeah, you saw the highlights not just of him, but the other Rock brother lovers, Rock. Those two on the entry looked incredible on this map. They were dismantling the NRG side anchors, which are normally so good on defense.
Do you know the thing that I told you that when we were in the game, that like they just needed like a couple of rounds to try and get the ball rolling, and BBL definitely found it. Especially the way that they were working the map, that they were working mid time and time again, putting NRG in such a difficult position to make decisions, because it really looked like every single time that they went for a bit, looking for those duels that we thought BBL wanted to give them, they were not there to reciprocate. Maybe a trade here and there, but that was about it.
Looking at NRG's side now, they beat their opponent on their map pick. The Pearl, they just looked so good for BBL. But historically, Abyss has been towards the top of the NRG map.
Oh, yeah.
They lose here dominantly, and now we look ahead towards Split. How are you feeling about the world champs looking at a series that is completely flipped on its head?
I mean, to be honest with you, I think both of these teams don't look that great on Split. Combined, they are 1 and 3 this year on Split. So it's towards the bottom of both teams' map pool. I think for BBL, though, they've only shown it once. They've had a long time to change things up, whether that be the composition or their approach. So I actually think BBL might have an opportunity here to come out and surprise with an incredible map 3, but it should be sloppy and chaotic, and I also think that kind of favors the individuals on BBL rather than the structured protocol perfect play of NRG.
You're forgetting something, and is that what I remember that Split very vividly. And I remember that after that, I thought BBL are cooked. They cannot win map 5. And for a second, I forgot that is Martin's best map on Yoru. They went up against the best Yoru in our region playing in his best map, and it was very, very difficult for them to bounce back from that. They did not find the space. And also, we need to speak about all of the other pieces, like for example, Kreven, for the first time not playing on the Cypher the time that he played that Split, and we expect them to be running that double controller. But I think Kreven's played amazingly today, and Split every single time that he was pushing through mid, I think he made a difference.
Yeah, his lurks are so impactful on this Abyss. What are you looking to see from NRG on defense to deal with his lurks?
Well, I mean, they run a composition that should allow them to grab a ton of information. So in comparison to Abyss, where you have to really be worried about those site pops, and you do tend to leave mid a little more open, on this map, I think you'll be looking to re-clear over towards ramp, re-clear towards mid, and you should be able to catch those lurk timings that tend to come through those two avenues. So I'm not as worried about like crazy lurks happening here from BBL. I am more worried about big team fight scenarios.
Yes, I agree.
Those were going the way of NRG on map 1, but when it's not a map towards the top of NRG's pool, I think there's more opportunity for BBL to thrive in the team fights, especially if Larocque is online.
Yes, especially if he is online. He was on the second map. I agree with that. Of course, mid being one of the most important parts of this map. As we jump into the agent select, we see no surprises on the BBL side so far. Kevin has already locked in that Viper, and it looks like we're going to the double duelist. Although, never mind, it was a race before, wasn't it?
Yeah. So both of the teams actually, I think, looking to make a couple of adjustments here too.
Vice for NRG. What do you make of that? We've seen a couple teams try and counter-pick her into double duelist teams. Is this a strong way to shut down Larocque and Lovers Rock?
I mean, it definitely can be, but it also gives you less tools to be able to get in, right? Because you're not running the double initiator anymore. So I think more pressure on Mada, more necessity to look for information on the defense side. But this is, two teams making adjustments here to try to win an absolute absolutely critical map 3 that neither of them are looking amazingly comfortable on in previous iterations.
At the beginning of this match, I said I'm looking at Ethan, not only because of the deco on the first map, but especially in these situations, I think that he can make a difference. With him being the solo initiator, I think him and Mata are going to step up big game. I am, though, a fan of the Vice. I wonder, though, how much BBL is going to play onto that and how much on top of it Lovers Rock is going to be.
I look at the two IGLs going into this map, Ethan and Rose. We lauded him for his calling on map 2, looking at Rose. For Ethan, though, he's always been excellent at adapting on the fly, and that's really the task for both these teams as we get ready for map 3. The rookies versus the world champs. Only one continues in the upper bracket as we enter map 3.
Even amongst young, hot-headed, trash-talking rookies, BBL are in a class of their own. They had plenty to say coming into Santiago. Coach Key says we're out to conquer the world. Lovers Rock says we're better shooters, we're better reading the game, we're better analysts, we are just better. And it'll be quite a story for these guys to make a royal run from Premier to beating the world champions in their first game here in Santiago. And if that last map is anything to go by, it's on the table.
Those words felt real hollow until LaRock completely took over the server on Abyss. Stunning performance from him after just putting up 3 kills on Pearl. That is an unbelievable turnaround against the reigning world champions, no less. And as Josh said on the desk, we're off to a map that is uncomfortable for both sides. It's been involved in some crucial series for NRG in 2026, and it's been a map that they've lost against Japaper Rex just the other day, G2 earlier this year as well.
And while this Vice might have good stopping power on defense, Sideshow raised the question, how effectively are NRG going to be able to carve out space on the map and get into these sites?
Lovers Rock has taken some early control of the main, but decides to pull away as BBL are just so convinced that NRG are working towards the safe side of the map. They've got 4 players entrenched.
Okay, fast lane gets Mata up in the rope room, wasting 0 time, making enough noise to wake the dead.
Feels as though we are just inevitably headed towards a 5-on-5 retake unless LaRock can maybe get a kill here on Mata if he overpeaks with the shorty, but you have to imagine he's going to want to just stay tucked.
Mata gets ahead of the relay bolts.
And LaRock heard some footsteps there, so he's going to be patient.
Mata, though, is playing just on the edge of this smoke, though. Prowler doesn't catch Mata, so he actually might have a timing here. Oh, no! Spotted it, apparently, as a run out from the smoke occurred. The Rock spots him, and now through mid, Kiko's trying to go for a later re-hit. Now that Snakebite's going to make it a little tricky for the Omen, though, as Brock might just have to fight tooth and nail here on the side itself. Lovers Rock steps up, focus here over towards that upper area, but the reload is awkward for Scuba. He is caught out. Loida peeks, Leekton has to step up, right click gets the job done, but it's always a crossfire. BBL is a pretty comfy retake, all things considered.
That's so well done, the re-clear into heaven, getting the haunt just after that Prowler was Mata's undoing. Brock got dealt with very early. Brock, who, by the way, has not been able to get anything started on pistol rounds in this series, and normally he's going to give you one Brock Sheriff pistol takeover. That has just simply not happened once today. And then after that, you saw Kiko trying to go for the flank in mid. Krevin delays with the molly and then crosses when Kiko's forced to teleport. So he's basically a non-factor. He's basically already dead. They can just fight forward. That was so well played from BBL, man.
In order to see what NRG's composition is supposed to do on defense, we just need a respectable attack side round total here. So far, it's controlling util to try and give them some space on this A side, but it's tenuous.
He's got himself in a precarious situation there.
So there is some degree of heaven control that NRG take for themselves. BBL's focus was the A site proper. So they'll be in heaven. There is going to be a step up here, though. There is a clone, and Ethan knows it.
Oh, LaRock.
Okay, he's got the weapon for it.
Scuba.
He's looking like a completely different player than what we saw in map number 1. To say it was a 180 might almost be selling it short, which is bizarre, I know. His job is to take over the game. He is that loose end in so many of these scenarios.
And especially when it comes to split, I want to see him to continue to play with that pace and aggression, particularly on defense. This split map for BBL was the most one-sided L that they took
13-4,
in
right?
that BO5 upper final against Gentlemates to qualify here. They bounced back after it, but it left a lot to be desired. And it raised questions about their map pool heading into this event. If they can turn it around on split, though, I think their pool it's more well-rounded. It's definitely more fearsome when you're going up against them. But if they can't, NRG, despite mostly losing on this map this year, it's only been against top-level teams. And they've still had competent, close performances. They haven't been blowout losses. It was close against PRX the other day, right? So BBL still need to show some real quality play here.
One thing BBL didn't do much in that Gentlemates game is take that B main control, but they're doing it straight away this round. They've had time to work on this map. And instantly, it's a TP forward for Loita. So that's been covered. That part of the map, well and truly under control. But A is where NRG's pitter-patter is being heard from.
Ethan uses that dog up ramp. And as he does, I just want to remind everyone that this is NRG not playing a double initiator comp. So if we're ever going to see Lovers Rock really lean even more heavily into just being an outlaw op Yoru, it's going to be right now. Doesn't have to deal with any kind of drone pushing him off a sightline for the rest of this round.
Yeah, a Viper Vice composition does pretty little to deny
and it's not even like the Vice gives you the audio ping anymore, the flash to find out if maybe there's someone somewhere, right? So they're going to be lacking for info here, NRG.
It's going to be up to Ethan, really, to try and keep Lovers Rock quiet.
Kreven, huh? Oh, man.
Caught the Razorvine and realized he couldn't be up there on rafters. That was well read into by NRG, but Rose might try and find a timing here inside the smoke. He hears it all around him. It's a 1-for-1. Martavo's ready to fight for more. Into the side he goes, baits the shot out from Lovers Rock, and so he's off the line. No time to gate crash away. Lovers Rock instantly taken to task by Scuba.
That's a nice little catch from Loida, but can LaRock find a situation in which he can close the gap with this judge? Does have the fast lane, does have that relay bolt as well, so it's definitely possible. I mean, hell, those two players backside stacked up, they could both get stunned if it's placed in the right spot. If he fast lane crosses through elbow.
Kiko knows he has to be quick, but LaRock is not running at breakneck speed quite yet. Traded out by Loita. Now, really, he just needs to see what he can find. He has one TP left, and he's able to take Mata down instantly. He knows where Brock is. This would be the moment for Brock to get something done. Play for time. Play it safe. It's planted out in the open. It's not favorable whatsoever for Loita. So he gives it a tap. Flash here. Holds it. Holds it. Gets it to half. But time is short, and he's got no choice. Brock just teases him out. And NRG land the play on a rocky round.
That is beautiful from Brock. Really holds his nerve late into that 1v1 when the spike was getting tapped, when the pressure was on. Crucial 1v1 clutch to win. At that, though, NRG still in a dangerous place with their economy. If they lose this next round, it's effectively completely broken. You have Lovers Rock leaning into the op, picking it up now. Judge still in the hands of LaRock. Both of them doubled up, wanting to fight A main.
Flash into mid, Mata right behind it. Straight through the poison orb and early heaven control. He's pushed all the way through.
This pace is insane. There's no way PBL expect this, right?
Prowler at the head of it, but no! Mata gets, as the cat amongst the pigeons, does overextend, but Brock at least is there to make it a favorable trade, and he hears LaRock coming. He knows the Neon is encroaching.
That is excellent follow-up from Brock. Had to cover so much ground to be able to help Mata, and he retreats. Seekers now being used by Ethan.
They're all going heaven. They're all going heaven. This is very illuminating for NRG. Paranoia catches on to Brock, but he's still ready to fight for it. Every angle covered. Crossfire's in place for NRG, and now it's a matter of just sticking it. And Loita's going to have to saunter away from this fight and hold on to the rifle.
Would rather get that op than go for anything more. NRG call a really good multiplayer face into heaven there after the Seekers cause a little bit of delay, stir things up, and ultimately give them the information that they needed. That's super well played from NRG. A cool round that they come, or like idea for the round that they come into it with, right? With Mata just pushing all the way through heaven, getting downstairs with the judge. I feel like most of the time in that exact same situation, if you replay it, he's killing both players. The Prowler missing him is crazy.
Yeah, look at it.
He goes around him.
He's ahead of it. Jump scare, central. And again, it's Brock with the clever follow-up there to make sure Mata's job ultimately is done. to virtually get the 2-for-1 that they were looking for.
Yeah, it's Brock being able to follow up and retreat that is just critical to that entire round working out.
So, I mean, yeah, amongst the range of options for getting site control, NRG, with this Viper and Vice Comp still find a way to get in. I don't know if you can run that one back too often, Wyatt. That's the issue.
So Trailblazer gets dodged out, and now Lovers Rock just wants to reclaim all of that space with the AWP, and even if he's just holding it, as the Prowler you could see on the minimap went through, the rest of the team on BBL, they can just put their emphasis elsewhere on the map. So we saw NRG show some early presence on B. It's going to be pretty standard on a lot of these rounds from Brock to see him just throw those Thorns right down into main so they can try to take this space early.
Yeah, again, BBL don't have the weaponry here to try and take B main control early. NRG are going to be able to get close. Relay Bolts here, potentially catching on to Loida. He's trying to get off the side, but here's Marta, ready to fight for it! Heads roll! And NRG in one fell swoop cut BBL down to size. As Lovers Rock can only get a consolation kill before getting on out.
NRG might do a little bit of hunting now. Yeah, Scuba is already going through sewers, so he could be in danger. He gave the rest of his team the right idea, controlling A main, just go stack on B, but they did not have the weaponry to hold off against NRG, just so aggro through the choke.
Okay, another for Lovers Rock. No one else from NRG really proximate enough, I think, to test this now. Unless Ethan's hoping for something off the gate crash bait.
Don't do it. Don't take the TP.
How many more guns?
Walter White in the car. No, Lovers Rock, don't take it.
A bit of Steve Carell screaming. I don't think Lovers Rock fancies any of that. No, he'll stay put here for the time being. And NRG will have to content themselves with 3 rifles carried out of the round and 3 rounds to their name. Again, another fast hit with BBL's lack of ability to set up in B.
Listen, they had the right idea. They just didn't have the weaponry to be able to handle that. Now they'll have an actual buy going. But NRG are going to have an advantage in terms of the ult economy. And with that in mind, Coach Key over on BBL wants to get the timeout going, first one of the game.
Does that look different if Marta's caught in the C's there? Just able to dodge ahead of it. Also, the spacing was pretty nasty. If Marta goes down there, I think NRG are actually out of steam. Crucial that he gets in and finds those 2 kills, and NRG quick on the uptake. Over the Coinbase win condition now, and BBL after winning the pistol and the anti-eco have been pretty quiet. NRG with a pace of play reminiscent of what we saw from BBL on Abyss. It seems as if our Turkish squad are on the back foot.
We'll see right now if in this next round they try to fight to get one of the alt orbs, maybe try and get Rose close to the Nightfall, because they're going to be in a pretty precarious spot if NRG are able to get in using Mata's alt, or doesn't even need to use it necessarily, but they get themselves into a post-plant situation where they're not dropping players, Scuba gets the pit down. That's something that BBL will have to be concerned about. And if that does come to fruition, Lovers Rock would love to have a dimensional drift to get through the pit, try and ping players out for spam, something along those lines, right? We'll see what they have cooked up. Coach Key, I mean, also, in a sense, a rookie to this stage, has spent years coaching some GC teams, then went to Challengers with this very core and has ascended right along with them.
Can BBL get Lovers Rock set up, though, for success? That op feels like it's a key component of their success.
And here's that ult from Mata just storming through heaven off that relay board. It's all about pace, but Rose shuts it down instantly.
Raw stopping power. That's exactly what you need in a round like this. Kreven also wants to get involved. Not one to let the game get ahead of him, clearly. And already NRG down to 2 players, yes. They're in the site, conditionally anyway. Brock's the one with the spike, and he is very sequestered away from Kiko.
That was some blistering speed from NRG that went straight into a brick wall. Pretty crazy that Rose was able to just deal with Mata, what felt like quite easily in a chaotic situation. Just fighting him up close in that smoke. Brock spotted out by that Prowler now. Retreating with the spike towards site. BBL, they're just content. They don't need to do anything right now. Yeah, enjoy. Take the site. We'll buy a retake 5-on-2.
This is a very wishful rate of iron here. Kiko found 2. Brock. Yeah. Tough to extract yourself from such a situation. And it all starts with NRG pulling that overdrive and getting Mata up into heaven.
Yeah, they didn't just want to go all pace, overdrive. spike down, pit. Let's keep it simple, guys. But Rose sidesteps the bolt and just decapitates Mata.
We talked about this at the start of the round.
There's just nothing to cover up that sightline from screen. You're going to get punished for that against BBL.
There's some variations on that you can take up. As Lovers Rock with the op in hand, we're going to see it again this kind of round. And the same question is going to be asked of NRG. Do you have what it takes to make the Yoru a non-factor?
NRG have been getting B main quite easily, just throwing down the early vines. Can Lovers rocket another shot? No, that's a pretty tough one to hit. Mata through that molly. In some danger, but crosses back. Sight!
Good recovery. And I love the TP across there from the Omen of Kiko. He is in position and ready, but the judge was not noted close to the B main door. And now into the dimensional drift. Lovers Rock passes that info back to Rose. BBL now put their nose out in front.
Yeah, there was more of a tsunami than a flood, honestly, the way that BBL played that one out. The Nightfall initially, and then LaRock being able to play up close. First, Lovers Rock forces teleport away when he, misses that crazy off-shot attempt. Then comes right back in with the dimensional drift. Feels like it's cooked when Loida goes for the teleport across. But no, the rest of the team are so fast to support. They show just zero caution whatsoever getting back in.
Couldn't see the judge pushed up close. Fast lane. Hid LaRock from the rest of NRG. Away we go here, round number 8. Very much a default flavor on this round.
Kiko left with just a stinger into this one, by the way. Money not so great for NRG.
In a post plant, you like NRG. It's a matter of getting there, that's the question. Steel Garden and Viper's Pit are at their fingertips. This is a really ponderous start to the round. None of that pace we saw prior. A brief acceleration here now as mid is claimed. The multi-face gets him into heaven now as LaRock. I'm sure we'll look for an opening. But he's still on the judge here.
NRG at the moment just very content to take some space up towards mid, draw out utility while the round is still fairly early. You can see the spike is all the way back there in market. It's going to be collected late. But they're just showing emphasis on, a bit of B heaven, a bit of Vents. Hey, we could be splitting into either site right now.
Characteristically, though, again from BBL, no B main control outside of this posting from Lovers Rock. He's got to respect that Steel Garden. He'll be able to keep his primary for the time being. That's great reaction, though, for Previn. Kiko attempts to walk up, and it falls flat on its face. Shot missed, though. There's a chance here to get into the site for NRG. Lovers Rock, maybe flash around the corner, some shorty action. Yes! Tears Mata's head clean off his shoulders. Spike loose on sight, and LaRock now looks to post up on yet another corner. The op is still singing out in time. It's getting very short. Scuba's pinged out by the haunt. Lovers Rock is every bit the sleep paralysis demon he was promised to be.
These B-side holds from BBL are looking really fantastic these past couple rounds out of the timeout. Kiko, what feels like just a little bit early perhaps on that. Not having anyone to swing out and trade for him. And then Lovers Rock, backside is just doing a great job fighting towards main. Had Loida there as well, playing off him tucked in the corner. LaRock in so quick, has the overdrive popped. They are just not allowing NRG to actually get the spike down. Their mission has been to fight them so aggro just as they're getting out of the choke point, and it's so far working exactly as they'd hoped.
So it's another timeout here. And so another coin-based win condition. NRG start that round slow. There's a brief acceleration. They get that heaven control. But unfortunately, things fall apart when they can't really capitalize on the Steel Garden that would, in theory, get them into B properly. Force Lovers Rock off the angle. It's one way to do it.
It just gets them through B main. Doesn't actually cover anything backside.
You'd rather a drone in that position, I think, for that purpose at least.
Yeah, and it really just felt like, some of those timings were just not tight enough with Kiko fighting heaven, and then they're kind of rounding the corner of B main. It was just a little bit off kilter for NRG. We're going to need to stabilize out of this timeout. Money has not been good. Future buy's not going to be good.
There's a lot of moving parts to NRG's composition. Yeah. Pretty flashlight as well. Of course, they got the paranoia, but Kiko ends up walking into, like you mentioned, a player stationed behind that Viper wall. So it's a question of whether they go back to those fast hits, that burst of speed here. But I think the unknown variable of the op in the mix now for Lovers Rock changes the calculus for the American squad.
Will this be another fast-paced round like we saw on A prior? Will they get the spot on Lovers Rock? Mata wants to accelerate.
Love to wrest the off away from the star player BBL, but, chance to ingress in towards this Heaven position until they force their way in, and it works out. Behind the guiding light flash, Ethan's able to find Kreven. Laroc spotted out now as well. He tries to play the rat angle, but he has been revealed. And perhaps NRG Bites might be looking elsewhere for now.
Oh, the barrel is spotted by Lover's Rock.
Oh my god! His gate crash, I don't think it has the effect he wanted it to. He might have wanted that back towards spawn a bit further. Either way, Lover's Rock swings himself onto the angle. Takes the Vice out, but now he's got to contend with the Viper's Pit.
Oh my god, I mean, Ethan is so low. Even mid-range, he could have gone down to the shorty.
Now, though, the question of getting back into the side for BBL is a difficult one. Screens is covered up by their Viper's Pit. And they've got Marta in position to watch an A main play. Dancing the bullets past the wall, but Loida's still able to make short work of him.
Now they've got a real chance, and they have more than enough cash to go for a risk like this.
NRG are in the pit. They can play themselves back into the site that way. Their information now is kind of expired in its usefulness. Loida's already playing forward onto the spike. Doesn't know if there's going to be a swing out of this pit, though, to try and challenge him. And Lover's Rock's trying to get ahead of it. Scuba, that's the swing. And there's Lover's Rock ready for it. Loida, that is dirty stuff. Gets it to half, and now it's on Kiko. And the Guardian's just not going to cut the mustard, is it? 6 up for BBL, and a sick retake.
They cannot be allowed to get away with that. NRG, I don't know, wires crossed, things getting scrambled. The pit isn't covering the spike backside. Ethan rotates up to Heaven. The spike isn't planted for him either. Really bizarre situation.
Oh, free haircut, anybody?
And these little mistakes adding up just give BBL enough room to win the round out despite only having 2 players remaining. They win the duels that they're gifted for free. They shouldn't even be in a situation to be taking duels like that. I can't believe how much that crumbled for NRG. Just miscomms on miscomms, it felt like.
Fast playing towards the A site now. Laroc is going to see all of it! It's a disaster for NRG! Now what do you have to work with? Pieces to be picked up, I'm sure. It's going to be a grim mosaic that NRG try to construct. Kreven, here's the TP. Faked as it was, as NRG are no further than ramps, and they're down to 2.
The BBL are just applying the maximum pressure to NRG at any moment that they are trying to get through a choke. They're being stuffed by players by way too much util, and a willingness from BBL to just run down the world champs.
No respect, just as promised from BBL. Rope's making those shots a little wayward, but Brock is still dealt with it eventually. Just a suspension of disbelief, perhaps. Kiko next out, and BBL now with a head of steam. Eyes forward. 7 rounds on this defense side, already an impressive first half.
Despite this being a map that heading into this tournament you would have had at the bottom of their active pool.
Oh.
It feels like their game plan is working exactly as it's drawn up. You're seeing Lover's Rock at his best controlling the map with the AWP right now, or with the Outlaw. And then Laroc is just able to dominate them on the opposite sides of the map. They're playing so aggro, stuffing them in these chokes, fighting when NRG are trying to get out.
Hey, Loida, maybe not expecting Marta to be there so early, but it's the customary sort of fake TP and B main setup to try and dissuade any further presence, though it's fast up ramps for NRG.
Yeah, Rose is trying to get over there in time to find some kind of trade. Loida teleports behind him and spawns.
Loida! I heard that was against the law! And now down to 3 are NRG!
The spike is on the ground. It needs to be recovered by NRG now. BBL just pounce on that.
Yeah, I mean, he's that Trailblazer. Nothing to clear that space. NRG have lost this spike almost certainly. Brock with his stinger has to try and find a way to get it back. Decayed down, caught in the seas. And now BBL get to play with their food. Don't worry about it, Sue. There's bigger fish to fry for NRG.
How do you get back into this if you're NRG? Mata has the full kit. Maybe there's a way he can fast lane to get the spike, or like relay bolt one guy, try to isolate, slide at them with the Bucky. Maybe off the Chaos, Brock could try to make something happen with the Phantom. All right, just a recovery mission. They got the spike and they're out. In the meantime, Brock is just hauling his way to the B side.
He can't cross to Heaven, and Marta knows it. He's got to go the long way around.
BBL are not far behind. Rose is already posted up in B Heaven.
Brock does have a rifle, though. Oh, no! Noise made, and Brock's able to capitalize guys. Now there's a glimmer of hope. Dimming by the second, though, as Lovers Rock gets closer under Dimensional Drift and emerges in front of Brock. It's an absolute capitulation for BBL. And the MasterCard Thrifty snatched up for NRG.
that can't be the first round that NRG put in the board.
Did we just overdose on the silly sauce?
I cannot believe that. I mean, also just what a call to say, Brock, just start running to B. You're a little slower than I am. I'll grab the spike. I'll meet up with you later.
That seems so hasty for Lovers Rock to emerge from the trip like that.
He thinks he could maybe, I don't know if he thought he could deny the plant or scare the planter to getting off or just trying to catch them like someone would be. I don't know. That was a bold risk to take.
Defense side, Viper's Pit though, BBL. Looking to stuff the choke on the A side of the map. Sharp for Armada. Sharp as attack.
That's exactly what they need from him. Has not been a lights out split game for Armada so far.
And that's a lot of the rig clear potential denied from BBL.
Laroc just has one gun on the buy menu. Judge. No rifles. Nothing else. The Judge.
Can play yourself into B main in a multitude of different ways.
What an annoying setup though for BBL. They just Judge B main, hit A main. Sure.
And NRG trying to test every other possible avenue before they go for one of those two. Looks like they're getting to heaven from mid. That's where they got that control. Marta is actually going to go deep yet again. Going to play close up down those stairs, and he's gotten two. Once again, it plays beautifully, and this time Marta was on his own there. It doesn't matter. Enough rope given to BBL for them to hang themselves with. And Creven is in a 1v5. These are important rounds for NRG to find at the end of this first half.
A light smile on the face of Brock after he wins that 1v1 while stunned against the Judge. we are in silly land, Mitch.
Yeah.
This is
part of the Olympic luge champion.
Been a wild last couple rounds.
Okay.
We're getting a nice little banger third map. They'll like to see that. Now, BBL, they had some great adjustments from round 6 to 10, utter domination, and it felt like round 11 was one that NRG didn't necessarily deserve to win in the 2v3, but they somehow make this close in the end at a 7-5. Just a mental half of Valorant.
Now we get a run back of the Marta solo play into Spawn, and this time it works even better than it did before. Halftime, 7-5. Competitive start to split. Only one way to find out how it all ends. That's to stay with us.
Vamos a bailar un poco. Eso es una línea, ¿eh? Por acá. Únanse, únanse. Arriba, 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 arriba. Únanse. Únanse. Todos. Arriba, los que tengan el carnalito, vengan, 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 vengan. Traigan los carnalitos, los que tengan el carnalito vengan. Los que tengan el carnalito vengan acá, sin pena, sin pena, sin pena, vamos. ¡Ey, ey, 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 ey!
At one point in the first half, BBL had strung together 5 rounds in a row to make it 7-3. And then actually looked lost, Wyatt. Struggling to have that level of pace they need to get into the map, but all of a sudden Lovers Rock's operator got added to the equation. They didn't seem to have an answer for that either. However, those last couple rounds of the half, that should give some hope for America's fans here as NRG cotton on to a couple of opportunities, but BBL looked like they get ahead of themselves.
It felt like BBL were in that situation where you can't do anything wrong. You're just winning in every little micro area of the game. Every shot is connecting, and you start to make a couple silly mistakes because of that. That's what happened on those final 2 rounds, and it's resulted in NRG being within touching distance of catching up. So BBL are going to have to really stabilize to maintain this lead in the second half.
And now they're going to play against that stopping power that NRG's composition boasts on defense. Fast lane, though, to play BBL in towards the A side of the map. Kiko respects it, sees low in with a TP top side, and knows the rock's already crossed, but everyone surrounds him. Good damage done, you can say that at least, but NRG are now pushed off the action.
Ethan lucky to get away alive. The spam coming his way in that smoke at 15 HP energy. They just want to fight. Brock is in up top, but he can't connect the shots just yet.
A lot of low health players, but Brock has got so much on his plate. I'm not sure if he brought his appetite for this one. BBL with 3 players all below 31.
They've got 59 health total. This is so winnable for Brock.
A couple stray shots here and there. He's getting nothing from BBL. Look at the push up here from Kreven inside the box. The bait jump out there for Rose. Down to 1 HP. It's not enough. BBL distribute the bare minimum of health amongst their teammates. And clown on Brock.
Kreven with the perfect timing to peek out, but that is just BBL playing as fast as you possibly can in the game of Valorant. Everyone W key pressed getting into the site. They just overwhelm these anchors. And as Energy try to get back in, Ethan was really unable to support in a meaningful way, just took so much damage. He's forced to retreat. BBL are in prime position to close out this series, their debut global series.
Once again, same play. Kiko going to be pressured on the side. This time he tucks. Doesn't look for a cross.
Again, Energy, they're here fast. They have 4 players on this site.
His Classics had to go to work, but BBL are just not going to let them find their footing. And they're swept away. So it's on Brock again, who with the Classic will simply challenge from rafters and ideally make a swift but dignified exit from the round. Rose will be the one to close it.
With the triple with the spike plant, Rose is just 1 orb away from getting a Nightfall on the very first buy round for NRG. Everyone on the defensive side there were just gathered up in the site for the slaughter. That was just effortless for BBL.
9-5 now. So looking for a conversion on this bonus round. That would be backbreaking for NRG. 3 of those. Heavy armor's brought up though by the American squad. See this push up to the barrier on this ramp direction. Might be an early thrust here from NRG, but they're all caught in paranoia, and Kreven finds his early. The Rock still wants to go for it, and the Judge sings out. He'll take the trade. BBL favor now as Scuba's looking for a timing here up mid. It's only the clone that's there to see.
I might get a free one on Loida though. It's proactivity from Scuba.
Oh, you're
timing
kidding!
Unless...
He'll know. Scuba knows he can get this one. Waits for the last possible second. But again, it's still a player advantage for BBL. Scuba on ramp, cut down, and it's on Kiko. Has that side presence, and in fact, I don't know if BBL know where he is.
That was such a crazy fast reaction from Lover's Rock. Kiko now walking through main. Was he spotted? Yeah, he definitely was. BBL, they're on the move over to the free B site. Rose is going to have the Nightfall as well, just in case Kiko starts making it close. Why not?
Kiko doesn't have the time to check every single angle. The weapon is out, and the pocket sand deployed by Lover's Rock.
Delivering on the hype. As advertised, his little 17-6 on this last map. And when only going up against 1 initiator, being able to outlaw so much on that first half, he is racking up kills.
I mean, that
now
paranoia.
on attack with the rifle. Yeah, that paranoia, that's just a sick play on A. And they do it against NRG on the round where NRG go for a 3-man swing on ramp. That is so unfortunate.
And kind of demoralizing, I think, for NRG, who go for that variation and have a counter by 1 little piece of utility. A timeout here. 5 rounds behind of NRG. The weaponry, it's not pretty. 3 Buckies, 2 Stingers. It's a full house of tomfoolery in the arsenal. We might expect a fast play into one of these, an early pop for NRG, maybe to get value out of Mata's duelist nature on defense. But really, very little of what was promised by NRG's composition has come to fruition yet on this defense side. Losing that bonus, or seeing the bonus converted by BBL rather, that stings.
We have seen a completely different BBL from Pearl to Abyss to now on Split. The turnaround is unbelievable. It looked like they were falling victim to the first seed curse, to the debut global event curse. They just did not have their bearings on that map. Well, they take a deep breath, come back, and are just in phenomenal form. And in phenomenal form, playing their style, playing their way of Valorant.
And being permitted to play their way too.
Yes, it's with the meta agents, but they have their own approach, their own flavor to running this. You're running the Neon, and it's just working so well. Can Bonkar find an answer for NRG out of this timeout? On this round, it's a pretty meager buy with just the Stingers, though.
Yeah, little offensive pops here from this defense side is what they're going to have to go for. Some fancy footwork there by Mata. Twinkle Toes, bedazzles Loida. Larocco's gotten deep into the B side, but is solo, trying to sell something here. How long is he going to get away with this? He's hoping for a push on the corner.
And when is he going to get some help? I mean, does he even need the help? How is he not gone down?
Okay, so ultimately it's not a fake being sold. BBL trying using to pave the way, but here's Lovers Rock for one. Mark comes in around the corner though. And this thrifty round for NRG looks like it might be secure.
BBL getting way too thinly spread across the map there. Not able to get back to Laroc in time. He had all that space on B, but the other three players are rotating cross map.
I did feel like we got to see once again the Turkish default. Deep A, deep B presence for BBL, but they're not really knowing where to end up in the end. Marta's having to take 4 kills out of the round. MasterCard Thrifty locked in.
I like NRG taking that aggro timing with the fight up in heaven when the wall was up. Just pop flash out of it with Ethan. Yeah, it's this moment here with Mata. Able to dodge out, get the second shot connected, pretty sick.
And an insane round for Mata. Basically playing gun game here. Yeah, he's able to catch out Lovers Rock as he went for a play with the Outlaw. Important round for NRG, but it's too early to say if their head is above water yet.
Laroc has found a new weapon on the buy menu. He has the rifle for this rush over into A. Mata needs to back up. That's a bit too much pressure. Okay, the judge ain't doing that. Judge isn't doing that, bro.
Apropos of nothing, it's Ethan down through the smoke. Kiko, though, has been very dependable on this B side of the map. Great anchor, bought a lot of time, and there he just takes that kill in B main. NRG looking a little comfortable here, or at least easing into this defense side now. Nice slide in from Mata. And the Rock has his ankles broken, and now it's up to Lovers Rock and Rose. He might need to find a mid to B as their solution.
This round and the last, BBL have felt really scrambled. Things not being coordinated between players, going down isolated, and NRG finding nice moments to aggress onto some of these isolated players like we just saw there with Laroc. Now NRG just need to close things out as the clone goes forward.
Sees the gun barrel. It's Lovers Rock handled now. Pretty clean from NRG, and it's nothing. They're not reinventing the wheel here, Wyatt. We're seeing some of these little pops up on the defense side behind like a Paranoia and then a dive in from the Neon. It's what you should expect if you're going up against, a defense side of Neon in general. And still, BBL seem to be a little suggestible in those moments, getting caught out by some of these aggressive moments.
Yeah, they had gotten that opener, and then Loida just exposed himself on the other side of the map, so the team doesn't have any smokes to play with going anywhere else. And from there, it's just easy for NRG to catch out individuals. And it's going to force BBL into a timeout here. Really can't blame them. The last couple rounds have not been clean for them at all, and it's given NRG an opening.
A lot of what was working for BBL on that defense side now gets a little bit harder to employ on attack. I'm talking about contact angles with the op, for example. The Rock having those pops up defensively. Getting value, for example, out of a C's to disrupt a fast sight hit. BBL have to adapt. It does look like, I think, they've shored up this map quite significantly since we saw them against Genomates there in that playoff match, that qualifying game. But even still, NRG now been able to slow things down and use these moments from Mata where he gets ahead and tries to break that conditioning to give them an advantage and punish overextension.
Into this round, BBL don't think it's impossible that maybe they go for some kind of crazy ult play. They have a rifle, a Guardian, the Stinger, and then Laroc does have the overdrive. BBL are a team that have cooked up some pretty creative ult rounds that they use throughout kickoff to catch teams out, get free round wins. Do they take a risk like that here, though? Map 3 against NRG, popping ults in a round where they don't have a full buy.
Early clear of A here. This should be pretty important information for NRG. Paranoia catching on to Scuba. He's going to extract himself rather quick. Mata is there, though, to step up in his stead. That's an overdrive, completely stuffed from Larocque. There's that stopping power. Razorvine denies a fast push from BBL onto B.
Grabbing the lone rifle on BBL. He's trying to just see if someone on energy would maybe expose themselves in mid. Not going to be the case, though. As the rest of the team group up. Mod has really started to heat up in this game, hasn't he?
Dropping spike.
He's absolutely the build-around for NRG in terms of this defense side strategy, Wyatt. I don't know if you actually saw that play through mid, and yet they have the crossfire set up as is custom towards heaven. There's a glimpse of some headgear. Okay, Kiko, tap it away. And that'll be enough for the time being for NRG. Kraven and Rose, last two up. And once again, Kiko flexes his dominance on B. Kraven would be fortunate to leave the round with a rifle in hand.
Probably going to get the spike down, though. So there is a chance.
No reason not to go for it. That is for certain. So now it's a question of where you fall back to on this A side of the map. NRG going to have to make their way over. Razorvine does deny the early play back out towards main by Kraven, but he'll get where he needs to be.
Oh, wanted to bait out that wall as well.
I like it. Again, it's the dotting of I's and crossing of T's, the little things here for Kraven. Trying to pave his way for success in his 1 versus 3, but he'll have to take a pretty raw fight, and he sees 3 guns trained in his direction. And so the firing squad gets NRG back within 2 rounds.
A fair attempt from Kraven. I like he baits out the util, goes back, puts himself in a position where he tries to isolate a fight to slowly even up the numbers. He was doing everything right, but ultimately that's just going to be such a tough situation for them to win. Stunner first shot from Mata.
Yeah, just a really solid crossfire there. Kiko's been fantastic on defense.
Overdrive committal just gets fully nullified.
Now we're playing the game, to quote Ethan. Can't argue with that. 3 rounds in a row for NRG. And some really important ultimates here, especially if they want to funnel BBL in their choice of direction. They've got that Viper's Pit off rip.
It's faster from Larocque, getting up towards A ramp.
It's a bit mid.
Yeah, instant broken, but does know that no one is too close up. So BBL fight and take some early space over towards A, and now the entire team is rotating over here. They just want to go for this straight up exec. They have to deal with Brock and some delay utility and that choke.
Exactly. That Razorvine could be big, but Lover's Rock, of course, can circumvent all of it. There is Larocque falling, though. Ethan plays himself onto the site, checks that Razorvine spot, and then what an angle to find Lover's Rock on! They all step up, and the Mastermind knocks them down like dominoes. Bloina will be double swung. Ignoble exit from the round, and Ethan is on his feet.
And a risk like that, just going for a fast exec against this Vice comp is absolutely punished. They don't get the info on Brock being there. They're completely stalled out.
Oh.
And you see the duelists just isolated there with Lover's Rock stuck all the way in. And that was just such a heads-up play from Ethan. So smart to drop down back into that corner.
Not quite Lysol level aura farming from Ethan, but certainly starting to emanate some confidence. Captain gets his team back within a round. Was the fake jump there? Larocque though in hot pursuit. Brock going to try and cover Ethan's retreat, but it's just not enough.
God.
The Rock will not be denied.
That is pretty outrageous. Does Brock try to get back in here? I mean, there's a slight angle with the Molly not fully covering the choke.
No, he doesn't fancy it. There's a risk of being triple swung here in the end, as the side is certainly under BBL's control for now. The screen's present for Brock as he crosses back over. And it looks like Mata wants that heaven control again.
A look at this flank from Scuba, but it's just being read by Loida. This timing can Scuba win this out. Oh, he can.
Can't afford to lose though. Scuba had a chance, an opportunity. There's a slide in from Mata, at least forces the gate crash, but that's back to the site. Lover's Rock can just play as an anchor now in its retake.
And Loida doesn't have to do anything but live. He can just be a nuisance in the back line over towards A main.
Now NRG have to descend into the Viper's Pit. an unenviable position at the best of times, but they've got to go for it. Lovers Rock straight through the smoke, caught out. That's Kiko for 2, surely not more. Loida steps up, steps out, and finds that 3 kill for the MasterCard Thrifty. BBL, the lights are still on.
This time they go away, but let's just ignore Brock on the site. We're gonna run up ramp and just get in Ethan's face. Not much stall utility where they're playing with the sky.
Look at this.
Relay Bolt is so good. Yeah, just the dash in.
The C's, man.
That fight was so important on the flank as well. If Scuba wins that out, all of a sudden they're the one backstabbing in. They don't have to worry about A main late. They can just get to the site, put all of their focus on fighting towards that pit.
And the op is back in play. Wyatt Lovers Rocks gets himself the scope weapon.
Oh, they gotta deal with him there, yeah.
Again, just found himself in a 1v3 scenario unbeknownst to himself.
BBL love to run a, like a full exec play, everything behind aggression with Larock there, and then they'll mix it up and just kind of send him solo and try and play off that, like a bit of conditioning, but NRG really don't want to give up A right now. They just fight it even more heavily.
Pretty good map control here. Look at NRG, yeah, double face, and that's Kreven down. That's also the Viper Wall gone, so very quickly NRG are going to realize there's no one else at A, especially with these Seekers trained on the rest of BBL. Here's Brock from lower. Paranoid comes in from B main. That's disruptive indeed. Kiko's taken out by the op. Lovers Rock spotted as he drops down. Scuba waiting for a chance to get this crossfire going, but Luida could be a problem in the corner of the site, and he's not spotted out. 2 for the Omen.
And Rose just saw the barrel. Mata backing towards stairs, though, makes a little bit of noise. Look at Ethan coming through main.
This could be fortuitous timing. Ethan with a flash still to play with Luida very low, as is Rose. Surely you don't fight yourself out of this one. No, Mata there from CT. It's Luida down. And Rose can only get back on rafters and have a bird's eye view of a situation that likely will spiral out of his control. 18 health. Mata plays close. Ethan with a double face. And then RG quickly respond back and keep it close.
Still in the game. I love the way that they played towards A that time. I mean, they were not going to give Larock an inch. They had 3 players just ready to fight here on ramp. The counter flash comes through. He's blinded up, dealt with, and then there was that mid-round timing that Mata and Ethan took to fight again in A main. And at that point, they just have more than enough numbers to handle BBL's pivot towards that B site.
It's a tight round. You can see that look on Bokkar's face. That TP forward into the back of sight by Luida could have been the undoing for NRG. And so the op was picked up by Lovers Rock. That's gone again. Dropped away. Back to the rifle. And Brock now has the Odin to play with.
An interesting buy from BBL late into the timer. There was some swaps around with the guns, figuring out what to do, but it's left him with 3 rifles and it looks like a desire to get into this B site quickly.
Relay bolt here. Odin could be very powerful in this spot, but Brock's going to be flashed off the angle. Rose into heaven. Kiko, though, is there yet again. Great opener. Rose has to be huge here. He needs to find the undoing, but Scuba's watching for it. Great correction. We're looking at an even game if things keep going in this direction.
HP on BBL is horrifically low. No control of the map. Where do they try to finish in this situation? If for all they know, one player could be pushed all the way up into A main, holding that. They're going to try to go up mid, in towards B heaven, re-hit. That's a re-hit into 4 players. Surely there is no way they can wrangle this round back into their control.
Ethan doesn't fancy it. Flashed out himself. Kreven's actually able to get ahead of this now, but surely Ethan's looking for it. Cool, calm, collected, king of composure! The king of the dead! Flawless round for NRG! And Ethan perched on a throne of skulls!
Him and Mata have been outrageous in this second half. That duo has been bringing NRG back. Sick lineup.
The game is even. The heads are in the hands for the BBL coaching staff. As for all their bluff and bluster, NRG have taken this game to a standstill around 23.
Smoke goes down towards Vent from Loida in this 1-3-1 for BBL. As they want to press through that cloud, flash, prowler. Larock up quickly. They've got this space towards Mail. Still very early in the round. How do they want to work it? They've got control of B main as well.
High-low crossfire. Marta shows first, backs up. Haunt dealt with quickly enough, but they might have had the second weapon here in Heaven.
Oh, that paranoia goes through. Larock not going to fight it too aggressively, though. Look at the map right now. NRG have 4 players towards B. BBL have really convinced them that that's where they're going to be headed.
Brook understands the assignment, though, Wyatt. Play post-plant with this Steel Garden.
And now look at this. Loida can teleport across, so they can have all 5 players on this execute. I love what BBL are doing so far. Brock, he has given up the site, retreated with the Odin. Can he get anything done with the spam? No, it doesn't look like it.
Nothing to see from that crossover. No way to light up BBL as they get into the site, but again, there is a Steel Garden in play. Here it comes. Tough to get out of this one. Kiko trading out for Loida. Now wants to get onto the side. Smokes off that main position, trying to force Lovers Rock off the angle, and he's taken down before the smoke blooms. Now onto the site we go. Risky and dangerous for BBL. They're grouped up together, hoping they can crossfire this, but one by one, they step up out into the line of sight of Brock, and he will have his fill. Match point for NRG.
BBL just trapped in the site after planting. NRG with all of the space. They tear them apart. The Odin from Brock just a bit too much.
Again, Brock was patient, spent the whole round in screens. Played off the Steel Garden. Huge retake. Plenty of animation here on the faces of NRG. It's been a slog of a game. But BBL now in an awkward spot of buying up what they can, and it is not much.
Ultimates not really a factor in this round unless Lovers Rock can find a kill, find an orb. BBL are back into this 1-3-1. Can they take it to OT against the world champions?
Haunt gets them into ropes. NRG happy to try and encircle them, maybe once again play themselves into Heaven for at least the trade.
You can see the gate crash was just sent back all the way towards Market from Lovers Rock, so at any point could go back to Roses here with the spike. I'm sweating just watching his point of view.
He's alone for now.
And Larock has doubled back, and it looks like Lovers Rock wants to maybe play proactively, maybe make some noise and teleport back to the others.
It's the same high-low setup here. It's dangerous. Relay bolt thrown out, but Lovers Rock finds success solo over on that A side of the map, but is he ready for Brock? He sees him.
Yeah, gets the drift with that kill, gets the info on Brock, and now BBL are on the way towards that A side. Gets the space in elbow, leaves a dimensional drift. The rest of BBL, they get past that wall, it gets tripped. It doesn't matter. This is going to be a 4-on-3 for the game.
Oh, through the smoke, Kreven. Doesn't know what him and Brock's far from done. This is exactly where he shines. Through the corners, the damage is gone. Larock is riddled with bullets. Lovers Rock tries to stand up, and it's on Loida. 1v2 in the post-plant. Oh! Unbelievable! We're at ball 4 for Loida! Takes us to overtime! It's the stuff of dreams! Not even the greatest fantasy authors have the audacity to put that pen to paper! And yet here we are, Loida extends a lifeline to BBL!
Oh my god, man! The speed on that second shot, the reaction time is insane. How the hell does he adjust back for that? You are joking, man. I am just stunned. I don't know what to say.
And
it should be done. NRG should be moving through the upper bracket, and yet we're in OT. All right. Oh my god.
So we have as little time as the players do to gather ourselves as we head into overtime. NRG is starting the attack side. Lovers Rock has that defense side off that gave NRG so many issues in the first half.
Full control of A, and BBL have even pressed up into B main. Extremity control on either side of the map. NRG working fully through mid, now fully through B Heaven. Following the Trailblazers, Mata downstairs into the spawn. So now these BBL B-site players have to be concerned about an additional lane that NRG could be pressing them from.
And so they've had to reposition, but they do have that B-main control, so they can just flip the map on that side of things. Big shot, Kraven knows also where Mata's going to be coming from. Mata thinks twice about fully committing to it. Relay bolt, fast lane, you name it, distracts him from the reality of Scuba descending. Loida in the back corner of the side, and Mata slides on up. Rose will get the drop on Kiko though. A backstab pays off, and NRG still need to find a spike plant.
And LaRock is just still in B main with his judge, has to find a moment to close the distance.
Just a bit of the head was enough for Ethan to take Lovers Rock out of the game. It's all on LaRock. With the judge, gets an upgraded weapon, understood. Scuba's going to be able to set up that high-low crossfire. LaRock with it all to do, his hands on with the shorty. And NRG say, well, perhaps second chime's the charm.
Mata is just relentless in these rounds. The fact that he is able to get the kill, backside here, yeah, the movement into the slide, the kill on Loida. And because LaRock has the judge in main, can't even really get traded. There's not a great crossfire setup there. NRG had neither extremity to work with, so instead they take spawn control away from BBL. Crazy, crazy approach to the round, and it works out.
It's becoming the signature for NRG on this map, but now they'll flip the defense. Brock and the Odin. Match made in heaven. 3 plays with the paranoia, and look how quickly BBL have to disperse. Mata though wants to get in there. Perhaps a slide over extension. Sees, catches Kiko, TP across, and the snake bite hits his spike loose.
He just doesn't know where to go. Felt like he was going to walk into a sight line.
This is recoverable though. There was a gap in the smoke, but Loida moves forward and gets the spike to hand. They've still got to deal with Brock on these off angles, spamming through the wall, and now with a Razor Vine to slow BBL down.
BBL have enough time though. They don't need to overcommit right now. They get those thorns out.
Lovers Rock daring Brock to swing that line. But he knows better. LaRock slaps him down. That's the Odin out of the game. Kiko now has to be as dependable as he's been all game, if not more. Tucked just below Rafter. Lovers Rock sees him first. Well, now Ethan and Scuba have to work this from different angles, pick apart the tapestry the BBL are put together. And we're just going to show. Krepin tries to find a timing with it to trade. So it's up to the captain yet again to save, to salvage, to bail water out of a rapidly sinking ship. And we're doing it again, folks. BBL, stay alive.
They had no util to work with there, just pure crossfires, fundamentals, and they trade out well. This was so awkward in mid for Rose. Great first kill, but then gets traded out by the Molly. BBL then just slowly work their way into that B side, and I think Brock may be regretting taking that aggro line where he swings through the smoke with the Odin. That's really where the advantage is found in the round for BBL.
So BBL are going to opt to call a timeout here out of that round number 26.
Listen, there's no other way to say it. BBL right now are in the highest pressure situation of their careers, from their coaching staff to all of the players. This is a brand new experience for them. They've been undefeated so far this year to get here, but bear in mind, this is the team coming up from Ascension in an OT Map 3 debut against the reigning world champions. Absolutely insane.
We've said this before, NRG, Mata, Scuba, and Brock were here at Champs in their first global. They had to do the same thing. This kind of pressure, this kind of crowd, and they went all the way to be crowned world champions last year. So they know what it feels like to be in BBL's shoes. They've been there themselves. But does that mean they have the answer? Do they have the stuff to quench this flame for BBL that is starting to spark a wildfire?
Curious to see when we get out of this if we're just going to get more Lovers Rock opping Glass Cannon as well. He did that on the first round, and we have seen this map of Split be the most successful for Lovers Rock individually. And I do feel like it just comes down to the fact that NRG are not playing double initiator here. There's more opportunities for him to pick up these scoped weapons and find success.
This is an NRG timeout called after the BBL one. Both teams using this opportunity to take a breather. And I imagine, Wyatt, a lot of the conversation for BBL is about this fast play up mid into Heaven, into Spawn from Mata. He's mixed it in 3 times or so this game, and it's almost always been successful. Last time he did it, he was in their Spawn. That is something BBL cannot afford to do. Even the push into B main to try and take some space of their own in response wasn't enough.
It has felt like the longer this game has gone, NRG are being more dynamic with Mata's pathing around the map. I mean, even on that round on defense, they had him sliding into that fight in mid. They're getting a little bit more adventurous with him to have an effort of closing out this game, or back late in regulations, tie things up, bring it to this position. NRG start this on attack after the double timeout call. Lover's Rock does have that operator over on this A site, on his lonesome. That teleport doesn't even get him all the way out. It gets him to elbow, by the way.
This is play up mid from Mata, okay. Ends up being traded out. Scooby, they're going to play close with the shorty towards rope room. He hears it. Oh, it's ham-fisted. It's haphazard, and ultimately it falls in a screaming heap. Now to salvage, there's just nothing left to gather up for NRG. Lover's Rock makes sure of that. It's Kiko on his lonesome. A long way from home. Deep in enemy territory.
Lover's Rock in the meantime, just a free little two-piece over towards A main. Control of the spike for BBL. All in the hands of Kiko. The lone change in the roster for NRG this year. He has been so good. I think especially at this tournament, he's been playing even better than he was during the kickoff run to get here. Has had some phenomenal maps, but what a task he has in front of him. Spotted out, blinded up now by the paranoia as time is just slowly dwindling.
The consideration for NRG is now they've got to win that defense side round themselves. Stay alive in this series. They said, Strong at least, said that BBL were the team they least wanted to play. They felt mechanically they were the strongest and they always overperform expectations. This game, I feel, is no exception. Kreven puts Kiko out of his misery, and NRG are faced with the grim prospect of fighting for their lives in this next round.
Need to see this again on the replay. Fight in Vent was just so chaotic. Scuba coming through with a shorty, but whiffed. Ethan gets caught. Lover's Rock just switching up the angle there. And the dry peek from Brock and a little snapshot to remove him from that OT round. Feels like the coaches for BBL still playing it kind of cool, calm, and collected right now.
It's a tense moment.
Keeping their focus. I wonder if BBL just have a set piece coming into this round, though, to try to close out the game.
We had back-to-back timeouts before these last couple of rounds. Time to see the fruits of the labor from the coach's box.
Fast lane coming in towards B. Lorak is in fast as a fight in mid as well.
Okay, everything promised to BBL. And they will snatch it up happily. Mata slides in, but it's a little too late there, I'd suggest. Plant here over on the B side of the map. Scuba has to play his way into mid, but he's marked up. Prowler reveals his presence, and Rose just walks away. He's done enough. He knows that Scuba is going to be up against the odds. The deck is stacked against NRG. Such that Brock has to try and work his way into B with an Odin. Good start. Lover's Rock out the game. Player advantage still though for BBL, and Brock needs to find more. How?
There is just no way we're still going. How the hell is that possible?
It feels like BBL, their bandwidth's so taxed, they've got no mind for the fact that Brock is encroaching from behind. Catch him on the corner twice in quick succession.
Just slowly through the smoke, Loida turns at the exact wrong moment. I cannot believe we are still going. 4-on-2 has been thrown away.
I think that moment spoke entirely for itself. Let's run it back once more. Defense side off for Lover's Rock.
Wow, Rose out in mid, just caught and dealt with straight away by Kiko. Oh my god, Mike just on the crossback.
Like Bambi baits the shot. Of course, NRG already aware that Lover's Rock had been lurking on that A side of the map. He'd made it his own. On the BBL defense side round, Kreven gets the shoulder peek and gets a lot of info. There's a drift en masse across towards the B side by NRG.
Smoke thrown down to B main now from BBL. Energy want to get into this site. Fast lane up. Stun. The counter from Lorak to keep them at bay, at least temporarily. more than temporarily. NRG, they just do not want to fully commit to that site. Apprehensive, and maybe for the best, because that apprehension has honestly just dragged BBL away from this site. They've left Loida on his own.
Yeah, a little bit out in the open. The timing's not quite there though for NRG. Loida is going to be extended a stay of execution as he gets back towards spawn. Poison Orb in heaven will allow NRG to creep slowly into position. And Loida, I think, now realizes what has happened, that he's given up the site. So patiently he'll wait for BBL to join him now. Maybe a play into heaven. Either way, NRG of 5 players ready for the retake attempts.
BBL gathering up now in heaven. Not a lot of utility to work with. Rock and try to create some space by getting in with this fast lane, but that's about it. On top of everything, NRG, 2 guys going back through mid on this late wrap to close out the round with the spike planted for them. Feels damn near impossible for BBL to try and win this out.
Kiko low, got topped up in a pinch there by Ethan. Here comes Brock, a timing for Kiko, doesn't quite pay out the way it was supposed to, but it's Ethan locking it down from the corner. Enough to Kreven on his own. Will be spotted and dispatched by Brock. NRG get that attack side win that we're looking for. And our match point is theirs.
A really beautifully played post plant from NRG. Just having the plan to get the spike planted for heaven. Immediate double wrap comes all the way back through. Made it effectively impossible for BBL to win that round, retaking with an AWP with such low util. And now speaking of, Lovers Rock is going to keep the AWP. Glass Cannon into this attack side. BBL trying to stay in the game. NRG can close it out here. Send BBL to the lower bracket.
Collected up in mid. Glass Cannon up on the attack side. To say that Lovers Rock is attempting a gambit would be an understatement. 27 and 19. Spectacular map for the Oru player. He's not getting anything out of NRG for free. Scuba looks to buy some time, surely, with a snake bite here. There's an encroachment in rope room. There could be some shenanigans there. No, here's the activation. Scuba's going to give up that ground. Kiko getting ready, trying to stall out the B main push here, and it works. Inside the smoke, Scuba needs to find a timing, and it might be now. Yes, he emerges, and Lovers Rock is dealt with. Still has to be a spike play, but BBL have lost all of that heaven side control.
And in the meantime, Kreven, he's just way too far away. He can't help his teammates at all.
Loida tries to stop the flash as it comes on in. Kiko boots on the ground, and here's the spray from the Odin. Loida left, black and blue, and Kiko gets the fade out of the game. 4 health and a dream for Loida. And it's enough to take down Kiko. Numbers even now. Scuba knows Loida's low. There's a player towards his left. He may not be alive. That's a third for Loida. Get out!
There is just no
That's unreal! Of all 9 billion realities, I failed to see which one included that outcome. 4 health, 3 kills, and yet another lifeline extended to BBL.
This is one of the most outrageous games I have ever seen.
They're breaking all the rules. No regard for the way things are done.
I cannot believe it. Any player that is called upon to clutch up in the moment, they're just going to do it. Mata is in so quickly. Loida forced away on account of that, as is Lovers Rock. Cross-map teleport.
No defense side op, though, for Lovers Rock this time. A switch up for BBL. Spike left back towards Ramen, as NRG are just getting exploratory early, looking for a fight, a raw one. An off might have served Lovers Rock better there, but we'll never know.
Mata brought very low, but Ethan maybe an opportunity to heal up Mata back to at least that 100 HP. BBL have gone for a re-clear over towards A main. You just saw the Prowler expire there. Perhaps some false info. As NRG, they do want to end on this A side. Rose.
How is he going to get out of this situation?
I mean, he won't be getting out. He just has to get kills.
1 kill might be enough. It feels like one and done for Rose. And under pressure, he wilts. Smoke towards that heaven side now, and you can see LaRock tries to play himself into the side. He's going to get there. Awkward now. And the Judge is a well-apportioned weapon for just such a situation. He gets away with that too. Spotted though by Scuba. Spray into elbow, deals with the Neon. And here's Kreven from up on high. Can only find the one for the time being, and NRG whip around on him. Yet another match point set up for the Americas squad.
Another chance for them to just close out this match, send BBL to the lower bracket. But the rookie team, the Ascension team coming up, under all the pressure in these OT situations, have not given up. Even when the rounds look lost, they're still in it somehow.
Fair enough, Kiko, fair enough. I did the same 2 rounds ago, so I get it. Sometimes you just stand up too quickly. I almost flipped the table at that.
Would have been justified.
The setup here is being put to the test, folks. The energy is absolutely electric. And it looks like NRG are moved by it. And they are lapping it up despite the pressure, despite the seriousness of the situation. It's NRG with their fate in their own hands. A match point here on Split. A map, heralded as a tough one for both teams, right? One where they both had slip-ups in time, but it has resulted in the most compelling back and forth, knockdown, drag out brawl we could have asked for this decider map.
They've given us just a moment to catch our breath before we get back into the game. Looks like Lover's Rock doesn't want to continue with the operator. Didn't find success with it on that last attacking round. Just going to keep it simple, stick to the rifle. Still top kills in this game, living up to the hype. Can BBL stay in the game, or will NRG close this out?
It's time to find out what's on the other side of the horizon, folks. Straight up mid, BBL determined to use strength in numbers, but Marta's tucked in Mail, and he'll follow them. What a timing! Kreven dealt with, but now Marta's been revealed. Back in mid he goes, behind that relay bolt.
Just overwhelmed by the numbers, has to get away, but Kiko on high!
And that might be enough! Luida steps around the corner. Again, salvages the situation, but it might take a little more than that. Marta re-emerges here over towards B main this time, and NRG know they've got a bit of time. Ethan tentatively, dutifully, looking for a free opportunity. BBL are going to group up and make the play through small, but guess who's waiting for it? They've stepped into the Proctagon! And that's Luida. A double face here surely means that this is the end of the road. Surely LaRock can't get it done either. And so, the brash and boastful BBL join a long line of supplicants forced to kiss the ring.
NRG are in that form to be the first team to go back-to-back winning champions and defending that title. They look like they could do it. This BBL squad had everybody worried when we saw Pearl. Were they not going to live up to the hype? Yeah, it didn't end up being the case. They put on a hell of a show, absolutely flattening NRG on Abyss, and this split game is just an absolute banger. That is one of the most insane maps of Valorant I have seen since the game was released in 2020, Mitch. What the hell did we just watch, man?
And now we know for sure the BBL is not just a rumor, it's not just an exaggerated idea, it's not a psyop. These guys out of Ascension this year are the real deal to take your world champions to their limits and almost get the better of them. And these are situations you take away from, I think, if you're BBL, Wyatt. You've got much more tournament here to play in Santiago.
It's tough to beat NRG, though, when they've also got Mata in genuine, I am going to win the MVP bracelet looking form. He puts up 9 first kills on Split. So much impact. He has just been outstanding.
Let's go over to Valina down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview.
NRG, NRG, NRG. Acaban ganando esta partida. And I want to talk to you, Ethan. Yeah, sure. Can we go ahead and come here? So that was an amazing match. Rose, before the match, said that he was not afraid of your experience as a team. Do you think in that moment that you guys turned around this match, the experience was the turning point, was the important thing?
Yeah, I mean, when it gets that close, experience is everything, and trust in each other as well. And we've grinded it out. Eventually, we would get 2 rounds.
Well, yeah, because... Y bueno, básicamente le estuve preguntando que antes de la partida Rose estuvo comentando que no le daba miedo la experiencia de Energy y finalmente probaron en ese escenario que hay que tenerle miedo a esa experiencia. Dijo que sí, definitivamente fue muy importante a la hora de poder dar vuelta a esta partida, la experiencia y finalmente también confiar en los otros y confiar en el equipo. Now for my second question also, we have seen a lot of Tejo now in your guys' compositions and also going to that split specifically, you changed that Tejo, but now you're going to the Vice. What do you think that Vice gives you that Tejo was not giving you?
It lets us fight a little more since we have so much info on defense and we work with it on attack.
Definitely. Y bueno, me estuvo comentando que el cambio del Tejo por la Vice en el mapa de Split específicamente fue porque les da más agresividad, pueden jugar un poquito más sueltos y que finalmente les ayudó muchísimo. Now, for my last question, you guys are going against Paper Rex again. What can you not miss personally or as a team so you can win that match and continue in that upper bracket?
We just have to stay on our toes versus them. They're kind of crazy. So as we just play what we usually do with confidence, that's the biggest thing.
Definitely. Y bueno, me está comentando acá que también para poder ganarle a Paper Rex y continuar por ese upper bracket en lo que va a ser esa siguiente partida, tienen que jugar con esa confianza, seguir haciendo lo que estaban haciendo en ese stage y que así van a poder ganar. Now for my last question, do you want to send a message to this amazing audience?
Yeah, you guys are awesome. The crowd's loud. You guys are cheering for us. We love it and it helps a lot. We love you guys.
Thank you. Y bueno, obviamente ya lo escucharon. Ama esta audiencia, ama a todos los que están acá y que muchas gracias por estar apoyándolos. Esto es todo lo que tengo por la entrevista. Ethan, thank you very much. You're free to go. But stay here because we're upcoming with our next match, G2 and All Gamers.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with the Valorant Champions Tour to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in! And down goes Light!
And we have some fans here taking pictures. We have Fernanda and Salvador with us. Chicos, quiero saber primero cuáles son sus mains. No sé si los estoy viendo o si es otro.
Gecko.
Gecko.
Sí.
Yo también me traicioné. Jet.
Okay, so I asked what their mains were. I thought it was Chamber and Sky, but she's a Gecko main and he is a Jet main. So that's amazing. Y ahora quiero saber como última pregunta, ¿a qué team le van el día de hoy?
Yo voy a G2.
Ok.
Igual.
¿Por qué? ¿Por Américas?
Sí.
So they are rooting for G2 today because America's in the house. What are we gonna do about it? Muchas gracias, chicos. Back to you guys.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la exclusiva con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la exclusiva con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla.
Well, the first match of today delivered a long overtime on Split to send the world champions further in the upper bracket. But we have one more opening match in the playoffs to get through. Our last team making their debut here in Masters Santiago. All gamers going up against G2. I'm Mimi back on the desk with Josh and Bea, and I want to hop right into this one and talk about this all gamers team. Because not only do they have all the gamers, but they've also made history in being an actual fresh representative of the CN region as their #1 seed. Bea, they were a bottom 5 team for most of their life, just known for having 10 players, which looks kind of funny on VLR. But now, here they are, representing their region.
It did look funny.
Yeah.
It did look funny.
It's fair.
It did look funny, but I think that there is a reason why this is the top seed that less people talk about. Yes, we are excited about many things, but as you're saying, this was pretty much a surprise because for most of the time, All Gamers was not the team to look out for when you're in China and you're looking for emergent talent. And speaking about emergent talent, that is exactly what they looked into for this year. They keep a couple of pieces that were enough for them in the past, and they reinforce them with fresh blood.
Yeah.
They had a lot. They just needed some more. And this, the way that they have gone up against Nova, BLG, Dragon Gaming Racing, sorry, and XLG was insane back in China. The firepower that they've put to having that import also in the face of Fanger, I just think that they could be a surprise. And actually, I was talking to G2, and they also think that, surprisingly.
Yeah, funnily enough, PaperX was saying that they have lost to these guys a couple of times in scrims too. Well, admittedly, not here at Santiago. I do think they've got shooters. The problem is the CN teams, we know they've got shooters. Like, for example, when we were talking about XLG, we were talking about Rago, we were talking about Happy Way. But this team specifically, you've got to be looking at, again, the double duelist duo, which we've been talking about so often, where it's Fangir, it's Kira. Kira's flexing around a little bit. And the firepower is there. If they can get it online, if they can shake off the nerves and play up to what they've been showing domestically, there definitely are chances that they can put the pressure on G2.
The peak is there in terms of the individualism, and one of those players that was such a standout in China, Bea, was Fengir, who, if you're an international viewer, you might recognize him from his time back with KC's Academy roster.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that this is one of the talents that we as EMEA might have missed out on, not for the side of KC, obviously, because they had it for the Academy, but he's only now old enough to play, and All Gamers gave him the opportunity, and thank God they did, because this is he's probably the biggest reason that they were able to make it here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Fangir, you'll see him mostly on the Yoru, and then he's going to be picking up, I mean, that on almost all of the maps. Kira flexes around a little bit more, but I think these are the talents that AG need if they want to be able to perform. They need to be playing at a super high level, because I think the way that they won in China was a lot of individual moments, a lot of clutches.
What is their style compared to the rest of the world? Are they in line with playing meta comps? Is there anything that you feel like is a twist with AG?
So here's the thing. You're talking about a region that, played some Breach, played Reyna, like if you look at all of their matches and then you compare them just with the rest of the world, they were playing a little bit more like the rest of the world.
Sure, more the international standard.
Into the international standard. And what I like about them, there are things I don't like, but there are things I do like about them. And it's the fact that with having been in such an explosive region and crazy as China can be and chaotic, they are very willing to just wait for the other team to make any kind of first move and then being reactive towards that. And I think that that is one of the keys that made them get here.
Yeah, they have qualified through beating some of those top squads. It's an exciting moment for 5 rookies to attend a tournament of this size. One of those rookies, Fangir, standing by outside with Jen.
Jen here with Fangir of All Gamers now. Fangir, you guys are the only CN team left here in Santiago. What have you learned from watching other CN teams play in Swiss stage, and what sets you apart from other CN teams?
I mean, in my opinion, I guess there was too many stressful. They was playing so scared. They was losing a lot of like 5v3 some ecos. About us, we have nothing to lose. We're gonna try to play our game. Yeah.
So you're not scared?
Of course, no, guys. We have nothing to lose. It's our first season like team. Yeah, it's good.
So no stress.
I feel nothing right now.
Well, okay, good luck. That's good.
Thank you so much, guys. See you.
G2 come out of the Swiss stage this event with some back and forth expectations. A loss early on, but dominant games to recover. AG had the opportunity to pick second. They went for G2. Josh, do you think there looked like there was weaknesses from G2 out of that Swiss stage that led to that decision?
Definitely. I think G2 not performing up to the level that people expected if they had them as tournament favorites at all. I mean, Baby Bay had rough performances in 2 out of 3 of the games that we saw from them. They also look like they're not on the same level in terms of, a Paper X or an NRG in terms of their micro play at a high tempo level, but they're still an incredibly scary team that's made it to this kind of spot so many times. And even if they're not online, they kind of could activate at any point. So I think it's a great team to try to pick for AG. I think it's the best option that they had available. That doesn't mean they're favorites.
Yeah, I think that for now, the longest time, we keep waiting and expecting G2 to make a deep round to actually win a trophy eventually. I don't know if the feel is the same for this tournament this time around because of what we're saying of the double duelists being so strong, how they swap it here and there. And I will not be the one going out against saying something bad against Baby Bay, but I don't think that he's on the same level as the rest.
Hasn't shown that quite yet. Yeah, for G2, this is a team who's always had those lofty expectations. We've been waiting for the other shoe to drop, really, with a trophy actually being won. But now a reset and maybe an opportunity here against a CN region that isn't struggling so much. Trent, he was a beast in the Swiss stage, and he's standing by with Jen to get a word ahead of playoffs.
Jen here with Trent of G2. Now, Trent, seems like you guys found the right momentum, found your groove in Santiago. So when it comes to your title potential, where are you guys at?
I think we're getting there. Every game we get better, so we're just taking it game by game, and all gamers is in the way.
No stress?
No, no stress today.
Do you feel nothing right now?
Not really. I'm feeling pretty good right now, actually.
That's good. Good luck.
Thank you.
Both teams mirroring each other in terms of their attitude towards this match by the look of things. Trent had a phenomenal Swiss stage. You're absolutely right. I mean, the performance from this guy was world class, but I think he was required to have that kind of performance because you didn't see the 2 duelists who I think are supposed to be doing a bit more in this meta really activating. I think in theory there shouldn't even be that many kills for people like Trent or Valent to be mopping up. And actually this year they have been like Valent during kickoff and now during Swiss stage Trent. They have been the guys really stepping up and playing amazingly for G2, and I think I want to see more out of Jorg and out of Baby Bay.
So the pitch is that Valent and Trent are playing so well because they're making up for the failures of the double duelists that should really be getting those kills?
I think they're getting exceptionally crucial fights, but you see a lot of those highlights from Trent are him winning clutches towards the end of a round, which is reminiscent of when he was amazing playing the Taeho, playing for that late round value. But I think there's a lot of spots where I would just like G2 to close it out quicker.
I think that especially in the game against T1, like how they turned things around on Heavy, and I looked at Trent and the performance that he had when we're speaking about the double duelist and the extra aggression that they have. I think that he faced off perfectly with it. There's so many times where his utility is just pivotal, and in many of those occasions, he's the one that is least scared to take those duels.
Yeah, Trent was pivotal in getting his team here, but we'll see where we're headed for this series with the map veto. Our coaches standing by.
Hey everybody, we're going to start map selection. AG, since you're the #1 seed, you get to choose Team A or Team B. What's your option?
I choose Team A.
Team A?
Team A, yeah.
All right, G2 is Team B. Okay, AG, what's your first ban?
I banned Haven.
Haven?
Haven, yeah, Haven.
All right, G2, what's your ban?
Ban Pearl.
Ban Pearl.
Pearl.
Okay, AG, what's your first pick?
I pick Split.
Split?
Yeah, Split.
Okay, G2, what's your side on Split?
Attack.
Attack. Okay, G2, what's your map 2 pick?
Pick Abyss.
Pick Abyss. Okay, AG, what's your side?
Abyss.
Abyss.
We choose Attacker.
Attack.
Attack.
Okay, AG, what's your next ban?
Breeze.
Breeze?
Yeah.
Okay, G2, what's your next ban?
Ban Corrode.
Bank Road, last map Bind. AG, what's your side on Bind?
Defense.
Defense.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so as a recap, map 1 is split with G2 on attack, map 2 is Abyss with AG on attack, map 3 is Bind with AG on defense. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck. Good luck.
AG have definitely got their best map to start with. Split, really high up for them, probably their best, towards the bottom of G2's. Then you go over to Abyss, which G2 historically haven't wanted to play a lot of, but they pulled out the Harbor comp, if you remember, and Valorant looked really clean with that. And then you end on Bind, which I'm interested in the fact that they didn't go Corrode. It looks like recently G2 are not feeling great on that map. They've dodged it a couple of times now where you might be expecting them to pick into it. Instead, they go to Bind where you have to look towards Baby Bay's Chamber. At least that's what they were playing most recently. And they were doing amazing at it in America. So I think even if AG managed to get a big win in map 1, it should still look fairly decent for G2 towards the back end.
It might have been also a change of plans because, as we can see, all games decided to ban Haven. They have been banning Breeze for the most of it, and probably they want to ban the Haven because they don't want to go up against the Phoenix and whatnot, especially after what happened with T1.
Yeah.
And maybe that changed the plans a little bit for G2. For Abyss, also, you were speaking about the Harbor, but on the other side, are we going to see the veto? Like, how much is All Gamers going to be changing the approach and everything? We were speaking about the double duelist, but for Abyss, it will be a completely different conversation for the Chinese team.
It is worth remembering that China finished pretty early. This is a #1 seed who has had quite a few weeks off to prep and maybe change things into this tournament, while also having an opportunity to pick their opponent. So interested if there's anything new for AG. But if it's consistent with how they were playing in China, you're going to need to see Shrimp playing well today. He was really pivotal, especially Bea, in that final that qualified them to this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. We're highlighting Trent, and I think that on the other side, Shrimp deserves the same amount of praise. When we're speaking about the clutches, when we're speaking about these very, very tense moments, he is a player that you can rely on. When we're speaking also about the talent that they decided to keep, he was one of the pieces. And I think that he proved all through and through during kickoff that was the right decision.
I completely agree. I think you need people like him to be absolutely firing for AG, honestly, to have a chance. We've seen the other CN teams just go bombed out of the tournament. We're kind of used to CN occasionally turning up and having bad results.
Sure.
But it does bear emphasizing again that these are astonishingly poor results.
Generally, there's one team that performs. You look at like a Wolves in Toronto. EDG was normally that team in the past.
They always get a map. They always get a match even. Like, they don't tend to completely fumble out of the tournament. So this is tough for AG. They're in the upper bracket here against a G2 that looks scary, and they are massive, massive underdogs. They need their X-Factor players to come online.
It is lofty expectations, though, for a team that is 5 rookies, completely new to this level of play, to show up and really have the weight of the region on them. We're lauding Shrimp, though, and he was very good in the final. Do you feel that there's any similarities with G2, where when their duelist players struggle, they're getting bailed out by the rest of the team having those individual moments?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily the same, because I do think that G2 has rounds where the duelists haven't even done anything important, and Valorant just decides to push mid and get 5 kills. You know, like, there is that initiative coming in from them from the beginning of the round. I think that for the case of All Gamers is the other way around, where it's like it's the last resort and they have a game plan to go around.
Yeah, G2 though, it is this swap up in what you'd expect from this team. All of last year, it was about chasing the trophy, making up for what happened in Bangkok, missing their opportunity. Now, much lower expectations, it feels like.
Well, to be honest, I mean, if you're looking at it from G2's perspective, they need to be coming in here and getting like 13-7, 13-7, 2-0 in order for you to still feel like they're on a path to blast through that bracket. They've got an actually decent side of the bracket, I think, but they are such heavy favorites in this. When you look at what the other CN teams have been up to, that, again, it's like perfection or nothing. If it's a close, scrappy game, you're becoming a little bit worried about G2.
This is the game I need to see Baby Bay step up and perform at the international level. It seems like the opportunity for him to play against a team they're favored against, who have looked rougher even in their region, to show that he's a player of this caliber.
And I think that especially with them being able to make it out of groups after having that defeat, they have the perfect opportunity, because if we were to have asked for the teams to choose what seed 1 they wanted to go up against instead of the other way around, most of the teams would have gone for All Gamers. And
I think all would have.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think we can blame them either. You know, it took us also a fair bit of time to show that respect for the Chinese teams until ADG changed things around. And I do not, and I think that this is still, they are still in that situation. So I think that for G2, not only they need to win, they need to do it incredibly dominant to also get some kind of momentum getting into playoffs.
I will say, though, if we're going to throw a little bit of cope out there for AG, who are the top seed in this,
okay.
I like the interview that Jen did with Fangia, where he was talking about the fact that he had watched the other Chinese teams and seen what the problems were. And he identified the problems as they're scared. They're not fighting. They're not playing like they do domestically, giving too much respect to their opponents. And I think if you can genuinely come into this match thinking, we have nothing to lose, nobody expects anything of us, all of the other CN teams have fallen to pieces. Like, we just have to go out there and prove to ourselves that we can hang. I think that is the right attitude to have in games like this. This is what led Wolves, for example, on their run.
Absolutely. And to throw them a bone, if you're going to look at an advantage for a Chinese top seed who is so successful regionally, no region plays on as big a stage as China. No other region has as many fans there. It is the closest you can get.
Their product is insane. Yeah. There is nothing bad to say about them. Like, I watch them in the morning and it's like, God.
Yeah, but their domestic matches feel like international matches in a lot of ways. So these are players that are familiar with that level, but it is always a step up.
Yeah, it's not the pressure of the crowd that's going to do it to these CN teams. AG, it's the pressure of their opponents on the other side, the quality of the players, the size of the moment, too, of being that #1 seed at the top of playoffs.
Looking at our predictions, it reiterates the weight of this game. Pretty much everyone going for G2. All gamers, last hope of China, Bea, trying to show that this region still has something left to give.
Yeah, exactly. We saw in the predictions that only Jen had voted for them, and you know, I say that we should protect Jen for that.
A big opportunity, though, for all gamers. Such strong individuals in their region. They upset the teams that were always on top in China, and they face a G2 who stumbled out of groups. Can they get their upset, get a series for China, or will G2 start their playoff run hot? We start now. Gamers, 5 rookie players entering the global stage for their first time. A team that had never had success in their region, but this year made changes, brought out the best, and today they face a Goliath, a G2, one of the most familiar teams on these global stages, trying to recover themselves from a shaky Swiss stage and continue in the tournament.
It's not that AG looked poor domestically. They didn't. They are the #1 seeds coming out of CN. It's that inter-regional parity doesn't seem to be necessarily here so far. But they have a chance to undo that if they can perform up to the levels that they'll hold themselves to across this series.
A look back at our HyperX map select now, Bea. We're going to split for the first one. What win conditions are you looking at for all gamers?
I mean, for all gamers, it has to be the double duelist. We were speaking about the import, and I think that he is going to be one of the difference. If he says that he's feeling nothing, I want that same kind of coldness going into the server, because playing on the Waylay against a team that is going to be incredibly prepped against that is going to be a different kind of task. But we also need to speak about the regional strength and the dominance that he was able to show in China may not be the same here.
Yeah, I think it's really important to realize that both of these teams actually play quite similarly on this map. It's not that the comps are the same, but they both play double dive duelists. They don't necessarily have, you know, the Yoru who's always going to be picking up the operator. That task falls usually to the Waylay player. It creates huge amount of opportunity to jump onto people on your attack sides. So raise Waylay for AG. They've got to try to apply as much pressure as they can to the people anchoring on the side of G2. It is at the top of AG's map pool. It is the best map for them. They are 3-0 at it. They are the kings of this within CN. So it's a great opportunity for them to open on good footing and immediately dispel any doubts that might be lingering in the back of their heads.
For G2, the expectation is the opposite. They're not just expected to win today, they're heavily favored. They want to prove that they can still look like a championship winning roster. And the best way to do that beat AG where they're best, show that Jaw and Baby Bay are ready to show up to this stage and play as well as the other double duelists.
I mean, actually, I would like the opposite. I would like to still have that situation where Jaw and Baby Bay are not the ones making the difference.
Okay.
But especially with us speaking about the strength of the Chinese team, having that double duelist and just being very well measured in that, I want to see the reactions from the other players, from the supported players. I want to see Leaf, I want to see Valiant, I want to see Trent, proving to us why it's good that the pieces that they have do not end on just having a strong double dive.
More of a focus on those anchor players.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, when you see how G2 played against XLG, that was the game where G2 were able to fire on all cylinders, really get activated, and have those players that had previously been slumping a little bit, like for example Baby Bay, who was rougher in the Paper X game. It was a great opportunity for them to get the confidence back and roaring again. I think this could be more of the same. You're looking at the matches that they've been playing, and there is a clear rhythm to what's been going on here in terms of the CN teams being a bit of a punching bag so far. I want to see AG come out with some fire. That's all I'm hoping for from this match, is that they go out with a bang and not a whimper if they go out at all.
Can they channel that energy, play as well as they did in the region? A moment away from our agent select. I don't think we would expect too many changes from AG. Is that correct, that you just want to see them doubling down on their game plan, trying to find what they have found back in China?
I'm not sure about that, actually, because I think there is room for AG, who've had so much time off, to have made compositional adjustments. If they stick with the same style, that's fine, but I think if you're looking at the meta right now, if you're going to play double dive on this map, I do prefer the Neon and the Waylay that G2 tends to run, rather than the Raze.
Yeah, I was going to say that if they have that strength in one of the maps, that's probably the one that they do not want to touch, the one that they just feel like they can build up and just make it their home ground, make it somewhere. Because when you go into an international event, you at least need a couple of maps that look like that. For the side of G2 Esports, no surprises either, no?
Yeah, pretty normal for them. Looking back at that double dive composition again, we were highlighting the anchors on G2. You have to look over at All Gamers as well.
Yes.
Domestically, those are the players that were getting put behind Kira and Fangir as they led the way in that final. But they'll have to hold up and shut Jaw and Baby Bay down on this first half.
And I think eyes should be on Kira, because Kira is playing a bit of an unconventional pick in terms of the Raze here, though historically it's always been amazing on split, and he dropped over 30 kills last time he played this map.
It's the best map for All Gamers, the last team from China. Can they show up and dominate the way they did in their region, or will G2 shut them down? The final match of our opening games in playoffs. Our final team making their debut. We head into split with your casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much, Mimi. Here we go, our final first-seeded team, All Gamers, making their debut on a global stage. The first time that they have been surrounded by fans on foreign soil.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to prove here for them, of course, with the other two Chinese teams already being eliminated. A lot of pressure, a lot of hope is going to be placed onto their shoulders. Fangir said it in the interview, they weren't feeling it too much. On the other side of the coin, it's G2, who has had a pretty good road to get here. A little rocky, obviously, going up against Paper Rex, but had a pretty clean win against T1 and really looking to show that they're in championship form here again at a global stage.
Dusk was talking about it. This map here, this split, it's where their bread has been buttered. It's where we've seen those massive performances from these players, but already Kira, dead off the rip. Wallbang shots out from Trent and Baby Bay. Able to go ahead and collect that first blood.
Yeah, really nice read here. They're anticipating some of this pressure as well. Jogamo just goes for a check to see if that was a confirmed clear, but not going to happen. So instead, it's to the other side of the map. A little bit of presence shown there by AG. It's going to send G2 trying to find that weak side. And as long as AG doesn't get too crazy here, they will be able to just find AU1 all on his own.
It's that quick star setup over at B Heaven. Try to continue to drum up that interest on that side of the map. Meanwhile, the Trailblazer goes out into mid. Nothing going to be spotted. And now they get the news here. AU1 just tucking back at screens. Needing to stay put and stay quiet until his teammates do arrive. But it looks like Jogamo going to try to push this issue and push this position. Leaf at the same time, lingering here at the box. Not to win out that fight. Fangir going to be able to get the better of him, but does take a good amount of damage. Now the push forward coming in, and AU1's going to be flushed out of screens. Player advantage maintained by G2 as they look for the pistol.
Already, Fangir's so weak here too. could quickly become a 4v2. They're just going to try to scale forward. Not much util to work with.
Not much at all. The swing in, and BabyBay clean with a shot. Finds another. There's the 3K, and there's the closer from Jogamo. G2. Concise in their strike. Scoop up the opening round here on Split.
And this is exactly what you wanted to see for G2. BabyBay getting involved, getting some big kills, sharp with the Sheriff. 2 headshots there at the end to just nullify any hope that AG had in that retake. And a good kill for Jogamo there too. So the duelists getting involved, getting activated. Something again that we wanted to see here for this G2 team to be, it's a complete team effort like we saw against XLG again.
For now, G2 not going to be looking to really up the pace here. Don't want to get caught off guard. We've seen plenty of teams win out their ecos after dropping the pistol at this tournament already. G2 does not really want to join those ranks. On forward, checks around the vent, nobody home here. It's very disconnected positions towards this A side of the map, so G2 pushing in. Basically no opposition. Once again, it's going to be a U1. Here's one by.
He's just trying to hide his presence as long as he can. Jogamo hoping that somebody would reveal themselves for the Bucky to do some damage. He's going to tuck in close at the door. Everybody else playing a little bit further back, looking for that lurk, looking for that flank, doing some due diligence.
Oh, it's just going to be settled that fast lane. Sees what he gets out in reply. A couple of those classics firing off. Just opting to play this one patiently. AG similarly could just stay tucked in this position and go down to the spike, see if there's going to be any pursuit off the back of this one. G2 players would love to get some ult charge. And a relay bolt to clear this one would be a hell of a lot easier. Jogamo's still going to be able to find one. Leaf scaling forward, finds himself a second. Now okay. Cleans up another kill, but will fall. So a Spectre going to be lost, but the rest of the G2 players get out to safety. And that will just be AG going down to the spike. So 2-0 start for G2.
Yeah, okay, so not bad at all. Maybe committing a little bit too much there as Leaf, but that's okay. You don't mind dropping 2 in your anti-eco. Leaf gonna grab a stinger instead. Let's see what Jog wants to go for.
A Bucky again, why not?
Yeah, why not? If you find one with it, that's great. Still gonna have that rifle in BabyBay's hands. Try to spread the map a little bit here. A lot of defaulting. AG really likes to keep 2 players in mid. Usually the Waylay and the Viper. And kind of keep the Omen over at B. Pretty standard stuff in terms of how they like to set up their defensive protocols on Split. Reveal there. Not going to catch anything. Just some spam, counter spam coming through from Fengir, but Trent being slow, cautious. Waiting out this Trailblazer. Jogamo going to dodge it.
They're going to scale forward off this.
Yeah.
Trying to maybe take some space, but not going to be tapping the orb. Okay, we'll just be a shift around. Kira getting himself back in towards the site proper. G2 more than happy to just continue to stay quiet. Now about to make some noise, right? As we do see Shrimp start to slink his way back across towards B. Shell sent out, just a tiny bit of damage found there on the Trent. Does have the regen shield in behind that one. It's the fast lane now going to be set up. Relay bolt going through, looking for the kill, but AU1 still able to stay alive, but BabyBay pushes forward, finds that elimination. Fengir's going to be taken down at the same time. Suddenly player advantage, the site not quite opened up though. Still need to fight their way through. It's going to be Shrimp tucked away. He wraps through elbow towards backside. Pawn going to be cleared, the swing of the corner, BabyBay able to spot him out. And turning around, watching for that flank, he's dragged into the grab well, overwhelmed and taken out. As there's the finisher, BabyBay, another multi-kill round for him. G2 get the bonus conversion.
Yeah, really clean stuff here from G2. This attacker side is looking phenomenal. Just the C's connection, oh, that's unlucky. Jog deserved that one. BabyBay there for the cleanup and the follow-up. Another triple kill as he goes up to 6-0 to start the map. You know, one interesting thing, I was talking to Josh RT before the match here today, and he said, you know, he really feels like they can do a lot of damage on this attacker side, that AG plays pretty standard stuff, and that falls right into their wheelhouse as a team with the way they're playing now. He's a little bit more worried about the attacker side for AG. Another dash in, a spot there for Baby Bay.
Spots out too. Gonna be a fast flood retake attempt here from AG to try to overwhelm, but Baby Bay continues to be sharp. Another kill found as Fengir falls. He's lobbed in, no grab to be had. But Baby Bay just catches another one through the smoke. He's just walking on water right now. It's Kira lingering. Will get caught off guard here from behind. Does Baby Bay here with a nice shot. Is able to find Jogamo, so suddenly the duelist is down. Spike not being planted. Shrimp out from heaven is able to find Valen. Suddenly a Thrifty might just be coming through. Clear the boom bot. Leaf has his work cut out for him. Snakebite to try to zone back the player at alley. Swings in, is able to find Kira.
One enemy remaining.
Trent. Well, safe to go ahead and get that spike planted on the floor. AU1 needing to try to somehow isolate and conquer, but with a Stinger at that range, this is so unfavored. Leaf will find the finisher, and they get close to pulling off the Thrifty, but still not yet going to be on the board.
Hopefully this gives a little bit of confidence over to AG that they can hit their shots. You know, they just gotta find their groove, find their momentum. Again, first time on the stage for these players on the big stage globally. So, pretty good stuff there. Shrimp, one of those guys you're looking at to do a lot of damage for all gamers. But they're gonna take a quick timeout here. Want to talk about how they're going to approach this kind of G2 sort of just finding extremities, finding the ability to get onto sites pretty easily. You know, one thing I really liked about AG when I was watching some of their VODs was their ability to absorb pressure, like let those big flank hits come through and then kind of set up some formations around it and fight some really good timings to come in, get some kills, put some pressure, keep your opponent pinned down where they don't feel comfortable to get that plant. Haven't really seen that here. They tried to do it in this round and it almost worked, but it's again, you're going up against a really confident, strong G2 team.
Now here, just a couple seconds left. This Coinbase win condition. Shrimp, one of the players the desk was highlighting, wanted to see that level up from him, how consistent he had been back in BCT China, how clutch he had been to close out rounds. Hasn't really been given that opportunity yet. G2 just been smothering these players at every twist and turn thus far, barring the last round. Let's see though, off the back of that timeout call, if they can start getting those gears turning in the right direction, it's just gonna be another one racked up for G2. Well, it's starting to come online as well, that convergent paths there, the pit available for Leaf, could make for a very tricky post plant.
It's like some mid consideration, quick hit even.
There it is, a U1. But you see the glow of the head, you know where he's at. Jogamo just holds down M1 to find the kill. Viper now eliminated. That's it, G2 just more than happy to kind of pump the brakes off the back of that one, and what a timing to be found, Kira. Oh no, trying to go for the paint shells. The worst possible moment.
Oh boy.
That is a massive capitalization. And this is one of those rounds where we want to see the activation of Fengir, want to see that clutch from Shrimp. Trade this back. I mean, hell, we had how many 2v4s in the previous series on Split. Let's get a little bit of action here for AG. And as Jogamo sprinting in, will get cut down. TRQ able to find the one, but that gets raided out. Spam coming through. Refract forced to be taken by Fengir. Now down to 24, but the heals are going to be there. Now into the 2v4, but it looks like they're just going to be backing away, looking to go for the save.
Yeah, and this is a nice set play for G2 off the rip, right? Really simple stuff. You get a little bit of space in the mid. You use that Prowler just to check ahead to make sure that it's clear enough that you can use the Neon to accelerate up into B Heaven and then use the convergent paths. There's just not much that AU1 is going to be able to do there. And, you know, the unfortunate position that Kira found himself in, he was trying to go for the grenade, and that's basically round over there. It's clean stuff from G2. They're just kind of having their way with AG here so far, and tucked in, one in sewers, one in A lobby.
Seems like they should be able to hold on to the weapons. Leaf still a ways away, not going to be able to close that gap in time, so we'll retain those rifles. That's about the only silver lining that you're going to be able to pull out of that previous round. Just a great little catch here. Push forward, pump the brakes.
Yeah.
Kira trying to go for a little delay set up there in mid, but it's the exact wrong timing. Ends up getting caught. You can see the frustration starting to spill out here.
For sure. This is the side of the map where usually you're doing some damage as AG as well, so this has got to be concerning in the back of your minds that you're not able to kind of hold the line like you would like. So they're going to change up a little bit of positioning here. Fengir going to be the one to watch A ramp. He's already tucked in pretty far back. Trent just drawing attention in towards mid. You can keep that extra player locked in towards that space. They have to use a boombot to check early because of how aggressive G2 were in the previous round, just to make sure that they're not pushing forward. Here we go.
Dash in, Saturate gonna be lobbed over, but Fengir able to strike first. Jogamo gonna be taken down. Solid opening kill found for AG. Might just be the best chance for them so far. Try to get this round converted into a win.
Look at what G2 is doing. They're trying to push B Heaven to sell a fake. Maybe they can cut through ropes if they can get in there. Got to get through Fengir, though.
A bit more noise going to be made. Mayfield will just slot himself alongside the wall here, the entry to Heaven.
Oh, Valen's being so tricky. He put up 2 stars over on the other side.
But it looks like they're not quite falling for this. The rotation is coming in. AU1 starting to join in, reinforce this A site where previously it was the weaker of the two.
30 seconds left.
Fengir on the reposition now out towards screen. Shrimp still sat here. Backside concussed, not going to connect. Fengir is able to find another. Trent taken down at Heaven. Valen now going to be caught as Shrimp starting to come online.
Spike down A.
Sees the gun barrel. They know exactly where Baby Bay's at. He's not going to be able to fight his way out of this one. A flawless round for AG to at long last get themselves on the board.
Yeah, that's massive. You're going to get a little bit of extra economy in there as well off of that. You're going to have Fengir's ult, couple away from Shrimp and AU1's ult, GRQ as well. This is what I'm talking about, where they want to give you that little bit of space, catch you a little bit off guard in your timings when you're trying to go for your execute. This is a perfect setup and a perfect execution. Fengir in particular, very clean, some of that shooting. So, okay, you got one on the board finally. See if they can run a few more together here and give G2 a little bit of trouble.
Convergent paths online, the rest of the ults just a hair away. Baby Bay getting tagged up on that entry. Dives forward, but will find a relatively empty site. Said, trying to get the spike into play could prove to be a little bit difficult, but Leaf is going to look to try to turn that around. As the pit goes up, and Jogamo lurking here at ramp is able to find 2. Fengir dead, runs out of bullets, can't find the kill there on the Shrimp, but does find damage. Seekers are available, might have to be invested just to try to suss out where this Viper's disappeared to, but Money's still not in the most stable position. Well, it's overall decent for AG, so certainly should try to play this one out. Can they find Leaf? Another smoke going to be blooming. Baby Bay cutting across towards back map. Spot on the one. Balin able to find Shrimp. Finds himself a second as GRQ gets taken down. Now it's just AU1 backpedaling out towards safety, trying to stay alive. But they will chase. They will look for blood. Trent going to be the one trying to take him down, and he shall. Nightfall online off that kill. G2 now up 6-1.
Yeah, and it's just a little counter move that G2 makes here in putting Jogamo behind the box at the top of ramps that really hurts AG. It's a good read by G2 in terms of understanding that AG is going to be making a quick rotation. Let's have a player in place that a spot that might catch them off guard, and it absolutely does. If Jog doesn't run out of bullets, he might get 3. Took a little while to get that spray to go through that box. He's going to have his ult. Trent has the Nightfall. A lot of ults. Kira almost to that showstopper, but man, he's had a real struggle here. 1 and 5 on the scoreboard right now for the Rays, and Jog is just off to, whoa, he's dead, never mind.
Yeah, just quickly pushing forward into that smoke, and Shrimp is there to greet him. Hello, Baby Bay, however, able to get on top of Fengir as the Refract drags him back. Let's find the punish a 1-for-1. The duels exchange on either side.
It's all fake.
In the meantime, yep, they are just walking their way forward onto the B site. Leaf with that spike in hand. Meanwhile, GRQ has managed to hear this, relays this over to the team. Ball going to be sent up towards Heaven and Stairs. Going to be getting a catch. Kira 1 away. If he can find a kill, would give him the showstopper, which could be absolutely monstrous and trying to turn the tides up this round. Main shells out towards Garage. Not going to find the contact on anybody. Checks over towards Drop. Scale forward now coming through. As they drop down, grab well, dragging in towards 2, but AU1 able to find a kill. Leaf going to be struck down by the Judgment. Balance still here at backside, poking and prodding, finding a kill. Looking for the follow-up, gets the second. Trip now dead, the shorty drawn out. Misses Kira there for a brief little moment, but it's going to be Baby Bay now. On high, just dancing around this pillar. Keeping him busy, keeping him off the fuse. Another 3K for Baby Bay. As G2 Still not allowing for AG to find that second round win.
Yeah, this is just phenomenal stuff from Babybay. Able to find that kill off of his own saturate right at the window of A Heaven, and Valen doing some great stuff there at backside, using that smoke to his advantage. Even though he can't find the follow-up with the shorty just on a timing, the rest of the team there finish the job, and Babybay really patient on that counter lurk.
Starting to get to that point where if you're AG, you've got to be considering potentially that second timeout to come through. Always a tough pill to swallow. Let's see if they can make something of this one here. Judge and a Singer in the buy, but that Showstopper now online. The Convergent Path still in the hands of Fengir. Has not committed that quite just yet.
Yeah,
Same time, you have that Outlaw in the hands of Leaf, and he could be damn deadly with it.
Right, and he might be squaring off against that ult, that big ult that Kira has. Kira's tucked in with a Judge, though, so might not be giving up much there. Trying to play in a position where he should get value out of it at the very least. Fengir dodges the saturate, gets Babybay.
Critical kill to be found. Babybay's been monstrous so far for G2. Big elimination, a bit of revenge, and now a spot on the Leaf as well. He'll just dash across. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Good to see that restraint being shown. This will just force away. U1 reroutes him over towards Alley. 3 players situated here as the relay bolt not going to be connecting onto Jogamo. GRQ able to find Valen. Trent, though, out onto the Raptors somehow. Unable to find that kill. Leaf is going to be good for 1, but he's tagged down to 24. Last one standing and won't be able to find a damn thing. AG, a relatively clean win, commit in with that Convergent Pass to get themselves a second round win.
Yeah, and that early first kill for Fengir, such a big deal for slowing down this G2 team. Convergent Paths landing nicely. You know, Trent just trying to see if he can get lucky with the one taps while he's saturated up there, but not going to happen. GRQ, nice work holding that site. Nice job anchoring. It's going to give AG some hope. See if they can get this to 7-5. Be a nice bounce back for them going over to their attacker's side.
Oh, what a turnaround it would be. Taunt over the top, Jogamo the jump peek. Spotting him out, will just back away. Pain Shell's just going to be locked in. One there to receive it, and immediately, it's a bit of a disconnect here from G2. Trying to scale their way forward through the vents. Come around off this flank, but now Leaf going to be eliminated, and there goes Jogamo. Showstopper finds its target. Fengir now looking for the transfer, and takes down both at vents. Denies them access, and Valen a world away. Might just be able to have a free EB here. We'll be able to clean up the enemy Omen, but it'd have to be an ace clutch, and he's still quite far from recovering the spike.
It's a bit of a journey. Love to maybe just hold on to this gun, to be honest. The money's actually getting a little bit weird for G2, so I think at this point you're just gonna try to wait this clock out, see how aggressive AG wants to get off of this, but it's just a great hold at A ramp. See how important it is for them to control the extremities now.
30 seconds
kind of finding out that maybe those counter floods that they want to go for, or the denial of executes, isn't really going their way, so a change up of ideology is going to be nice. And nice setup, little flash and go.
10 seconds left.
Just gonna have to wait this out, see if there's anything else that happens. But overall, I really like G2's game plan for the most part too. They're doing a good job with a lot of kind of misdirection, some neat map stuff, but this round, able to get some value out of that ult, and you absolutely need to, as AG, with that raise in play. That Showstopper has to be a difference maker. See if Kira can keep it up. He's usually really good on the attacker side on this map. That's where I've been really impressed with him on his entries. This is just solid.
Now, without that previous damage, Jogamo almost certainly would have been able to survive. And who knows what happens with that Bucky in hand off the back of that one, but we will have the timeout call from G2. Not going to be looking to save both. They want as dominant of a half as it could possibly get. Setting their sights on that 9-3.
Yeah, for sure. And I think here you're maybe in this Coinbase win condition timeout talking about, you know, how you want to approach some of those extremity controls, how you want to approach the B main or A main fight. I think that's probably the biggest deal right now, or if you want to try to throw some more trickery in there, some more fakes, you think that that's been what's working the most, so maybe go back into that well. But overall, you know, pretty good start for G2, but you know, Josh was telling me, you know, they don't underrate this AG team. A lot of people have been saying it. This AG team is tough, man. They're good in scrims, and that, you know, doesn't always translate to the big stages, but, you know, you just had Alex from Paper Rex talking about it the other day. They lose on the regular to AG in scrims, so you definitely don't want to underestimate your opponent. Like the timing here on this timeout. Don't let them get hot. Don't let them get streaky. Keep them in check, so you can come out clean on this map win.
That very well could just be a timeout call just to try to ice the players on the other side of the stage as well.
Yeah.
Say, okay, they built up 2 in a row. They're starting to claw this one back. There's a potential for them to make this a 5 to 7 half.
And they're out of the ult cycles now, so for G2, it's your turn to be in that ult cycle. Try to really capitalize on that.
Deep forward smoke set up here. GRQ maybe with a tiny little gap to play around. No. Will bloom across the entirety of that garage exit. Well, linger over towards mid from Baby Bay. There's the reveal onto Kira. Just quickly make his exit. Blast packing back across towards safety.
Fishing for responses. These are fast rotates from AG, man.
Looking to match G2, but they're going to pump the brakes once again. I have to suspect that they've drawn this attention, and Leaf will be able to confirm it, but with his life. A 1-for-1, both Vipers down. But now you've got them in this 2-2 split. But the pack mentality of G2 could try to come out on top, but Val in around the corner, goes in the Astra form. They see the glow, and they get the kill. Kira able to collect that one, and now it's player advantage in the hands of AG. 3v4 for the post. Jogamo swinging the corner, but Fangir's just reading him like a book. Instant with that headshot, the dash across, just trying to scout for information. It's back across the safety now, Trailblazer to lead the way forward. One at the top of stairs, Trent gonna be tucked here, has to clear that out, swings into his demise.
Wow.
Fangir finds himself another. Baby Bay's presence confirmed in heaven by the guiding light. He will fall. Shrimp able to collect it, and that timeout call from G2 might have just bit them in the rear as AG get up to 4.
They're just really sharp right now. They're reading the map really, really nicely. That 2-man push out of B main, a difference maker. They're playing together here. They're always going in at least pairs if they can help it. Then you got Fangir, who's really hitting some good shots, winning some big battles out on the extremity there. Okay, starting to feel like if this gets to 5, man, I think I'm starting to believe in AG.
He's catching up to Baby Bay, who is having such a solid start to this one, but has been struggling to try to find any real impact in these last couple rounds. Now we go into that last round of the half. Conversion path's going to be available for him. Jump across A main for Jogamo so far. Cosmic Divide going to be called in. Shrimp opening up with that Odin, but will just push in front of this wall. Backs away, swaps the weaponry. Now a Vandal in hand as the Trailblazer goes forward to scout, and we'll find that no one's really gotten themselves forward onto the site quite just yet. Flash through. Valen able to find the one, but Kira there for the trade. GRQ now trying to get a piece of the pies. It's just a bloodbath. It's one that G2 narrowly do manage to come out on top of. Single player advantage, but U1 Fangir still alive. The double dash across over into elbow, has to refract back to heaven, and Jogamo has the backstab. Gets a 3K and gets G2 an 8-4 half.
Yeah, it's a really nice read here by G2, expecting the counter flood. Deal with it. They have the angle density. Really nice stuff right on the edge of that Cosmic Divide.
Well, it's a really solid start here for G2. Decent little recovery from AG. Let's see if they can find the pistol, try to jumpstart the engine in the second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
People love you, man. Yeah. Mauricio, ven, tráelo. Ok, Mauricio es un gran fan de Energy y le enseñó algunos cantos, algunos chants a Mada. Y Mada lo va a hacer ahora para ustedes. So, Mada, bring on the chants, please. People are waiting for them.
Hola, Chile. Are you ready? Are you ready? Se siente, se siente. Chile sabe siente, se siente, se siente. Chile sabe siente, se siente, se siente. Chile sabe siente, se siente.
Do you have anything to say to the whole crowd? The people love you, man.
We appreciate all the support. You guys are the best crowd ever. Best crowd in the whole world.
Por último, el aplauso gigante para Mala. Gracias, Santiago.
We go back into this opening map between AG and G2. G2, a very hot streak. Opened the door a little bit, allowed for those 4 rounds to come through for AG. Let's see if they come to regret that, if we can have another hot start. Try to just shut AG completely out of their map pick.
Yeah, this pistol, really, really important here. AG, oh man, that last round, if they could have got it to go, but G2 just so ready for it. Look at this map, expecting mid pressure. This is something AG loves to do here. Odd split is try to create space in the mid and use that as a pivot point to go A or B. But it's well read by G2 in terms of their tendency, but right now AG showing something they don't usually. They want to go over towards B main, but they get stopped by the grab well in the snake bite.
Oh, just dragging them together. The shots flying out, and Leaf is able to find the first, and Jogamo just pushing down into mid, catching AU1 over at Ramen. Does he do a good amount of damage to Jogamo down to 11. Chance for a freebie kill here, but Fengir, pressure on him. Just managed to find the dink. Trent, oh, taken low, but there's the jump off the back of the satchel. HGRQ gonna be good for another, but now that's the spike in hand, dropped over towards Ali.
I got the spike.
Shrimp, the aforementioned clutch king for this team. Needs to
goes all
prove
the
it
way to
again,
A.
but yeah, if he just silently walks across to A, this could catch G2 a bit off guard. Maybe give him some time to try to isolate these kills. It looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
G2's probably going to figure it out in about 3, 2, 1. Jog's already on his way.
Starting to sprint his way across. The other two just going to be playing together. Don't want to split up unnecessarily here. So the plan now to come in, Jogamo. An opportunity for that first contact, but again, with 11 HP, a stiff breeze would take him down.
Trent, too, really weak. 28.
This is very doable for Shrimp. No further util available on either side. It'll just come down to game sense as well as just the ability to isolate and conquer. But Jogamo, even with the health disadvantage, just finds the headshot. Shrimp eliminated, and that's another pistol going the way of G2.
Yeah, this is just a great protocol setup for G2. They don't get any pressure in mid. No real heavy pressure, so they just kind of keep pressing, and then they have the grab well and the snake bite set up, and it's perfect. And
just can't escape it.
Yep, Kira's just doomed. Huge there that Jog gets that kill too. Don't give Shrimp any chance. He has been monstrous in clutches over in China. Keeping him out of the equation, keeping him from getting hot. That's huge. Got a judge for Jog, a couple stingers, Bulldog for Trent, Baby Bay with the Outlaw. Gonna go for that scoped weapon.
Jog for now, he's ready for that waylay to maybe just come landing up onto the rafter. And there he goes. And there goes Fengir. It's just well read overall. Jump out of the smoke, and Kira will be able to collect the kill, but Trent Sarah for the covering fire. Meanwhile, Whiffy on the first shot, Baby Bay could be taking that refract back over to safety. Meanwhile, AU1 getting the jump on the flank. Doesn't manage to collect another one, so some damage going to be dealt here. As well as the spike planted. Shrimp now with a judge in hand at elbow to try to protect this and pull off the thrifty win. Dash over, trying to scale forward, close that distance. He cannot. The judge going to be recovered though in GRQ, putting it to use for one, but cannot dissuade Trent from finding the 4K. Refused to be passed over. You would expect. Get that Nightfall fast-tracked. G2 now up to 10-round wins.
Still really nice pressure that they're able to create. I kind of like this in terms of follow-up game plan. Even though you lose one to Jog there, he just antis you. Trent's going to get 4. Be fast-tracking that Nightfall, but you know, you're able to confuse. You're able to come up on the back of ramp when G2's not expecting it. Get a freebie there. So a couple nice little things. At least able to do some pretty decent damage. Jog's going to be on a Bucky. I don't think Valen's going to buy it. Well, he goes for the Stinger, of course.
But this has to be the round.
Yeah, yes.
Cannot afford to have another bonus conversion. If G2 pull that off. Stick a fork here and split. I need to find this win. I need to find it cleanly. Still 2 players lingering outside of A. The other 3. Some pressure applied around Garage. Now look to try to scale their way into mid. They get the spot on the leaf. Big rotations though as Jogamo and Trent look to reinforce from that male side.
Now they're going to try to see if they can get a reaction.
Mitchell lobbed in the one-way. Trailblazers are going to be cleared out.
Man, I'm worried for him. This has got to feel weird getting vents for free like that. There was that haunt though.
That suspicion is very well earned. Jogamo just staying tucked into the corner, safe as ever. Long Leaf playing close to right side of this A main exit into the site.
Oh, but you have B main control, so you can lean Trent a little bit over towards A. And Jog won't be too far behind, coming from male.
Flash out over towards the corner. There's a spot out. Fengier turns back, is able to find that kill, swings in, looks for a little bit more, but eats a shot from Baby Bay, but it's going to be damage traded back. Jogamo, however, now for the backstab. Able to find the kill, wants to hold on to the Bucky, it would seem. Could go for the weapon swap, and will do so eventually. Meanwhile, Plant's going to be coming through. 4v4 at the moment, AG. Can they hold their ground?
Feels like it comes down to Fengier and his timings.
Pressure being applied on that ramp side, at least not at the moment. Jogamo able to just get pushed up all the way around towards the backside and catches the timing on the strip. Looks for a little bit more. Cannot find that kill, and now it's just Baby Bay, the outlaw on hand. Can he find some more damage? Can he find a clutch? Right now, for the moment, looking unlikely. AG, this time around, denying the bonus conversion from G2. Push down, the shots coming in, he's looking for it, but yeah, Baby Bay will end up falling. Big round from GRQ, 3K for the Omen. AG, halfway to tying it up.
Yeah, he's had some really nice stuff here today. He's not one of the players that's going to get talked about a lot on this AG squad, but he's showing up big when they need it most. Fengier, of course, still having some impact, but crossfire they have set up on the backside ends up working out. I got a bit worried there when Shrimp just got caught staring into Narnia. But somehow, some way, they're able to get it to go through, and Fengier didn't really even need to get involved.
I believe he was looking for the haunt. So I was looking to try to clear that, but it's just, you know, good timings from G2. All the same, can't convert the round off of that one, so still alive and well, RAG. Maybe Spectre in hand here for Valen. Unable to quite get up to a full rifle. Well, double duelist push out from G2. Looking to try to maybe catch AU1.
Jog's got his ult too.
Oh, there's the spot, and AU1 snappy with a headshot. It's the punish, and yep, Jog's got the ult, but he's gonna have to use it maybe in the next round.
Scout destroyed.
They're being really slow, really methodical. RAG. Normally they're kind of just like, you give us space, we're gonna take it. But I think they're just very afraid. They don't really understand yet how G2 wants to play, and they need to start kind of piecing it together round by round. And they're starting to now claim some of that territory. Gonna try to set up a crunch over towards B.
TP to backside. Valen looking to try to clear it. No. Will just intercept as soon as he plants his feet. A lot of timing to be found, as well as the weapon now upgraded. Valen posts up on top of the box. Dropping down, Shrimp trying to scale forward, up and over. He goes, looks for that transfer, cannot manage to find it, but Trent Still here, still fighting. There's the backstab on the AU1. It's looking decent for a brief little moment there for AG, but G2, they suss it out. That catch from Valorant is everything.
Yeah, this is one of those big brain plays from Valorant. He's waiting out that TP, and he gets it right as GRQ commits to it. And then that buys so much time because they take forever to try to clear him out of there. They're really being slow about working in towards that site. I'm not seeing that typical kind of Kira dives in, the rest of the team's trying to back him up sort of style that they played. And, you know, Fangir talked about this in his pre-match interview that he said, we need to be ourselves, and I'm not seeing that on this attacker side. I'm seeing them being slow, careful, cautious, where normally they don't mind taking some contact. They're going to keep pushing space, see what you give them, and try to make plays off the back of that. You know, they do get some mid space here. They're able to create that crunch on a B like they want. It just takes too long to develop.
I have to suspect that that's one of the big things that the coach is going to be reminding them about. Have that confidence. Don't play with the fear that, as Fangir pointed out, was being put on display by the other Chinese teams here at this event. Maybe a bit too much hesitancy. Try to ramp things up. The final timeout call on G2, 1 away from map point. We have to remember that this is AG's map pick. This has been their strongest map. Getting ready to go over to Abyss. In the hands of G2, you never really know what you're gonna get other than a hell of a lot of entertainment.
I'm looking forward to some more Harbor stuff because I love the tech that G2 had there on Abyss. We'll get to that later. Judge for Jog. Nightfall for Trent now. So you do have Shrimp's ultimate, so you have some ability with the cabbages to get a little bit of info. Here we go. They're just gonna push through towards mid, I think, but here goes Fangir. Some dive potential.
Refract at the ready. Early lobbing on that saturate, just trying to get a catch, but nobody home. Jogamo now gonna maybe consider rotating down into the vent itself. Can hold that from below with that Judge in hand. Will be dead the rights if he goes pushing, but Trailblazer are going to be able to get the spot out here on the 2, so Leaf's position now going to be known. Right of the rope, trying to get the catch here. Fangir does manage to outdo him, so Jogamo going to be taken down. The Seeker's now going to be lobbed in, but Leaf is able to find one. The trade coming in is AU1. Strikes him down, gets him back into a player advantage position, and Trent, similarly, caught off guard, just not ready for the push. Fangir outdoes him. Now it's just Valorant and Baby Bay to see if they can make any kind of go of this. They're very disconnected from one another.
Yeah, and I mean, Valorant still only has a Spectre. He's going to be able to grab an upgrade, though, along the way.
Get the one in mid, but
if they even go for this, I don't think they will.
Going to have their work cut out for him. Without anybody swinging in, peeking into Baby Bay. Trying to pull this off. Does seem unlikely. Valorant doesn't even want to make the noise for the swap of the weapon. We'll just hold on to that Spectre for now. It's the ping out, and maybe we'll just tuck away, see if he can find anybody on the exit. Well, yes, he will. Cleans up one, but the time has been given over, so G2 just have to back away, save these 2 rifles. AG, the timeout call, working a treat this time around. Get themselves up to 6 once again, a 5-round deficit.
Yeah, and even though G2 tries to throw kind of an extra body at the problem in towards that male control, AG's still able to take it. And that's really, really nice. A little bit of late util coming through. You know, able to take some space, and then Jog tries to play off that Nightfall to see if he can catch him off guard, but it's Fangir holding the line there, giving a lot of space over so that Judge couldn't really do any damage. Very, very nice discipline. And a little bit pacier, not super fast or anything, but a little bit pacier there where they're confident to keep taking space, keep scaling forward. That's what I want to see a little bit more of in the long run for AG. This looks like just a fake over towards B to buy a little bit of attention early, and then a quick pivot over in towards A. Of course, you got to watch for Jog again. They've already seen him peek out once down through A main. This time around, not going to be there, and they're just going to go for the big push. Usually it's going to be Kira who's just going to dive onto the site proper. He's only got a Guardian here. Let's see if they want to change up that idea because of that.
Angel's going to be locked in over towards Elbow. Now Blast packing up over the top, looking for the kill here on a Baby Baby. It has to drop away. Gets overwhelmed, gets surrounded, Jogger at the same time, maintaining control over main. Gonna be full flash, but gets the spot out, swaps back to the Bucky, but it's gonna be Fengir now. Previously dove forward, is able to find two. The duelist of G2 eliminated. And somehow he is untouched, but Shrimp is tagged down to 7. This would be a monstrous 2v3. To continue to try to run this one back and deny the map point away from G2, and that's a great start, Fengir. Instantaneous with the kill. Convergent paths now at the ready, going to be considered. So both players going to be stunned on the corner, and Valorant strikes in, finds it. As Fengir looks for the ace clutch. 7 bullets remaining in the mag. Valorant on the corner, tagged up. Fengir still somehow completely untouched, but Trent will play him in, plant his feet, find the headshot, and G2 will find their way up to map point.
Just all the util slammed in. Great reactions from G2 as AG tries to make their big execute. Just gumming up the works. Some stuns landing onto Kira. And even though Fengir gets tucked into the corner, and my God, does he give it a good effort. Look at Trent here. Woo! He was the one trying to bait, and he gets the kill. And oh yeah, Fengir not happy.
He's doing so much. Absolutely should have felt like he could have got that one over the line. And now AG needs 6 rounds in a row. The pit now blooming, locking off mid. Jogamo rotating through the vent. Just looking to reinforce this position. Still do have Trent and Baby Bay to hold down this A site.
You would think this would be a tough round here. You're not going to be able to get that mid control easily. You're on a weaker buy as AG. There's that cosmic divide for retakes, and Baby Bay's got the first kill.
That's the top fragger now gone. A huge chunk of your energy power taken away from you. Here at the same time, love to see him just try to get the grab on this orb, but Jogamo's right there on the other side of that smoke. It's just not safe enough for him, so cannot get that showstopper online quite just yet. Jump peek from Baby Bay, plays in Trent in heaven, calls out. Sees GRQ, the kill to come through. Saturate the C's, the grab well, AU1 gonna be just grabbed, locked in position as the pit now blooming. Baby Bay quickly chasing forward into this one. Couple players there on high, Trent to be taken down, but Baby Bay now finding Shrimp in exchange. And Jogamo takes a second from the realize, it would seem like, but Kira gets found, and it's gonna be 13-6, G2. Mopping the floor with AG on AG's map pick a split.
Yeah, just in cruise control for most of this. A few rounds here and there that AG showed some life, some really nice stuff overall from Fengir, but not enough.
Now need a big reset, need to shake off that first map loss, come in to this next one of Abyss even stronger if they do not want to fall to the lower bracket very swiftly. But G2 off to a ripping start here in the playoffs.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Let's go. I'm untouchable. Yeah, I'm untouchable. Yeah, I'm untouchable. Yeah, I'm untouchable. He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they folded in his hands yet again! Snaps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! They shall be engraved alongside the greats!
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen here with G2's Josh RT. Now, Josh, just wanted to quickly ask you, when AG picked you, what was your initial reaction? And did anything deviate from your expectations today?
My initial reaction, to be honest, was that I was pretty happy that they chose us. I mean, let's be real. I feel like of all the opponents, I think there's a lot of threats on the other side. So, but they're still very formidable. That's the thing. So I was scouting. The more I was more impressed about how strong they were in terms of their double dives and their skill, and just we can't get caught out by Bangir. I think he's an impressive player. So in terms of expectations, I think our game plan worked really well in stifling and not giving them that many openings. And yeah, that's the result for map 1.
Thank you for your honesty and not the PR answer. Thank you.
A strong start for G2 to open these playoffs, and it did feel a little PR.
A little bit of PR, just a tiny bit.
He used the word formidable.
But also, he was giving respect to Fangir, who was actually giving them a little bit of trouble.
He was the best player from AG. He had some moments.
But let's be real. I mean, this is a tier gap that we're witnessing at the moment, and that is on AG's, admittedly, what should be their best map. So at the moment, it is looking rough out here for China.
And Josh, I'm going to give you a moment to crash out. First, some positives. Your favorite player, Bea, Baby Bay.
Bunker, Baby Bay, sorry.
Sorry.
Different year.
The one American player you like, he had a pretty good map.
Yes, and I was not saying the nicest thing about him beforehand. But I think that in general, Baby Bay and the rest of the team just took advantage of how many unforced mistakes were on the other side. I think that in many of these circumstances, yes, they were able to find a lot of value even with nothing, but I don't think that they needed to break their heads. I like the fact that Josh wanted to put it like that, and I think that maybe we've been treated to many Chinese teams or any other teams having crazy runs and us just going with them and cheering for them, but I feel like this one was a different beast. It's good to see that Baby Bay is showing this form, do not get me wrong, but I just cannot help but wonder if it would have been any other opponent, if he would have been in this form.
I like that double dash that he did into the Heaven Smoke there on the AXX, because Fangir, the way that he normally plays, if you watch the AG VODs, he floods into sight, he puts that refract, and he goes back up into it. So punishing him a little bit on the site and then ready to catch the refract. I mean, they've done the homework. They know what to expect, they know the threats, and they actually did a really good job of neutralizing them. So yeah, credit to G2 for a very dominant map 1, to be honest.
Yeah, the game planning was solid. I like the early rounds where they're embedding jaw ramp, baiting out that re-clear and then destroying them there. It was solid from G2, but we do have to talk about AG. You can do it. I'm gonna give you the length of this B-roll package. Go.
Okay, so here you see the Viper taking contact here, not snake biting early enough, and then also not tucking behind the box. They need a bit more respect in that situation. They're too slow to make these decisions. Kira also, I think this one is inexperienced. Playing on the stage, maybe not accustomed to the new feel of how the audio works. Just insane to be pulling your nade out there. This ramp re-clear, they also didn't have a clue what was going on. They didn't realize that a player could be on the right side for some reason. They boombot left, but they don't actually hard clear behind the box. I mean, these are basic errors, and Kira should have been the guy to look at for AG on this map. Instead, it wasn't him, it was Fangir, but in theory, Kira, last time I watched him play Split, he's dropping 31 kills, he's dominating the game. He's super comfortable. I think for him, it looked more like a choking issue. For AG overall, yeah, there's a bit of a tier gap, I think, here.
Okay. I think that what we always said in Spain is never interrupt your opponent while he's making a mistake. And so many of those, most of those, were completely unforced because, you can create those scenarios, but we've seen team flashes and this and that. It has to do, and it has to be the nerves, the fact that you're going up against an opponent that you knew already was going to be very strong, but maybe it's even exceeding those expectations once you're on stage.
We'll talk more about those issues in a moment. For now, I want to hear that diagnosis from AG's coach, ED101, going into map 2.
Here with ED101 of All Gamers. Now, Coach, when you picked G2, what were you trying to leverage? And what's been different from what you maybe expected coming into today?
想要问到101教练的就是你们当时选择 G2 的时候，你们会怎样去分析对方的弱点？包括说今天整体打完之后，你又会有什么跟你的预期有些冲突不一样的？
我觉得其实不管选谁吧，都很难打嘛，因为我们第一次参加这种大赛，经验上很欠缺。G2 相比较就是跟他们打不能犯错误，一旦有比较低级的失误，他们就会抓住。 然后把他们这种优势扩大刚才其实我们也做了很多针对，包括他们双塔怎么进攻、怎么打。我们防守可能有一些太想对方怎么打了，然后失去了一些我们自己的东西，而且就是感觉就是第一张地图大家都很紧，完全没有发挥出来该有的枪法而且一些回防的细节做的也不是特别好丢了关键残局，然后这个滚雪球上来，然后比分就拉开了，对。
I gotta say, all the teams who qualify for the playoff, for the elimination, they're a super experienced team. But for us, I think we are kind of lack of the experience, especially on the global stage. So, I mean, in the 4 teams, maybe 3 teams, why we pick G2 is, I think their play super structured, so we cannot make that kind of mistakes when we face them. If we made a really small mistake, they're just gonna punish us really hard. And today we watched a lot of like the VODs of G2, and we tried to analyze them a lot, and I think the strategy that's tailored to G2 is pretty solid. But I mean, on the defense side, on the defender side, we just focused on them too much instead of focus on ourselves. So we just forgot our game plan, our game style in that case, and we just kind of like nervous also. So that's why we lost map 1. Hopefully we can play good on map 2.
Yeah, map 2, you be yourself. All game.
An insightful answer there from their coach. He's crediting not only inexperience, but mistakes getting punished from G2. Are you aligned with him in what went wrong?
I think that also what he said about the I think that what he said about the first half about the defense, I think that towards the end of it we saw a little bit of more of what I expected, what I was saying of them being reactive, of the other team making the first step and then just them making a decision, and that's how they managed to get at least 3 rounds on the board.
Okay, agent select map 2 of Abyss, and it's a mirror. That's a change for all gamers to pick up this Harbor comp.
It's a big change. They used to play the veto here. I think the veto doesn't make too much sense, to be honest with you, into what G2 are running, but it would have been fine. It would have been interesting. Instead, you get the Harbor mirror. I actually think Harbor on this map looks really strong. Valen was playing it beautifully. I want to see if the theory's there for all gamers, and I also want to see if GRQ can put up some big performances on Waylay. He struggled a little bit last time they played it, but he was actually... He had some all-right rounds on split. He was getting pressured a couple times and coming up big in anchor positions.
I really hope that now that now All Gamers has the chance to start on the attack and dictate the tempo. Yes, G2 did a very good job in finding and catching them off guard in some of the mistakes that Saisha, you were showing. And I think that now that they're starting on the attack, they have the chance to set their own pace, especially with the Harbor, especially with the new things that they're going to implement.
Well, a new composition changing into G2 style. Is that what it takes for All Gamers to turn it around? Or is the tier gap real? And a quick 2-0 for G2. We find out into Abyss with Achilles and Paperclip.
Thank you very much. Here we go. AG needing to rebound as we go into Abyss, but as the desk was just highlighting, there is this big comp change as we're going to have a Harbor v. Harbor for the first time.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting that AG did want to switch things up, but I agree with the desk. I think it makes a little sense. I don't think you're getting a ton of value out of the veto against the composition that G2 runs. You're not going to find necessarily huge value out of an interceptor, things like that, and frankly, AG struggled a bit on this map, so maybe a change-up is exactly what the doctor ordered, but I'm going to need some step-up here behind Fangir. Fangir, he's been really good on this map for them on the Yoru. He can really do damage, get that op into his hand, get those snipers into his hand, and he can really start taking over rounds. Players on the backside, like AU1, like Kira, I think really need to be stepping up in that second line and that back line to keep them in this map.
So far, the pistols have been elusive. Let's see if that continues as the barriers do drop. And off the rip, just going to be a drone forward, scouting out a main. Trent, the only one really at home here on this site. Doesn't look like he has been spotted, but smoke now blooming. Spike getting ready to be rotated in. I think you're still a world away. Doesn't have a quick gate crash, but it looks like it's just going to be some pressure. Grab up that orb, try to fast track that Harbor ult. Meanwhile, Triple presence from G2 in mid.
They're trying to check to see if there's been any fast rotations. They're getting a little bit of a response, so it's going to pause up, set Kira into mid here. Try to watch for those rotations, watch for any lurks as best as he can.
He's setting up this star. Nebula going to be blooming. As the rotations start to come through, double walk down. Talking about watching for this and collecting the elimination. It's going to be Kira taken out. Player advantage, the spike gets planted. See if AG can try to hold the line. Fengir rotating up top, gets the dink there on the Juggernaut, has the finisher, but Trent quickly trades it back. Maintains the player advantage. Yep, an explosion of death. Trent with a second and Baby with two of his own. Another pistol in the hands of G2, another opening round.
Yeah, and again, it's just really good methodical stuff from G2. They're finding the player that's looking for the lurk. They deal with that. They can set up for their execute pretty safely behind Valent High Tide. Even though they lose Jog, which still gets the relay bolt out in time. Again, the follow-up right there from Trent to immediately deal with Fengir. And then it's just Baby Bay from up on high, doing a really nice job. Valen came in today, I could see he was pumped up, walking on the stage, he was clapping, he was hyping up the crowd. He's doing it here again, wants to rally Chile behind him. And they're doing a great job of it just in their own gameplay. It's a couple stingers, Marshall for Baby Bay.
Plenty of firepower, Bandit and a Ghost on the opposite side. And this opening shock dart, not gonna find any purchase. Just be the grab of the orb. AU1.
Fengir did grab a Ghost. You do have a Bandit for AU1, so a little bit of extra oomph here on this eco.
Recon out, it's gonna be a back pedal from Baby Bay. Put up some space with that Marshall. At the same time, ping reveal onto one. Quick little snap back. Break of that cove. Now the push forward with the plant getting ready to come through. Nebula's dropping it backside, jog him out into the open there for a brief little moment. Spots out multiple players. And once again, seems to be the sacrificial lamb, but not before he's able to find another kill. Fengir will fall. Baby Bay eventually overwhelmed. But we've just traded places. The two remaining players, and now just the one completely shifted away from where the spike had been planted. Kira with this Marshall.
Ooh!
Quick scope for the headshot, but cannot stop the defuse. Maybe look for a little bit more damage. As Trent goes up and over the top, he's looking for that kill, and eventually will be able to find it. The two players surviving, some decent damage found here for AG. It is a 2-0 start for G2 once again.
Yeah, just their decision to be a little bit more aggressive. Try to catch G2 a bit off guard. Works pretty well. You know, you throw some of that Astra util at the front of the door. They just set up some crossfires of their own. That's a nice shot from Kira. I'll give him that for sure. But at the end of the day, it is going to be G2. Bulldog, couple stingers, not much able to be carried over into this bonus, so good opportunity here for AG to get on the board again.
Look at this silent right of the rope, and yep, Jogamo immediately storming down mid. Two players alongside him. A lot of control, but seemingly anticipated as Kira plays back over towards the spawn. Same setup on the recon, getting ready to fly. Trent alone at backside for now. Kira looking to try to hold this angle. Jogamo going to be caught off guard. Does strike, but now the other two players well aware of his position. He's going to be rerouted. Trent on the side as they try to find the surround on him. And there's the stun coming through. Valen able to collect it. AU1 similarly going to be taken down. And suddenly the player advantage is there for G2 as they look to convert another bonus at the start of the map.
Watch GRQ. Could go for the backstab through heaven.
Playing it patiently for now. Good damage dealt onto Baby Bay. Fengir looking to try to confirm that kill, but Valen with it recovered Phantom is going to have it, and they're just defusing it all the while. It's a MasterCard thrifty. G2 converting it and looking to take everything away. Shrimp will be able to survive, but it's another 3-0 start for G2.
Yeah, and this attacker side has plagued AG, at least in recent history. It's just a great utilization of the Storm Surge there by Valen. Oh my God, Baby Bay.
Let's go!
That's what I like to see.
Come on.
Nice shot with the Sheriff. Yeah, I mean, AG wants to get so aggressive in towards security and just not going great. Like some of the ideas, like the way they're using the Cove to block off ropes when they go in onto the site in that eco round, but...
Here's another changeup. G2 haven't played this early aggression outside of A main, but it's going to be Jogamo take it down. So solid kill found. Now Baby gone as well. Looking for the Thrifty of their own. AG. 2-player advantage already established. And now, expounded upon, Valen has fallen. Saturate into the back. AU1 from up on high is able to take down Trent. Now it is just Leaf with an outlaw in hand. Kill anybody that he's manages to connect with, but not sure if he's really going to be given the opportunity at all. This little setup, this trap attempt from G2 just does not really work out in their favor whatsoever.
No, trying to show a different look and it just gets dissected. Having some of those short-range weaponries to deal with the Neon.
Swing around the back, and 2 snappy shots. Leaf will take that every day, now has the weapon upgrade. Try to find a little bit more damage, but the exits are going to be there. Mid,
well,
being watched as well. Kira here and ready. Make sure that he doesn't carry that weaponry over. So AG this time a lot earlier, get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it's just winning a fight here. Kind of playing a little anti-Neon. And then Fengir, have that double layer there with those duelists. It's exactly what you're gonna need more of. Nice shots from Leaf. Gets the headshot there even at the end. That's probably a nice confidence booster. You're also gonna have a couple ults now for AG. You're gonna have the Harbor ult, you're gonna have the Astra ult.
1 charge each from that Hunter's Fury as well as the Dimensional Drift. A lot to try to work with here.
See if they just go for some kind of set execute off that Reckoning.
Up and over the top, looking for that stun back sight. Dash across, Baby Bay exiting towards Connector. But himself safe as the spike gets brought to bear, and Baby Bay does get tagged down. 30 HP remaining on him. So we have the corner. GRQ going to be losing his life, but Leaf is going to be quickly traded out. Fengir for a little bit more. Wall falling, the flank noted. Baby Bay does manage to find the 1, but AU1 trades it right back. Advantage maintained. This Cosmic Divide as well just looks to lock them out of this sight. AG know just how desperately they need these round wins early. Stun avoided, the recon gonna be cleared. The swing out of the smoke, Trent to his demise, and now Valen gonna be spotted as well. Backpedals to the opposite side of the wall, but it will be fading here shortly. 3 bullets in hand, AU1 unable to find it. Valen now, they're trying to play this one out.
He can just
Fury still available, but there's the grab to start it. So you're not going to be getting that Sova ult out, it would seem. Shrimp will go ahead and confirm that he is not on the defuse. He hears Kira around the back, I believe, but will still get caught. And AG, 2 rounds in a row, 1 away from tying it up. Looking very alive and well so far here on Abyss.
Yeah, they're dealing really quickly with some of these tricky plays that G2's trying to bring in. They use the high tide there to try to set up Leaf to push through, and he's only going to get 1 before Fengir reacts, so that's really nice play from him. Kira watching for that lurk. This is really well thought out stuff, really well game planned for all gamers. They're starting to get a grip onto their nerves, onto this match, although you're going to have a ton of ultimates for G2 in this eco. They could throw at you, in particular Jog's Overdrive, something you'd love to avoid if possible. Fengir sitting on his ult, Shrimp hit that Hunter's Fury as well.
Double dash forward, GRQ just gonna be a quick refract back, doesn't see anything. Well, that mid door gonna be broken, but it's gonna be a silent drift away here from AG. Able to avoid this trap setup once again from G2 as they had the quad stack on A.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Oh, and even using the drift over here. Get a little bit extra info just to make sure that B's going to be a little bit safer. And just have that bucky of Leafs to worry about. Valen's getting here quick, though.
Leaf just staying tucked away. The Nebula bloomed there as well. The swing of the corner, and it's just a bit off. Clip it into the shoulder, not finding center mass. Kira able to stay alive, the spike now planted. Felt like that bucky. It's the real win condition and trying to pull off a Thrifty. Smoke now going to be falling. GRQ up over the top of the Raptors, able to find a quick little transfer. Cleans up a second elimination. That's the Overdrive loss as well. Jogamo had pulled the trigger on that one. He certainly is going to be regretting it. Baby Bay around the back, Sheriff in hand. Nice little clean 1-tap. I don't think he's going to be able to find anything more. The warning shot's ringing out. AU1 positioned here in mid. Creeping forward, it's just going to be a frantic spray and pray. Cleans him up, and AG tie it up at 3-3.
Okay. Starting to do some nice stuff on the map. Really being cautious about where the players are, making sure they've got good information before they really commit to anything. Using that drift, they invest a couple ultimates in this round against an eco just to make sure it goes. And anybody who watches China knows that ecos can be problematic for teams in that region.
Sure.
So you want to make sure that you're not giving any extra opportunities over towards G2. Baby Bay is going to have that op, though. We know what he can do with it. He's put up some highlight reel performances with it over in Americas. They're going to take some mid-control here. They like to get Fangir up in towards vents a lot of times on some of these attack rounds, try to see if they can create some extra pressure that way. For now, just looking for that response, and Baby Bay's getting really aggressive over here.
Pushed all the way forward. Here's the drone. We'll just clear that one. Sending out the warning shot, letting him know that the operator is here, but it looks like AG picking up the spike. Might just look to try to play into it.
Well, I think they feel like, okay, well, that op's probably on its own. We have a harbor, we have some good util that can maybe clear it.
Meanwhile, Kira finding Jogamo once again. He's holding down that mid position, not allowing for the deep push, that fast flank to come through. Convergent paths drawn out, ready, sent now from Baby Bait, looking for the catch. We'll get on to a couple players who swiftly do make their exits. That has them held back here for the moment.
It's bought time.
Re-swing in. Recon for backside at the ready. Trent not going to be in a position to try to clear this one, it would seem. Because there's the concuss. Quick little dash away, but still going to be tagged up, and Baby Bay going to be taken down. Shrimp. Johnny on the spot with the Hunter's Fury. Lobbing the shock darts, interrupting and displacing that plant, but now can be committed to. As the smoke fades. Spot on the one. Trent looking for the kills, able to find Fengir. Needs a hell of a lot more. The quick drop down, and Trent somehow wins that out. AU1 should have had a dead to right, so now the Cosmic Divide is going to be called in as well. The post-plant util being dumped. Trent, however, still holding his ground. Finds a third, cannot get the fourth. The jump forward, the shorty, denied! As Fallon and Leaf find one apiece.
What a play from Trent. From the top ropes, Fengir there, left out to dry. Nobody's watching that as he's trying to back away. And then Trent drops down. They used the Reckoning even there to clear some space. And oh, poor AU1 just can't adjust in time. Trent with 3, Fallon covering. That's a big one for G2 because it felt like AG was going to be the ones getting up to 4 and taking the lead.
That's heavy investments as well. Pretty much from both sides when it comes down to the ultimates, but Trent's still one charge away from now having that Hunter's Fury online again, so. G2, that Bolt Economy swung back towards their favor. Fengir now. Silent walk down, ringing out a couple shots, the drone for the check. We'll just make a quick exit, so Valen unable to find the punish.
Yeah, Valen trying to gain a little bit of space, but again, AG's done a mostly really nice job of covering these lurks, covering their flanks, making sure that any space that G2 is trying to take is dealt with, especially in the early to mid parts of the round. And they've sold
orb grab into orb grab for AU1.
Yeah. Want to get that Reckoning again. He's one away. He just let it loose a couple rounds ago. So could get it again. He's got Spike in hand too, so they might, if they can get to it, they're gonna have it for post plant. And look at Kira, he's so ready for this. Oh no, 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 no!
Right in the Astral Form at the perfectly worst time is Valen. Unable to find that second kill, but no, does get it eventually, but this time on the Shrimp. The push forward, Fengir now gonna be following Jogama with that Bulldog. Fiercely pushing forward. Pump with the shorty as well. Spamming out these shots, trying to scare them away. As the smoke dissipates, he once again catches a glimpse, and AU1 catches a headshot. It's GRQ. Can he just tuck away? Can he try to hold on to the weapon? It's a 1v4 with 15 seconds. There's no way to win this, but can he retain this gun? The swing in the corner. He's been spotted. So they're going to corral him. Flanks back for one. Baby Bay getting ready to come around the flank. GRQ reading it well. Finds another. But Leap eventually will be able to flush him out with the wallbang shots. Just 2 players surviving for G2, but now they stretch the lead.
Oh, it's a backbreaker. Oh, Kira. He's been so good on this map so far. He's 8-6, but that one right there is a brutal death to take. And that just gives so much extra room for G2 maneuver, so much confidence to just press their advantage. Oh, no. That's going to get the timeout from AG. Oh, man.
Brutal one to let G2 back into this. Stretch that lead by 2 rounds again. Go into the Coinbase win condition timeout for AG. You mentioned it. This attacker side, kind of where they've been having their struggles. So the more that they can get here, the better setup they're going to be to potentially try to close this one out. But you start letting G2 run away with the map. We saw exactly what happened on Split earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it is a different comp as well, so there is kind of that extra oomph behind it with the Harbor, it feels like. You know, even though there's a Harbor on the other side too, you're still able to kind of cut up the map a little bit more than you could, you know, with just running an Astra and a Vito in there. So I think, you know, you're going to see this attacker side be just naturally a little bit stronger behind that, but still, there's been a couple rounds here that are just heartbreaking for AG that they should have won, and they just give up, you know, the sticks on a couple defuses, some rounds where they actually do some nice stuff and have some good, you know, macro plans in terms of getting to a plant, getting into some post plants, but they haven't been able to convert as often as I'm sure they'd like. Look at G2. They're playing very deep anti-mid positioning here, but early coves from both teams. You can just figure out what's going on. This high tide's so fast again.
Walls up on both sides, but there's that reckoning getting called in, but no one there to get caught by it.
Doesn't go very deep either.
It doesn't. Walls now getting ready to fall. AU1, however, able to find one, but Leaf looking for that transfer, cannot find it, ends up getting taken down. Stun gonna be connecting though, and Jogamo able to find that fadeaway shot right before the trade out comes in. It's only a 2v2, the spike now dropped right in front of BabyBay, who is low on HP. The drone to try to scalp. Eventually cleared, Fengear does get tagged by this, and BabyBay wants to scale off of that. The smoke falling, does manage to catch him, but now a 1v1. The Cosmic Divide gonna be committed here from Kira. Looking for the clutch. Recon, Midding, and Trent running a massive risk there. But might just find a timing.
30 seconds left.
Now pushing out around the back, jumps up on top of the box, still needs to drop down. 25 seconds remaining as the wall will fall. Trent disconnects back over towards that connector.
As Hunter's Fury.
Here's position. He could basically be anywhere, and like you said, the Hunter's Fury is online. Taps it, trying to see if he can get that util out, but Trent not biting. Plays it slow, plays it wisely, and gets G2 the round win.
Really like the decision-making here from G2. Knowing that Reckoning was available, they just give up that space where it would have hit. They just play back a jog. That is good.
If he doesn't get that, who knows?
Right. I also like BabyBay's decision to push off of that information that he gets from the drone. Knowing he's weak, knowing he needs to get one. He's got a fist pump from Valen. That was a big one from Trent. Played that so well. Knew that that Hunter's Fury was going to be in the back of his opponent's mind. Played a little bit further forward. Shock Dart connects. GRQ. It's tagged up a bit. Here we go. Kira into the vents, and Trent's just leaving. Still has the safety of the door there, so just going back to kind of that similar style.
Once again, just giving up the space, but Trent now could get pounced on very quickly. Stinger through the door from Kira as he's out with the drone. There it is. Looking to try to run him down, but it resets the aim, and Trent just so snappy with the readjustment, finds the headshot, gets that punish. Swing of the corner, BabyBay has the outlaw. And has Fengear dead on the floor. Still 5 players strong, now just the 4. Leaf will get picked apart. Shorty finding value, AU1 gonna be stunned up, but sends out a stun of his own, but Valen's still able to hound him down. Swings the corner. Weapon scooped up, GRQ needing to do it all, and he cannot. 3 left alive, and now G2 march on 7-3. A lead of the half once again secured.
And this kind of retake style that G2's been implementing has been working really well, but again, it's just kind of in some of these individual moments where the caliber of player of G2 is just a little bit better, a little bit steadier because of their experience on stage. And this Trent again is able to win out a fight he absolutely should not. Kira here just, sometimes the Stinger Be a little while. That's the backbreaker.
Commit for it.
Yeah.
That's a brutal one, and we already saw the frustration after dropping the 1v1 of the previous round. Gotta expect that has just multiplied that frustration significantly.
For sure, and now you're into some pretty good ult cycles for G2. Still have the convergent paths, GRQ, so it's like maybe try to get him posted up into mid, but a little bit of back and forth. Trent needs to be considering this mid push, and look how deep GRQ is. He's pinched though, but he's got backup.
Maybe may watch it for it though, and he's going to be winning it. Trying to send out the waylay, hope for a bit of a hero play there, but it ends up going awry for AG. Fengir similarly tagged down the 26 before he was able to gate crash out.
And that's your ult, man. In a buy round, in a rifle round.
Have to just save it for the final of this half. For now though, Kira alone on this side of the map. Gonna be looking for what seems like a very late lurk or just the call over. Yes, it will be the rotation call. Meanwhile, Jogamo here to try to intercept. Trip gonna be caught. Relay bolt has the enemy harbor locked away. Just completely bisecting the members of AG. Jogamo already dropping down, getting himself slotted in. Overdrive popped. He is on the hunt, on the prowl, and he has found Kira. He just doesn't know what hit him, and now AG there is no other recourse. They have to save these weapons. No money to work with, a 2v5, and just no time remaining. G2. Once again, advancing up to 8. And once again, going to be looking for that 9-3 dominance in the opening half. Eluded them on split, but can they find it this time around? It's looking pretty damn good for them. Kill on the leaf, shrug that off.
Last round in the half.
It's just a good hard read, frankly, from G2 on this round. They have 4 players posted at top mid. They just give up that space willingly because they have a trap play set up, and GRQ feels the pressure, tries to go for a big play, finds 2 players at G2 staring him down. Oh, here we go. Watch this. Convergent paths right at AG.
He's going to catch all of them. That with the saturate. Potentially lobbed in if he goes for the double dash, and the Hunter's Fury is well available for Trent. Waiting for the setup. The recon going to go bouncing forward. There's the convergent paths, looking for the trap here. Now the Hunter's Fury in, but it's going to be Jogamo tearing apart 3. Gets traded up, baby. They caught up in the ult, but has to refract out the safety. In the blink of an eye, everyone alongside GRQ has evaporated, snapped out of existence. What a setup from G2. They get their 9-3 half.
Another great read from Valorant and company. Took them a little bit, felt a little bit shaky for the first half. Since then, it has been all G2.
They are looking clean, they are looking merciless, and AG are looking out of sorts and out of ideas. They need to get it together. As we go to the halftime break, we'll see if they can rally back in a second.
Chile, qué placer poder estar aquí con nuestros co-streamers. Vine aquí a invadirles un poco el espacio a ustedes. Y bueno, Mix, preguntarte a ti, ¿cómo la has pasado en Chile? ¿Cómo te ha recibido la gente? Creo que igual todo ha sido como muy claro, pero algo que le tengas que decir también a ellos.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. Sois la mejor Masters de la historia del Valorant. Mi segunda casa. Y estoy muy contento de haberos podido conocer a muchos de vosotros. Y gracias por tratarme siempre como una familia. Gracias, chicos.
Bien. Un aplauso, un ruido para Mix. Ok, Hit. ¿Algo que decir también al público?
Nada, solo decir a toda la gente de Chile que de verdad esta experiencia creo que no la vamos a olvidar en la vida. Habéis sido un público increíble y el calor que nos habéis dado aquí no lo olvidaremos jamás. Muchas gracias, Chile.
Muy bien, algo rápido, Black, ¿algo que decir?
Chicos, sois la mejor máster de la historia y Chile es el mejor país de Chile. ¡Let's go!
¡Griten con el alma!
And back we go into Abyss. The audience keeping up the energy, but needing to see more of it from the AG camp. Off to that decent start, that tie up 3-3, but after that, it has just been flatlining for this Chinese squad.
Just a couple heartbreaking rounds that seem to have completely caused all gamers to crumble. And the #1 seed out of China is going to have to dig so deep here on this defender's side. And it's going to be a 4-man grouped up push for G2. It is kind of one of those pivot positions, something you see a lot of teams doing these days, these 1-3-1s. Quick TP over as well for Fangir. See here though, gap in the smoke.
In a position.
Yeah.
Could be a very swift flood retake here for them. As well, that's not where that shock dart was supposed to go. Shrimp may be watching too many EMEA VODs, but doesn't have that early damage. Trying to poke and prod away at the G2 players. Swing into the backside, the refract going to be taken. Baby Bay able to find Fangir though, as Fallon does get traded out. Gosh, up in the tower, and how is he winning that? The gun not there, it's not loaded, it's not ready, and G2 storm their way through. Perfect in the pistols, and looking to bring this one to a swift conclusion as they hit double digits.
I don't know if Baby Bay just knew that there was going to have to be a reload up there, and that's why he went for it. Because he caught Shrimp mid-reload, or if he just felt like he needed to try something crazy, but it works a treat. And AG not able to fight their way out. Trying for that flood. G2 take a pistol round. That may be the decider.
Forward into the smoke, and the right clicks are just not finding their target. AG are looking out of sorts. They're looking shook. They're looking scared. As the plant will come in. And ultimately, it feels like they need to just group together and go down to the spike.
Yeah, at this point, this should be the end of the round.
Or you can jump off the side of the
That's what I would do.
It is Abyss.
It's in the name.
Gonna fall back here.
But they're
posturing around.
Yeah, GRQ's tucked in like he's gonna go for it.
Meanwhile, Fallon, I think you'd be more than willing to hunt for this one, but we'll just go ahead and back away. Instead, it's gonna be Leaf with that Ghost. Try to see if he can get some damage, get some more ult charge. Spotted the one, the headshot found, gets himself his second. Won't be able to find the third. The G2, a bonus conversion away from taking this up to match point.
They've already converted one bonus on this map, 2 in the series. It feels like they might be on for a third. AG, I mean, you might just be forced to rip an early timeout at some point. We'll see. Maybe Bay starting to get that confidence flowing. Starting to hit some shots.
Gus was talking about it so far, the performances from Baby Bay. It's been some ups and downs, but widely not seeing that peak coming through. So far, here on these two maps, he has been rock steady for G2.
It's been really nice.
That's what you want to see. You want to see that continuation for AG. We want to see the rally back. We want to see some damage dealt. There's a trip. Oh, gonna be caught. Do they pursue fast enough? Looks like they don't quite check in the tower. It's gonna be the fast lane actually sparing him. But, okay, turns back, is able to find Trent. He's gonna be wondering, why the hell did my duelist call this one out? Baby Bay does manage to shift around, find that kill, but then GRQ takes him down. Fallon arriving. That mid lurk. Cleans up the kill, swap of the weapon. No, it's like gonna be the back pedal. Could be at risk though in mid. Wall will fall.
Yeah.
There's still no shifting away from this.
Oh no.
This gives Fallon a massive opportunity.
It's another timing.
Do they have the read? that B has been completely emptied.
There's just no info. Leaf is trying to figure something out.
He's scaling. He's looking for a shot there with that Outlaw. He eats the brunt of that one, though. Down to 18 health. Well, this is going to give time for AG to start sussing out that this rotation is coming through.
Yeah, another Cove sent by Valen to try to keep AG interested on the other side of the map to make sure that they're going to be able to hopefully get into this plant, and it looks like they will be given the opportunity. Vandal for Valen. I'm not counting G2 out of this round just yet. You never know with him and Leaf in play.
He's got the full health. And if he can find a kill, that will give him the reckoning as well. Leaf now postured forward a tight angle. Staring back over towards that spawn side. It will be in through mid. All three players being ready for the push, the swing in, and GRQ able to finish the job that he started. Now it all comes down to Valen. There's the hopping of the waylay. They check forward into the smoke. Nothing going to be spotted there. At the same time, Kira ready for the drop down, potentially on that flank. The tuck into the corner. The patient play. He's been spotted with Valen. Oh my goodness. Almost makes a go of it. The bonus not to be converted, but damage is absolutely dealt. Just Kira left alive.
He's so smart, man. The way he plays this. He almost hit that transfer too, but just tucks in behind the smoke. They're checking it, They thought he might try to re-clear that smoke. He doesn't do that, and they don't read that he can be tucked into the corner. Keeps the gun hidden, so it doesn't stick into the smoke. So smart, but they're able to react just in time. GRQ lucky as well that Leaf doesn't connect with that Outlaw shot as he's coming in through Link.
Still in with a shout. Match point not obtained yet, AG. Let's see if they can streak together at least a couple more rounds, if not make a go of this.
Now the reckoning here could just be a execute off the back of the ultimate.
Take flight.
Let's see what Trent sees. Saw Kira. You know, High Tide is out. They're going to be able to hold on to the ult. There's nobody on site.
Yeah, just the two players here needing to wait for those reinforcements to come through. Shock darts this time. Going to be landing at Trent's feet. Finds the first one. For a little bit more spam as well. Valen just going to be sending out that ultimate, but damage very heavily suffered on the side of G2. New opportunity to try to exploit that early damage here for AG on the retake. Recon quickly cleared out, down into the grab well. GRQ outdone, Baby Bay able to find that kill. Baby Bay finds three! Meanwhile, Valen just cleans up one of the Fang gear, and then he gets the finisher on his Shrimp. And I need to see that one back. Because Baby Bay just torpedoed AG's chances of getting that retake even started.
Oh my God, they're trying to play off the back of the recon dart there, trying to take space.
They just line up for him.
Yep. He's got the grab well there to help him out too. Nicely played by Leaf.
It will be that final timeout call. 8 rounds in a row, what AG needs to avoid dropping down to the lower bracket. But frankly, things are not going to get any easier for them.
Nope. It is a very stacked playoffs. And in this last Coinbase win condition timeout, just trying to keep their mental in. I mean, at this point for AG, if you can just rattle off 4 or 5 rounds in a row, even if you don't win the map, even if you don't win the series, you need to get that confidence built for that next one. That's really kind of what you're trying to do here as the coaching staff. Get their mental back in check. Teach them how to recover from bad starts, from bad international stage experiences.
They're going to have to do it with a very weak bye. 2 Buckies, Hero Vandal. Stinger alongside, okay, another Stinger. You won, shifting around a couple times. No Outlaw on the opposite side. A glimpse of good news here for him, but 3-player push out of A main. Looking for a setup, looking for a trap play. Looking for that kill, but it'll take Jogamo down to 50, but nothing more to be found.
Yeah, trying to get some value out of the Buckies. Just can't quite do it. Jog does go down to 50 though. So at the very least, you've done some damage, more than you've taken, which is none, so that's great.
Immediately rotate out of this, but G2 are just ready for now, staying quiet.
I think maybe as well, trying to get ahead of like a convergent path sort of set execute over from A main.
Oh, contact straight down mid. Valorant is ready for it. Finds the headshot and punish until you're now gone. Your one Vandal that you had in hand, stranded down bottom of mid. This Bucky in GRQ's hands needs to do wonders, but the drone's gonna be sent out in front. Trent should be able to get the spot here. Sends it out over the top, pushing through the smokes, checks around towards that right side. Nothing spotted quite just yet, but there's the tag. Still able to spot him out, and he cannot escape. Jogamo pursues. It's a bit of revenge for the earlier damage suffered as the plant now comes in. Three remaining players, a Bucky, 2 Stingers. It would be absolutely miraculous. They work their way across. Drone forward deep. Out from safety, but Jogamo, he's still just swinging out. Kira plays right into it. Gets taken down. Shrimp now tagged up. The last one to fall will be AU1. Finds a kill on the leap, but Baby Bay not quite able to find it. Trent will take it away, but 13-4. G2 find the 2-0 as they send all gamers down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, this G2 team looking clean, looking strong, looking to try to get themselves in to another deep run at a Masters. Saw what happened last year. They want another crack at it. They want another go. And this is one hell of a way to start.
And if this performance was anything but dominant, then you would still have those concerns. Sure. But this is the kind of play that you need to be seeing from G2 if you want to believe in that capability to make a deep run, because we've seen how terrifying all the other teams in the uppers are right now. This is a big one for them, but for all gamers, very unfortunate stepping stone for them. How many times have we seen teams come out first time on a global stage and not be able to find that footing?
Yeah.
Could just be another case of that, but we need to see the rally back. We need to see them steady things out in their next appearance.
Yeah, look, we know there's potential on this team. We've seen it in China where they were the top team to come through. They're the 1 seed for a reason, but they need to find that confidence. They need to find their identity again. Tried some stuff today that just didn't quite work. Tried to change up the comp on Abyss. Did not really pay any dividends. And so for AG, you're gonna have to go back and really dig deep. See if you can get one of those, remember the Titan speeches to see if you can get back into it.
A big breather here for G2. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage with Valina and hear from one of the players in the Verizon post-match interview.
Santiago, una vez más para Geos. Y ganan esta partida de los playoffs. Leaf, how are you? I want to talk to you. You can take the picture. It's okay. So, now, talking a little bit also about your role in the team. You have always been that anchor for your team, either playing really slow, playing really fast, but now talking about G2 and your rhythm of the game, it seems to be like stabilized. It's not that chaotic like type of game you guys had in Americas. How do you think this has impacted your role in a specific way?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we're a lot more stable now. We're playing with a lot more of that G2 discipline. My role is still the same, to be honest. Like, I'm shooting the gaps. I'm playing as a lurker role, so it's pretty easy. I've been playing it for so long that it's just kind of natural nowadays, and it doesn't really matter the agent. The role is still the same.
Definitely. Y bueno, le estuve preguntando también ahora, parece que el ritmo del juego por parte de G2 se ha establecido un poquito más, no ha estado tan caótico igual que era en BCT Américas, y le quería preguntar también de cómo le impactó su rol específicamente. Dice que sí, definitivamente el estilo de juego y el ritmo del juego se ha estabilizado muchísimo más, están como un poquito más maduros, se podría decir, y que su rol finalmente no acaba cambiando en absolutamente nada, sino que clearea esos gaps, finalmente acaba haciendo el trabajo que tiene que hacer, y es un rol que lo ha llevado por muchísimo tiempo, así que ya está acostumbrado. Now for my second question, after Paper Rex, you guys been winning 2-0 every match. Where did you find this consistency?
I mean, I think we've always been pretty consistent, but it's just more so like ironing out the mistakes. PRX is a team that kind of, you know, exploits you pretty hard, and so, you know, we just VOD reviewed that a lot. The teams that we're playing obviously aren't, you know, Forsaken, Jig, and Divide, stuff like that, so it becomes a little bit easier, but, you know, it's just mainly about us and just making sure that we don't make mistakes.
Definitely. Y bueno, le estuve preguntando también que después de la partida contra Paper Rex ganaron 2-0 de una manera muy contundente. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó? Dijo que si bien los teams que han jugado después de Paper Rex no son Paper Rex, son un poquito más fáciles, no tienen a Jing y no tienen también a Forsaken de lado, por ejemplo, y efectivamente también estuvieron revisando las bots, estuvieron viendo todo lo que pasó en esa partida también contra Paper Rex, pero sí ir arreglando esos problemitas. So now for my last question, you guys already played Paper Rex T1, now you're going against the last Pacific team, and also you're going head-to-head with their Sentinel that he was banging off that last match. Do you have any words for them or for him?
I think I speak for my whole team when I say we're really excited to play them. I mean, we've been watching Dombi VODs and stuff like that. That guy's kind of a legend. And yeah, we also saw Ivy pop off yesterday. I mean, that guy's looking crisp. He has very good positioning. So, you know, I'm hoping it's going to be a good game, and good luck.
Nothing else spicy to say to them?
No.
I like that.
They seem like nice guys. They seem like nice people.
Yeah, it's okay. Y bueno, ahora también la siguiente partida va a estar siendo contra Nongxing. Realmente está muy emocionado también para esa partida. Han estado viendo las bots para ver cómo juega Dambi, que ese saneo increíble también. Y está tranquilo, no tiene ninguna palabra mala, nada. Parecen chicos buenos, me dice la escuadra de Nongxing. Así que todo tranquilo para ese próximo juego. Thank you very much, Lee, for this interview. You're free to go and take some pictures if you want to. Esto es todo lo que tenemos por la entrevista, and we're coming back tomorrow to see those matches from the lower bracket. It's either death or survival. Thank you.
A quick 2-0 for G2, and we're joined in the post-show by Jaw. Welcome.
What's up, guys? How are you guys doing? What's up?
Chillin'. You made that a quick one. Looked like you were having fun up there.
Yeah, I mean, bro, it's so fun playing Neon on this stage. I mean, the crowd is hype behind you. I'm chasing after somebody yelling, they're like, hey, he's right there, basically. But, you know, it's fun. That's it.
Yeah. How is the crowd?
Dude, the crowd today, like, every weekend game has been insane. Even whenever it wasn't a weekend, still insane, to be honest.
Compared to the other international events you've played in. You've played in a ton in Valorant already.
For sure. I think, honestly, Chile's my first right now, and then Tokyo, and then Champs 2023.
Yeah.
Probably my order right now.
That's a high regard.
You've played in some insane events, actually. All three of those are ridiculously good.
I'm feeling a little bit old, I can't lie.
Yeah.
I got some tenure on me somehow.
Yeah,
so,
actually,
you know?
I wanted to ask you, that recently you had mentioned a performance coach that was like helping you out to a large degree. You gave him a shout out, but you didn't kind of go into details. Would you mind, like, what were some of the challenges that he's helped you deal with, and what are some of the things that you've learned?
Yeah, honestly, I was starting off slow. I mean, since like Americas, it's been a little bit of a bumpy ride for me. Kind of how it starts sometimes with me, but you know, I was just asking simple questions like, when do I do my caffeine? When do I eat? You know, when do I do like the certain stuff? You know, I wasn't even getting sunlight at home, so you know, thinking about that.
Sure.
Since I got sunlight now, over here, Chile is very beautiful.
Oh,
so
it is.
I'm outside every day. I'm enjoying the weather. And because of that, I think that just makes me a little bit more like a star.
Like the out-of-game stuff to get you in the right mindset for the match?
Yeah, for sure.
That's interesting. You mentioned playing the Neon, how much fun you're having being back on that role. You played on a lot of metas throughout your time in Valorant, throughout your time in G2. There's been a lot of discourse around Double Duelist. What do you think about it, and how do you like playing in this meta?
I mean, yeah, this meta is a little bit more chaotic. It's been a while since I've been on like the chaotic role. I mean, I still have it in me, but it took a little bit to come back. I mean, I have to learn myself again, figure out what I have to do to actually be in those chaotic moments and actually take out the people I need to take out.
I want to talk to you a little bit as well about the new style of G2, because Josh said it took a while to get going. Yeah. So what were some of the big, obviously you guys went through an enormous transformation. You were one of the most like disciplined teams out there that played to control everything, and now you're kind of injecting chaos into the rounds and as you're saying, kind of thriving inside of it. So what needed to shift inside of the team for you to grasp this change?
Honestly, what was needed is probably a lot of bad rounds. Honestly, you see the bad rounds and you see the good rounds.
Right.
It's where you want to like scale and be better, and like how do you want to take these duels and where do you want to die at, basically, because it's a team game at the end of the day. So if I'm going deep, my teammates right behind me, clutching the round out, winning the game out, whatever the case is, and I think that's just what we got going on right now.
What made you confident this was the vision? Like, what made you confident this was the right way for G2 to play?
Honestly, Josh just saw me run it down on Yoru. And, you know, some other characters like Phoenix and stuff. So he's like, yo, you're always dying good, but, like, we're not in the right spots. So because of that, I think we just found a way to just, like, kind of fix it all and put it all together.
Yeah, how have you felt like your relationship, both in-game as a duo, but also out-of-game, has developed with Baby Bay, as you two have kind of learned this new Double Duelist meta together?
I mean, me and Bebe are only 1 day off our birthdays, so like, you know, I kind of brought that up to him the other day, and I was like, look, I'm not that much younger than you, but we know each other a little bit because we're both cancers. You know, we both know what we're feeling that day. If we're getting a little bit pushed back, we're like, yo, we got to step it up. You know, we're just trying to be the best people we can be for our team.
Yeah, talking about the tournament as a whole, did you watch any of the first game today? I saw you guys were standing around in that overtime.
Dude, that was it 4-time overtime?
Yeah. Yes.
It was a
Dude,
quadruple,
It was ridiculous.
I thought BBL had it in the bag after that 4th overtime, or the 3rd.
Yeah, where they were up 4v2.
Yeah, but then I just saw a Rose out mid throwing an eye or something, and just boom.
Yeah.
15, whatever happened after
and it was
that.
a complete changeover for NRG. I want to show you our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, which was back from that overtime, which was this crazy 4-on-2 that NRG managed to win to flip it. If you're looking at the competition right now, NRG, BBL, where are you rating these teams in terms of who you want to play, but also how strong you think they are?
Honestly, I mean, dude, NRG has the most resilience. I thought we were going to see BBLs today. I mean, they kind of crumbled in the overtime. I think those are the most important rounds. And I think because of NRG's experience and their world champ recent, they're closing it out. Look at Brock, 3K just like that. Like, bro, he's walking out spawn with an Odin. Who does that? Why aren't you
It's
Odin?
crazy. You played with Ethan as well, won his first world championship alongside him. Do you credit that resiliency to him in some respect?
Yeah, honestly, I do credit Ethan a lot. I mean, he is the IGL, of course, but I know when he calls because he's very smart. Like, I know what he's going to call because he's so smart. And I think that's why I kind of beat him a little bit, you know, take him out a little bit longer. But but Ethan's trying to find a way to beat me now. And now we're at the International. We have to play one more game to meet each other in the upper bracket.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Okay, well, your opponents to get to that spot would be Nongshim Red Force. So they're kind of looking like a crazy team right now. I mean, they also played the Neon to a super high level. Are you looking forward to that matchup against Domby?
Yeah, I'm actually very inspired by Domby, bro. He does so much crazy work. Like, it reminds me of like the double slide Neon, but he does it in one slide. So he's just a beast, you know? And obviously their sentinel player, I think Ivy, bro, he's the most calm aimer. And yesterday he was getting so much impact, running it down mid on Corrode, getting 3Ks back to back. And I was like, wow, he's a beast.
Yeah, he was absolutely nuts. I mean, I think that game is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I would agree.
Is there something specific that you're looking at to like how you think the match is going to go?
Ooh, I mean, it's really up to the Neon that day, I'll be honest.
Okay.
It's like back then when I played Jing in 2023, it was up to the Rays that day. So now it's up to the Neon that day.
You think this is your game to take over and it's you or Domby?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. That's a great way to hype it up, honestly. I'm so excited to get to watch that map. We'll let you go and get some time to prep for that game because they're going to be a tough opponent. Coming up tomorrow, though, we have a couple more matches. Furia going up against BBL for elimination, as well as Mates and all gamers in that second elimination match. Thank you so much for joining us all of today here in Santiago or watching at home. And y'all, thanks again for joining us. And
thank you guys for having me.
Congrats on the win. It was a fun time. We'll be back tomorrow morning, same time at 11:30, or rather 2:30 here in Chile or wherever you are at home. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow. It's Saturday in Santiago, and the fans have arrived in force to welcome our final two teams to the competition. And now, the biggest crowd we've gotten in Santiago yet awaits them.
The Rock, though, got chunked down by the shock dart earlier on main on map. He's got the outlaw. Ethan's going to be a one-shot to him. There's got to be a plan. Eventually, the Rock has to step up and challenge. Headshot on Ethan. Are you kidding? BBL up to 11. Risky and dangerous for BBL. They're grouped up together, hoping they can crossfire this. But one by one, they step up out in the line of sight of Brock, and he will have his fill. Match point for NRG. But it's on Loida. 1v2 in the post plant. Oh, unbelievable! We're in ball for Loida. Takes us to overtime. Surely LaRock can't get it done either. And so, the brash and boastful BBL join a long line of supplicants forced to kiss the ring.
Hey, 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 hey.
A big opportunity, though, for all gamers. Such strong individuals in their region. And they face a G2 who stumbled out of groups. Can they get their upset? Get a series for China, or will G2 start their playoff run hot?
Dash over, trying to scale forward, close that distance. He cannot. The judge going to be recovered, though, in GRQ, putting it to use for one, but cannot dissuade Trent from finding the 4K. The recon going to go bouncing forward. There's the convergent pass, looking for the trap here. Now the Hunter's Fury in, but it's gonna be Jogamo tearing apart 3. In the blink of an eye, everyone alongside GRQ has evaporated, snapped out of existence. Finds a kill on the leap, but Baby Bay not quite able to find it. Trent will take it away, but 13-4. G2 find the 2-0 as they send all gamers down to the lower bracket.